forward for a commendation. There was a lip-smacking kissy noise that Aunt Molly used to summon her dog. Aunt Molly normally got to do it in the privacy of the flat. Neris was less happy with having to do it in Sutton Park. "Twinkle!" she called in a high and enticing voice. She took out her phone and looked at the time. She had been searching for 3 hours now. Aunt Molly would have already finished listening to the Archer's omnibus and be wondering where her niece and her dog were. She phoned Dave. "Twinkle!" she bellowed while it rang out and went to answer phone for the 5th time. "Dave," she spat, "are you even listening to your messages? Get here now." 10 minutes later, Dave jogged up to her, red-faced. "What happened?" he asked. She indicated the empty lead that she carried. "Oh," he said. "Aunt Molly's convinced he got out under the fence, but he's so fat with all the biscuits she gives him that he's more likely to have bounced over the top. I thought he might have come up here because he likes to chase the squirrels." "Have you looked in those bushes?" She fixed him with a stern gaze. "Have you ever been called a pedo?" I heard a rustling and went to investigate. The 2 amorous teenagers I found were quite rude. I mean, do I look like a paedophile?" "I wouldn't know what one." I was mortified. And Aunt Molly will be beside herself. "Oh dear," said Dave. "Oh dear, I can see why you said it's an emergency." "This?" She shook her head at his stupidity. "Oh no, this isn't the emergency. Here's something much more pressing." She handed him Clovenhoof's invitation. "This looks like, fun," said Dave, handing it back. Neris rolled her eyes. "Yes, but it's tonight and I don't have a date." "I'm sure you know lots of men. I mean, when I say lots, I don't mean..." "Graham and Mark, they're both busy. Nice guys. Gentlemen of reduced stature. But I don't hold that against them. They're apparently working as extras in a film." "Yes?" "I phoned Trevor, I think that's his name. Do you know, it might be Stephen. Anyway, I got the impression that he was just making excuses. I think he's intimidated by strong women, to be honest." "Really?" "And I went and spoke with that Doug down at the supermarket. He's a Libra, but I'm not prejudiced. I know he was drawn to me, but I could see that he was fighting it. He's a very physical man, if you get what I mean. Anyway, he said he's on shift tonight." She blew out her cheeks. "There's nothing for it, Dave. You'll have to come with me." "Oh," said Dave. "Like a date, you mean?" "No," Neris said firmly. "Certainly not." "Oh, okay. Off we go now. You need to find something suitable to wear." Dave looked down at his outfit. "What's wrong with this?" Neris didn't even bother looking. She took a document wallet from her handbag and passed it to him. He flipped through. There were photographs taken from magazines, swatches of cloth, a list of do's and a longer list of don'ts. "You know my inside leg measurement?" said Dave, but Neris had already moved on, making kissy noises. 7:30 p.m. Ben waited for the second hand to reach the 12, and then knocked on the door of flat 2A. Clovenhoof opened the door, grinning enormously. He was wearing a luminous paisley smoking jacket that made Ben squint in pain. Clovenhoof had pushed the easy chairs out of the way and had set up a bar on one side of the room. A large table and chairs filled much of the remaining space. Candles burned in the centre of the table. They were the size of church candles, although Ben doubted any church had black candles streaked with red. Glenda came through from the kitchen, drying her hands on a tea towel. "Ben, nice to meet you at last." Ben, never happy with social situations, was unsure whether to say "thank you" or "nice to meet you" or "I've heard so much about you, Glenda," and plumped unwisely for "I've heard thank you too." "Are you going to be the first to sample some of Jeremy's cocktails? He's pretty excited about some of them." Ben looked at the bar and the array of drinks on the bar. "Can I just have a cider and black?" "Have a pink leopard, it's very similar," said Clovenhoof, upending bottles into a cocktail shaker at great speed. He launched into an ambitious routine of mixing the drink. Ben was impressed with the back kick, particularly in such a confined space. Ben took the sugar-frosted glass and sipped the pink leopard. "It tastes pretty strong." Clovenhoof slapped him on the back, taking that as a compliment. "So, Ben," said Glenda, "I've heard all about Jeremy's foolishness with your credit card." "It's all forgotten about now," he said magnanimously. "Is it?" said Clovenhoof. "No." "You have been a decent lad about the whole thing," said Glenda, squeezed his shoulder and headed back to the kitchen. Ben turned back to see a man leant against Clovenhoof's bar, wearing the kind of suit that probably cost more than a small car. I didn't see you there," said Ben. The man smiled at him with such charm and warmth that Ben felt all strange and confused inside. "I've seen you before somewhere, haven't I?" ventured Ben. "Oh my God, I meet so many people." Clovenhoof sighed. Michael, this is Ben. Michael, you can be Ben's date for the evening. You can decide between you which one of you is the man. Now then, Jeremy, let's not be unkind, said Michael. And yes, I'll have one of whatever you're making. Is it the cocktails? Can you smell them from wherever it is you hang out? Michael picked up Cocktails, A Man's Guide by Richard Harris and flipped through it. Very earthy. Hello, what's this? A printed page from the internet fluttered to the floor. It was headed, Mind-Bending Cocktails for Students on a Budget. Michael tutted gently. I'm not so sure that some of these things are suitable for consumption. He picked up a large container of what looked like pink hand cleansing gel. This came from a hospital, didn't it? The doorbell rang. Michael put down the bottle, which was now quite clearly a pink lychee liqueur, not hand gel. Neris entered with Dave slightly behind, pulling unhappily at the tight collar of a new shirt. Jeremy, declared Neris, as though she hadn't seen him in months and made mwah noises at Clovenhoof's cheeks. Ben! She approached Ben with similar intention, but he flinched awkwardly, snagging his lips on her long, angular earring. She turned to Michael. Well, hello. I think I've met you here once before. I'm Michael. He turned his perfect smile on. Clovenhoof stuck his fingers down his throat and made barfing noises, which he quickly turned into a cough when Michael looked round. Well, I'm Neris. I'm sure you've heard about me. She gave him a conspiratorial wink. Oh, and this is Dave, everyone. Hi, said Dave with a little wave. He's not my boyfriend or anything, said Neris firmly. No, agreed Dave dutifully. We've met, said Clovenhoof. Dave got me my first job. Neris froze for a moment, the smile on her face transforming into a feral snarl at the memory, and then saw Ben's lip. Oh, Ben, you're bleeding. Go and clean yourself up. Blender came in from the kitchen. Right, let's try those cocktails then, Chuck. Jeremy's so excited to show you what he can do. Well, I'm ready to be wowed with a pink leopard. You can't all have the same, complained Clovenhoof. That's no fun. Let me check the book. As Clovenhoof launched into his cocktail-shaking routine, Ben went into the kitchen to get some tissue for his lip. He stopped and stared at the counter. Lined up in the orderly manner of an operating theatre was a puzzling array of tools. Ben could just about imagine that the mallet, the saw and the goggles might be used in the preparation of food. As he looked at the grind wheel, the foot pump and the lady shave, he gulped and backpedaled. He almost tripped over the belt sander as he did so. There was an elaborate stand behind the door, supporting a muslin bag of red jelly-like substance that dripped slowly into a bowl placed beneath. He grabbed a piece of kitchen roll for his lip and walked quietly out, trying not to look at anything else. So, Ben, are you a blues fan? Asked Dave. What? Villa, perhaps? Ben's mind lurched into familiar, unhappy territory. Football. Dave was a man, and men talked about football, and Ben knew nothing about football. No, he said. Not West Brom, surely. He wished he could say something knowledgeable and insightful about football. Something that would make the conversation stop without revealing his ignorance. Perhaps there had been an important game earlier in the day. Was it even football season at the moment? He floundered and gave up. I'm sorry, I'm not into sport. Oh, right, said Dave in a voice which was not condemning, but politely interested in the curious notion that there were people who didn't like sport. Ben felt like a freak, and felt the subsequent need to defend himself. I was put off it at school and never liked PE. Shame. Exercise is a good thing. Ben scoffed mentally. There wasn't much exercise in being stuffed in goal and used as a moving target by the taller, less clumsy boys. I think sports are elitist, a substitute for war, he said. Oh, I've always loved football, said Blender. Dave smiled at her, clearly relieved to be in the company of a normal human being. It's not even a sport, though, said Ben. The richest teams buy the best players. It's just a matter of who has the biggest bank balance. Oh, said Blender in gentle disagreement. There's nothing as good for the soul as a live match, I always say. Dave beamed in approval at this. The roar of the crowd, he said. The team spirit, agreed Blender. The mindless conformity, thought Ben, and sloped off towards the cocktail table. Clovenhoof gave him something called a stinking zombie. He downed it in one. Clovenhoof raised his eyebrows. Can I get you another? Whatever. Maybe you'd like something from my other reference work. Ben nodded, and Clovenhoof eagerly scanned mind-bending cocktails for students on a budget. Ben couldn't keep up with the speed that Clovenhoof assembled the drink. but he sipped appreciatively. Interesting. Reminds me a bit of something else. Maybe that flavouring they put in cough mixture. Clovenhoof grinned and pushed the bottle of Linctus out of sight. Who else needs a top-up? Clovenhoof equipped Nerys with a between-the-sheets, which got him a nudge in the ribs. He made a bosom caresser for Blender, which he delivered with a lewd wink. He made a golden daisy for Michael, which he handed over with an exaggerated moue of the lips. Jeremy, I'm surprised you haven't thrown away that filthy mess yet, Michael said, indicating the impressive bloom of mould that was thriving on Clovenhoof's mantelpiece. Herbert? Don't be ridiculous. Can't get rid of Herbert. Michael touched the edge of the mould, which had mounted the rim of the cocktail glass and was reaching upward in plate-like layers. It seemed to be making a bid for freedom. Light-headed, Ben reckoned that given a month or two, it would be out of the flat and making off down the road in a stolen car. Honestly, said Michael, turning to Ben, such a childish thing to do. Said Ben. Herbert Dewsbury was the previous tenant of this flat, wasn't he? Ben blinked. You knew him? Michael nodded. I've worked with him. You knew him well? Ben blanched. He kept himself to himself. Didn't see all that much of him. Really? Come on, he wasn't exactly a quiet man. I think some people found his personality grating. Maybe that's what got him killed in the end. Ben whimpered in fright. Killed? No, I think he went away to... No, said Michael with a terrifying finality. Killed. Murdered. Ben reached out behind him for a bottle. Any bottle. 8:30 p.m. Nerys watched Michael over the rim of her glass as she sipped. Dave, I'm not sure who he is exactly, but I think Michael might be someone. Well, obviously he's someone, said Dave with a knitted brow. I mean, said Nerys in the tone of a woman whose previously paper-thin patience could now only be measured in microns, that he's not just anyone, but someone. Someone of importance, you can tell. Oh, okay. So no more blathering on about football, for pity's sake. Right. What can I talk about then? Nerys counted on her fingers. Travel, current events, weather, hobbies. But don't bring up hobbies if Ben's listening, obviously. Right. He looked at the empty glass in his hand. Well, I think I'd better mention to Jeremy about my food allergies. Oh, don't bother the man. I'll be back in a minute. Dave went into the kitchen, brushing up against Blender in the doorway. If you're looking for sanctuary, I'm not sure this is the place, said Blender. No, it's not like that. I just need to talk to Jeremy. He entered the kitchen and took in the sight of Clovenhoof wielding a cleaver on a bloodied carcass. He held the cleaver high above his head and brought it down onto the board with a cry of "Hi-ya!" Clovenhoof brought the cleaver up for the next blow. A string of blood droplets splattered up the wall. Dave clutched the doorframe to steady himself. What? He coughed. What meat is that? Clovenhoof looked up, registering Dave's presence. He wiped the cleaver across his thigh, adding to a sinister, crusted stain. Hi, Dave, what's up? It's just I have some food allergies. What? Allergies? Like deadly ones? Well, intolerances. I can't eat dairy or it gives me uncontrollable wind. Really? How interesting, smiled Clovenhoof. Well, I'll be sure to point out anything that I think you shouldn't eat. Thanks. Clovenhoof picked a scab of dried blood off his apron and popped it in his mouth. 9 p.m. Blender ushered everyone to their places. Nerys wasn't overly impressed by the seating plan. There were certain rules of seating etiquette even with a dinner party of 6. But she sat where she was told and commended herself on her tolerance and tact. Blender gently pried the absinthe from Ben's fingers. There was something seriously wrong with the man, as though the cocktails hadn't just gone to his head, but also his brain, his spine, and his limbs. We've got some wine now, Chook, said Blender reassuringly. Wine, said Ben. Wine's good. When everyone was seated, Clovenhoof came in. Ladies and gentlemen, and Michael, he announced in his loudest voice, I present to you the first course. We will shortly be dining on gambaretti, reclining in a warm love-apple emulsion, surprised by insulata mista. Clovenhoof took a deep bow. There were murmurs of interest, and from the kitchen, Clovenhoof and Blender produced their starters. Enjoy! Bellowed Clovenhoof, bowed once again for luck and took his own seat. Nerys prodded her starter with a fork as Clovenhoof poured the wine. This looks just like prawn cocktail, she said. Indeed, boomed Clovenhoof, whose voice, having slipped into circus ringmaster mode, seemed unable to change back. And it's of such superlative quality. I have sauced those prawns. Neris smiled and speared one with her fork. I boiled them myself as well, continued Clovenhoof, plucking one from his glass with his fingers. It's most fascinating. As you drop them alive into the boiling water, they turn from a translucent grey colour to a beautiful pinky colour. They also fold in half, as you see here. It's such a strong reflex that some of them pop straight out of the pan with the force of it. Not always dead by then either. And fear, he fixed every person on the table with a roving eye, is a powerful seasoning. He jiggled the prawn next to his face. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Clovenhoof, he squeaked in a tiny high voice. Clovenhoof looked at the prawn and addressed it sympathetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Prawn, but I need to make a tasty starter for my friends. Please kill the others, they're fatter than me. Oh, I shall, Mr. Prawn, but I need lots of you. No, please, Mr. Clovenhoof, no! The squeaky voice faded as Clovenhoof lowered the prawn down in the glass, where it died a second death with an imaginary splash. Neris's fork had halted halfway to her mouth. Well, you get the idea, said Clovenhoof. Tuck in. Neris selected a piece of lettuce and ate that instead. She looked across at Ben and noticed that he was unfazed by the grisly prawn murders. He did, however, seem to be having problems getting them onto his fork. Were his hands shaking? He tried a couple of times and then covered up one eye with his free hand. He swayed gently as his fork finally connected with something and pulled out a piece of beetroot. Oh, beetroot, Ben said as he gazed at the salad. Gotta love beetroot for making it through the digestive tract. It adds colour to your life today and tomorrow. He gave a chuckle of silent laughter at his own joke. Ben, don't be vulgar at the table, said Neris. Such talk of bodily functions. It's no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. I could have a girlfriend if I wanted, he replied. It's a personal choice thing. Really? Have you ever had a woman in your life? Ben stared at his starter and made another effort to snag a prawn. There was this one girl, he said. Rose. Oh, said Blender encouragingly. What was she like? Beautiful, brave, smart. Ben's fork chinked against something as he found another prawn. His wrist waggled drunkenly towards his mouth as his alcohol-clouded brain tried to plot a course. She travelled around with this guy. I think he had a thing for her, but... Dave grabbed Ben's wrist. What's that on your fork? Is that a razor blade? Said Michael. Dave lifted the fork out of Ben's hand. How on earth does a razor blade get into a prawn cocktail? Luck of the draw, Clovenhoof said. I was using a razor blade to get all the hairs off the lettuce. My cooking's all about attention to detail. Anyway, I guess I was distracted. Forks were set down around the table, and there was a degree of surreptitious gazing into prawn cocktails. So what happened to this Rose, then? Asked Dave. Ben shrugged. Well, after the battle between the Daleks and the Cybermen, she got trapped on this parallel Earth, and the Doctor got a new assistant. There was a long silence, in which Blender began to tidy away the starters. Neris waggled her glass for Dave to top her up. Ben, have you ever thought of swinging the other way? Eh? You're practically gay in other ways. I mean, all your friends are men. I'm not gay, though, said Ben. I'm straight. How do you know for sure unless you've tried it? She's right, said Clovenhoof, shoveling prawns from unattended glasses into his mouth. I don't think it works like that, said Dave, but Neris paid him no attention. Anyway, she said, I think you could learn a lot from gay guys. Better grooming, for instance. That's a stereotype, said Ben. What about Greasy Bob in the chip shop? He's gay. No, he's just a pervert. Look, take Michael here, for instance, Neris continued. His clothes, his hair, I would kill for nails like those. You guys don't seem to worry about that kind of detail. Terrible shame. Clovenhoof snorted and opened another bottle of wine. So, Michael, what do you look for in a man? Neris asked. Michael leaned forward and gave the question some thought. I've known many fine men over the years, he said, and the ones I admire most of all are the ones who are brave-hearted but also humble and pious. Neris almost choked on her lettuce with laughter. You still hang out with Jeremy? My God, he's got an ego the size of a planet. Michael nodded in agreement. A bit like his cookery book lists 100 overblown ways to describe a prawn. He thinks humility is a measure of how much moisture there is in the air. A healthy ego is a good thing, said Clovenhoof diffidently. Neris waved him away and said to Michael, This man causes chaos wherever he goes, like some vortex of confusion. I think that's unfair, said Ben. He stole thousands of pounds from you. Michael laughed. She's got you back to rights, Jeremy. Well, I think it's a good job that we're all different, said Blender. It would be a pretty boring world if we were all the same. That's the sort of self-denial you'd need to consult with the devil, said Michael. Consort with the devil, that's funny, Nerys hooted. Clovenhoof humphed. Tell me, Blender, said Nerys, what exactly do you see in him? Blender answered unhurriedly. Life around Jeremy's never dull. That's one way of putting it. Sometimes he makes me laugh, sometimes he makes me scream, but he's never boring, never passive. But honestly, can you see things working out with Jeremy in the long term? Blender pulled a face. I've learned to take life as it comes. So what if it's not forever? Hear, hear, said Dave, raising his glass. Shut up, Dave, said Nerys. I know exactly what you need, Blender. Really? You need to put yourself out there more. Put myself? You'd have your pick of men. Do what I do. Keep a log of everyone you come into contact with, and give them a score on whether they'd be suitable boyfriend material. If they score highly enough, then you make an action plan. An action plan? Yes, like maybe you set up ways to bump into them, read up on subjects they're interested in, or brush up on sexual techniques. Dave gulped some wine down the wrong way and choked until Ben slapped him on the back. You might need a spreadsheet to be properly organised, continued Nerys. I tie mine into my electronic calendar too, so it prompts me for follow-ups. Oh, Nerys, said Blender, who seemed unaccountably ill at ease. I don't think I could ever be so calculating. It's not calculating. Well, it is, but in a good way. Are you sure that you're really doing the right thing? I always do the right thing. I do wonder if maybe you're confused between love and lust. Nerys bristled at the woman's naivety and rudeness. I'm sorry, Chuck, she said quietly. I didn't realise you were frigid. Blender's mouth dropped open. Dave, glass in hand, cut across the table with a loud voice. Can I just say I think you're both very special ladies. I think we should celebrate our differences. Quite, said Blender. But Nerys could see the unjustified anger in her eyes. Now, said Dave, why don't we try chatting about something different? He nodded encouragingly to everyone. Who here has got a hobby? 9:45 p.m. Main course coming up, Clovenhoof boomed, entering from the kitchen. Ben focused carefully on him through the gently lifting alcohol haze. For your enjoyment, I have prepared oven-dazzled medallions of beast flesh with an allium dew, accompanied by patatas rosti, carotti stufati and baby asparagus, garnished with nuggets of morcilla, with butter chapeaux on the side. Is that Italian for Findus crispy pancakes? Nerys asked as Clovenhoof took his bow. Clovenhoof and Blender brought in the steaming plates. Ben sniffed the air appreciatively and looked at the dish set down before him. Mate, you could have just said that it was meat and veg with Yorkshire pudding and onion gravy. Ben had become quite animated and a little more sober during the discussion about hobbies. This looks great, said Dave. So, Michael, said Ben, you were just saying that you had actual experience commanding troops? Yes, said Michael, but I don't like to talk about my accomplishments. Clovenhoof barked with laughter. I was the leader of a successful campaign, said Michael with a mysterious smirk at Clovenhoof. Mind you, some people would suggest that the enemy wasn't up to much. Brilliant, said Ben. I've always wanted to meet a great military leader. But you'll have to settle for Michael, said Clovenhoof. How do you get respect from all those men, said Ben. I like to think it's a mixture of personal charisma and making sure that they always know who's in charge, being ruthless where necessary. Of course, but does that mean that you can't be one of the boys? You know, that they can't be your friends? Friends? Yeah, all those men who've got to obey you without question. Michael looked confused. Clovenhoof, en route to the kitchen, was chuckling to himself. It's very much a full-time job, Michael said. Socialising isn't really an option. Ben nodded. Yeah, it's like I thought. A great military leader's got to be a lone wolf. Have you tried the asparagus with, was it morcilla? Dave asked. I've no idea what morcilla is, but it's delicious. Clovenhoof came in with another dish of Yorkshire puddings, which Dave and Ben fell upon with gusto. What's morcilla, Jeremy? Asked Dave between mouthfuls. It's Spanish blood sausage, a bit like black pudding. A bit. He went back out to the kitchen. Meat's good and rare, just how I like it, Nerys commented. Little bones, though. What is the meat, Jeremy? No answer came from the kitchen, but a loud sound started up, like a hammer drill. 10:15 p.m. It had been a mixed evening so far, Clovenhoof reflected in the kitchen. The main course had gone down a treat, although he was disappointed that the starters had been left pretty much untouched, particularly after he had described all the individual sacrifices that had gone into making them. As he laid out slices of dessert on the counter, Nerys spoke up from the other room. So, Michael, she said, there's something I'd love to know. How does it work out if you're gay in the military? What? Said Michael. Clovenhoof grinned to himself. Surely there must be issues with you all bunking together. I'm not gay, said Michael. Oh, I'm sorry, I've met a lot of homosexuals over the years. Shortly before wiping their cities off the face of the earth, thought Clovenhoof. I'm more what you might call celibate, said Michael. So am I, muttered Ben. Yes, but Michael's celibate by choice, said Nerys. It's an interesting choice, said Blender. I think that more people should acknowledge that it's an acceptable idea. There's such pressure from society in general that you need a partner to be happy. In fact, I'm reading Eat, Pray, Love at the moment, and the author finds it really helpful on her journey to enlightenment to remove sex completely from the equation for a year of her life. New Age claptrap, said Michael dismissively. Excuse me, said Blender loudly. You can't just scoff at someone's path through life. Clovenhoof shifted over to the doorway to pressurise the flamethrower tank and to peek at the goings-on in the dining room. People find happiness and spiritual meaning in so many different ways, said Blender. I say that if something offers you comfort and development, then you should work with it. I'm very keen on yoga, and I have some friends who practice distance healing. It really can work, you know. Distance healing? Michael snorted. I can remember a time when you'd have been burned as a witch for spouting such rubbish. I think you're being rather unfair, said Dave. Witch burning belongs to a barbaric time. We've learned much more tolerance since then. It just so happens that I go to a yoga class, and I enjoy it on quite a few different levels. That's really interesting, said Blender. I bet it helps with the stress you get at work. Dave, said Nerys, don't get drawn into defending silly things like this. Hang on, what stress? Oh, Nerys, said Blender. It's obvious these soothing New Age therapies are not for you. It's okay, we're all different. Bears, said Ben suddenly. Everyone looked at him. Their world is divided into 3 things, he said. Things to fight, things to fuck, and food to eat. He pointed at Nerys with his half-full glass. That's you. Maybe not the food bit. How dare you, Ben Kitchen? I don't know. He shrugged and emptied his glass. Let's just be totally clear on one thing, said Michael, leaning forward and speaking with quiet authority. There is only one truth, and that's God's truth. Anything else is just illusion. There was a stunned and uncomfortable silence around the table at Michael's announcement. I have respect for all beliefs, said Blender, but to claim ownership of the one and only truth is bigoted, said Dave helpfully. Thank you, Blender said, giving Michael the look of someone facing a belligerent child who wants the bath filled with marshmallows. There are many fine and intelligent people who don't believe in God. He believes in you, whispered Clovenhoof to himself. Truth is truth, said Michael. Things are not true because they are nice or comforting or convenient. Your opinion on God's existence is immaterial. Religion is all fairy tales and mumbo-jumbo, said Nerys. Michael gave her a dangerous look. I'd like to remind you that you'll be judged on your actions in the afterlife. You might want to watch what you're saying. His overly earnest warning had completely the opposite of the intended effect. Nerys gave out a hoot of laughter and the others fell in. Ben covered his mouth and made raspberry chuckles through his fingers. Right, laughed Nerys. You're saying I'll go straight ahead if I call you a bigot? A fundamentalist bigot, added Dave. Blender squeezed his knee in merry agreement and tried and failed to stifle her laughs with a napkin. Clovenhoof shook his head at the humans. 4 hairless apes mocking one of the most powerful beings in creation. Idiots. 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 And the look on Michael's face. Clovenhoof had seen it before, just as the raindrops started pitter-pattering on Noah's Ark. Clovenhoof turned away and prepared to caramelize his Arctic roll Alaskas. The recipe had said that a blowtorch would work better than the oven. Clovenhoof had reasoned that if a blowtorch was better, then a flamethrower would be superlative. He found the perfect thing on the back of a council truck that was resurfacing the road. The tank was primed, the pilot light was lit. He raised the nozzle and gave the row of desserts a filthy 10-second blast of flame. I'm sorry, Michael, he heard Blender say, but we can't help but find those kinds of ideas a little quaint. Quaint, said Michael. Hellfire and brimstone, said Blender. Clovenhoof looked at his caramelized desserts. The plates and much of the kitchen counter and wall were now either brown or black. Each of the desserts had been reduced to a bubbling black tar-like blob. The air smelled of petroleum and vanilla. Balls, said Clovenhoof angrily. Yeah, but imagine if there really was a hell, said Dave in the dining room. I'll bet it would kick the coolest video game right into touch. Lakes of boiling oil and wailing orcs and everything. Orcs aren't from hell, you idiot, Clovenhoof yelled through the wall. He wondered desperately if he could hide the burnt puddings under layers of creme fraiche or custard. He poked one. It hissed and sank even further onto the plate. Orcs are bad guys, just the same, Ben was saying, so they probably belong in hell. I guess we can have whatever we want there, it's all made up anyway. You can have orcs, and Cybermen, and the Borg, and traffic wardens, said Neris, and cute jumpers, said Blender, and football hooligans, said Dave. Oh, we're making it up, how about putting Jeremy in charge? Giggled Neris. Good one, said Ben. He'd be perfect if Satan wanted to take a holiday at any time. Clovenhoof roared with anger and charged into the room, flamethrower aloft. He was angry that Blender and Dave had been pally all evening. Look, her hand was still on his knee. He was angry that Michael kept making small, sarcastic comments and insulting his human friends. But most of all, he was angry that his Arctic Roll Alaska, the crowning glory of his dinner party, had been instantly cremated by the flamethrower. You have no idea, do you? Absolutely no fucking idea. They all fell silent, eyes on the flame that swung in time with Clovenhoof's agitation. Running an efficient hell is the hardest thing you can imagine, harder than getting Ben laid. Even harder than getting Neris to keep her knickers on. You can sit around mocking, but I've seen tough times like you'd never believe. Cleaning out the litter trays for Cerberus, 3 mouths, 1 arse. It's not pretty. Up all night with the admissions during the World Wars. I even had to write a preparedness plan in case there was a bird flu pandemic. Put the flamethrower down, will you, Chuck? Blender said. Clovenhoof adjusted a switch, and the yellow flame vanished, leaving only the tiny blue pilot light. Everyone breathed again. What are you trying to tell us? Said Neris. Clovenhoof groaned loudly between clenched teeth. I am Satan, you idiots! I'm the devil, I'm Lucifer. I am the adversary, the fallen one, old Nick, old Scratch, the angel of the bottomless pit, most unclean, son of perdition. Can't you see my horns, my hooves? There was a long silence. Said Dave. He's not a well man, said Michael to the others. There's history of, you know. He tapped his skull. Those cocktails were very strong, said Ben. That's right, agreed Neris hurriedly. And he's been overworked recently, added Blender. No! Clovenhoof squealed. I am Satan! I am god-damning, bloody, sodding Satan, you stupid twats! More silence followed. Then there was a thumping sound from above. Ah, said Neris, clearly glad for the excuse. Aunt Molly wants me to put Twinkle's dinner out before it gets dark, to see if it'll bring him back. Neris stood up, took an automatic step towards the door, and then slowly turned. Oh no, she said softly. What? Snapped Clovenhoof. Oh, no, Jeremy. That roast dinner, the bones. You always hated that dog. Did you cook Twinkle? Clovenhoof rolled his eyes. No, I put him in next door's coal bunker because he kept sniffing round my prawns. Oh, what was the meat then? Rabbit, from the market, he added. It was actually from the hutch 2 doors down, but that was just a trifling detail. There were exhalations of relief from everyone. And more chia? Asked Dave. Oh, that was Mr. Dieneman, Clovenhoof said. Who? He was in for an embalming. It seemed wrong to waste all the blood we pumped out, so I brought it home in a bucket. Yummy, wasn't it? Blender paled in an instant and vomited into Dave's lap. The next moments were a scramble. Everyone wanted to get to the bathroom or the front door. They argued afterwards about who had knocked over the gently hissing flamethrower. But what is beyond doubt is that it quickly ignited the elegant draped tablecloth and then the curtains. Neris formed an impromptu action plan for the firemen who were called to the scene and gave a "Neris, your kind of woman" flyer to each and every one of them. Dave had rushed home because he'd discovered that Clovenhoof's Yorkshire puddings contained milk, and he'd eaten at least 6 of them. Ben had managed to snag the bottle of absinthe on the way out and sat in the garden taking hearty swigs, and hoping the flames and the firefighters didn't reach his own flat. Blender released Twinkle from the coal bunker and reunited him with Molly, who was wrapped in a blanket sipping tea. Nobody knew where Clovenhoof had gone, but Michael stayed around long enough to assure the emergency services that he was not in danger. Betty and Doris stood beside Michael making clucking sounds as they watched the drama unfold. Well, that depends how you define danger, said Doris. He's going to have a bit of explaining to do after this. To his friends, you mean? Asked Betty. Friends? You can call them that for the time being, said Doris with a hollow laugh. They might have other ideas after his latest antics. We don't exactly know what happened yet, said Betty. All that we can be sure of is that he's had some kind of breakdown. Doris stooped to pick up a charred piece of paper from the ground. mind-bending cocktails for students on a budget. Lighter fluid cocktails? She suggested. No, said Michael. Someone kicked over the flamethrower. Flamethrower? Said Doris. What was she doing with that? Cooking, said Michael, obviously. There was a panic. Doris scribbled in her notepad. So what was the thing that made people panic? Asked Betty. He'd used human remains in his haute cuisine, said Michael, lifting his eyes to heaven. Oh dearie me, said Doris, scribbling gleefully. But he was making an effort, you say, lovingly preparing a meal for his friends, said Betty. Michael thought for a minute. No, he said. He was really just showing off, I think. Betty made a few notes of her own. It sounds as though he'd put a lot of effort into socializing, though, she said. Human remains or not. What kind of body parts did he cook? Asked Doris, eyes wide in anticipation. Sir, said a firefighter to Michael, you might want to be careful about talking to reporters. It can start a lot of irresponsible speculation. Though I hardly think that these two are reporters. They're completely harmless, said Michael. Another firefighter ran up breathlessly. There's a woman across the road who swears she saw the silhouette of a man running through the flames. Really? Said Michael. She said it looked as though he was dancing. Dancing? Michael gave him a supercilious look. Yeah, I know. I think she might be bats. Well, as long as everyone's accounted for, we just need to put that out. He indicated the flames coming from the window of flat 2A. He turned back, but Michael was gone. Betty and Doris smiled at the firefighters and continued to jot notes at a feverish pace. Matters are rising. Keep heaven holy. The throne. Clovenhoof. Festival. AOB. Herbert, St. Peter's flabby assistant, ensured that his Keep Heaven Holy presentation was understood by all. He had produced a slide-by-slide computer presentation, had given annotated copies of the slides to all present, and then read through each slide word for word, just in case anyone happened to have been struck blind. Mother Teresa dithered over whether to take minutes, given that she had Herbert's presentation notes in front of her, and eventually plumped for copying them out onto parchment in her flowing golden script. In summary, said Herbert, clicking onto a slide that began with the words, in summary, Keep Heaven Holy is designed to ensure that the moral rectitude demanded of the faithful on earth is similarly demanded of all heaven's inhabitants, present and future. Although love God with all your heart and love your neighbour as you love yourself remains the spirit of the law, the letter of the law must also be enforced. Enforced? Said Jones sceptically. We want the same heaven you do, said Herbert. You spoke of overcrowding and chaos. We want to sweep that away. Picture, if you will, light open airy spaces, parks and flowers, amenities for all, venues for all manner of socially acceptable activities. St. Michael looked at the Keep Heaven Holy leaflet he had been given. The image on the front leaf depicted a long street of shops and houses beneath an azure sky. Huge tubs planted with blousy flowers in pinks and purples. Carefully spaced trees, heavy with neatly pruned greenery. Michael realized that it was an idealized version of a street he had come to know very well over the last few months. Yes, here was the back Clovenhoof had dropped. Here, Ben's bookshop, in the picture converted into a library. Here, a certain beauty therapist's now become a respectably austere barbershop. And what about the animals? Said St. Francis. Of course, said Herbert. There will be a place for every lion to lie down with a lamb. A place for every donkey. It sounds remarkable. Reminds me, said Gabriel. The wolf of Gubbio has been trying to eat people again. Impossible, said St. Francis. Why, the wolf made an oath to me that he would never dine on human flesh. And when did he make that oath? Asked Pope Pius XII. 1214, said St. Francis. Originally. What do you mean, originally? It's a difficult oath for a giant, savage, man-eating wolf to keep. But he renewed his oath here in heaven in 1571. I see. And again in 1749. Yes. St. Francis raised his eyes in recollection. Again in 1838, then 1884, 1905, 1916, 1922, and 1925. And since then? Asked Pius. We're on a sort of rolling probationary contract. Well, he's been trying to take bites out of people in that shanty town outside the 9th gate, said Gabriel. I will have words, said St. Francis. What a shanty town, said Joan. They've grown up in the past months around the celestial city, said Gabriel. A city, Gabriel. A sea of white tents. I thought I'd noticed a fewer people coming in, said Joan. Can't manage the traffic, Peter? There are 12 gates to heaven and you only ever have the one open. There is no traffic issue, said St. Peter. I'm insulted by the notion. So? Joan spread her hands. What's gone on? I think we need to stick to the items on the agenda, said Michael. I can assure you, said Herbert from his position by the presentation screen, those shanty towns will be dealt with once Keep Heaven Holy comes into effect. What do you mean, dealt with? Perhaps now would be a good time to talk about your proposed festival, Joan, suggested Michael loudly. You're trying to change the subject, she said. You don't want to talk about the festival? Joan sighed angrily. I want these shanty towns on the next meeting's agenda. Done, said Michael, nodding to Mother Teresa. Evelyn passed Joan a large rolled-up sheet of paper secured by an elastic band. Joan unrolled it on the tabletop and pinned down the corners with chalices. Here's the venue layout. We have 3 main stages, here, here, and here. We've got Johnny Cash, Lily Lamptree, and Karen Carpenter headlining. George Handel and Glenn Miller are putting together some fusion thing for the chill-out tent. Johnny Cash, said Pius, isn't he in hell? We've got him on secondment. You've got the Damned performing at our festival? No, the Damned are still alive and touring down on Earth, said Joan, grinning. No one else smiled. Whoosh, said Evelyn, passing a hand over her head. It was a joke, said Joan feebly. Anyway, here we have the craft tents, the food courts, children's activities, beer tent. Beer, said St. Peter. Not just beer, wine, cider, stout, mead. I'm not sure if this is appropriate, said St. Michael. Drinking makes you loud and foolish, quoted St. Paul. I should hope so, said Joan. I picked this up from Michael's recording angels, Betty and Doris. She placed a damp and singed copy of Cocktails, a Man's Guide, on the table. I hear you enjoyed a golden daisy or two. I've been known to indulge responsibly, said Michael. This looks huge, said St. Francis, looking at the festival plans. Joan tilted her head. Well, we do have 10,000 years of musical history to showcase, and a festival crowd of maybe 10 billion. You're inviting everyone to this thing? Said Pius. Sure, shrugged Joan. This is heaven. Everyone's invited to the party. I think we can sort out something more practical, said St. Peter. A ticket system, perhaps. Joan shook her head. There's no privilege in heaven, no elitism. Neither Jew nor Greek slave, nor free man nor woman. For you are all one in Christ Jesus, quoted St. Paul. Thank you, said Joan. I can't see where you're going to hold this thing, said St. Peter. There are several pieces of parklands that are big enough. Not my protected animal sanctuary, said St. Francis fearfully. Just think of the mess, said Herbert. The litter, the noise. The music, said Joan. The shared experience, said Evelyn. The creative buzz, the meeting of different cultures and different peoples. What's this clouds and Alps zone? Said Pius, pointing hopefully to a spot on the plans. Exactly what it says, Eugene, said Joan. He smiled and nodded approvingly. I still cannot see a place in heaven that could be given over to this venture, said St. Peter. Fine, said Joan. Then we'll hold it outside. What? There's a shantytown outside the 9th gate, I hear. We'll hold the festival out there. In limbo, said Michael. Tents and festivals go hand in hand, said Joan. St. Peter frowned, horribly confused. But this is a festival for heaven's residents, and now you want to hold it outside heaven? How will people attend? Joan gazed at St. Peter levelly, the teenager in shining plate armour, and the man who held the keys. Open the gates, Pete, she said. Just open the gates. Chapter 9, in which Clovenhoof has his fortune read, goes into therapy, and meets the previous tenant. Clovenhoof stepped into bold mere beauty as Blenda prepared to shut up shop for the day. She looked round, pausing with a bottle of nail varnish in her hand. Oh, look, it's the great Satan, she said, and went back to her stacking. I've got news, said Clovenhoof. I thought I'd pop in and, well, not seen you in a while. Yes, she said, that will happen if you've been dumped. Dumped? Yes, Jeremy. It is still Jeremy, isn't it? It's not Beelzebub or Mephistopheles or something. No, Jeremy's fine, he said, confused and eager to please. Dumped? Blenda came down from her footstool and put her hands on her hips. I believe the exact words were, "You fucking bastard, I don't want to see your face ever again." Clovenhoof felt a... "You live that way," she said, pointing down the street, and walked off in the opposite direction. Ben leapt into action at the sound of Clovenhoof's footsteps on the stairs. All the windows in the flat were wide open, and he had 4 electric fans positioned around the kitchen and living area on full blast. He ran round, closing windows and turning the fans down to medium. He didn't want to arouse suspicion. Nonetheless, he left the 12 electric air fresheners plugged in and turned up to maximum. Not that they were making much impact on the smell that permeated the sun-baked flat. The stink seemed to take the most violent notes of an open sewer, of spoiled food, of animal musk, and released them as a greatest hits compilation. Nothing would get rid of it, and, much to his mounting horror and paranoia, his temporary flatmate didn't seem to notice it at all. "Hi, honey, I'm home," called Clovenhoof. Ben, having shut the last window in the bathroom, came out into the living room. He wafted a hand in front of his nose. "Sorry about the smell," he said, with the kind of blokiness he had never actually felt, and shut the bathroom door behind him. "I'd give it a few minutes if I were you, eh?" Clovenhoof looked at him and shrugged. "Do you think my shirt and shorts combo looks like a clown at a train crash?" It was Ben's turn to shrug. "Which one's the clown? Which one's the train crash?" "Not sure." "Not going to work again today?" "How can I?" said Ben, giving a cheery but false grin. "Got my favourite lodger to look after, haven't I? Thought I'd cook us up a nice spicy curry tonight, extra strong." "I prefer crispy pancakes," said Clovenhoof. Ben made a noise in his throat. "Any news on your flat?" "I know they've stripped out the kitchen, but there's some rebuilding work and painting still to do. I'll ask them tomorrow. They'd gone home by the time I got back." "Do you think Neris has scared them away?" "I heard that," she said, walking in. "Haven't you heard of knocking? Haven't you heard of locking your own door?" Ben looked at Clovenhoof. "It's not my door," said Clovenhoof. "We were just discussing dinner plans," said Ben. "Perhaps we should all go out." "I've come to tell you that your flat stinks," said Neris. "It's putting Aunt Molly off her toad in the hole." "It's Ben, he's done a smelly shit," said Clovenhoof. "Secretly, I think he's quite proud." "I'm not talking to you. I still haven't forgiven you for turning me into a cannibal." "You're not a cannibal. I ate human flesh. Blood." "Semantics." "You're only a big cannibal." "You can't be a big cannibal. You have defiled me. My body is a temple, you know." "What, people have to take their shoes off before they're allowed inside?" "I think," said Ben, cutting across them very loudly, "there might be a problem with the drains." "Then get them looked at, Ben. Ask those builders downstairs to help." Ben shivered at the thought of tradesmen coming into his home and poking around. "I'll get it sorted." "See that you do," she snapped. "It smells like you're living in an abattoir." "I quite like it," said Clovenhoof. The one-eyed woman in the skin-deep tattoo parlour just off Birmingham Road sat at her small counter and played cards by herself under the bright glow of a circular magnifying lamp. She nodded at Clovenhoof as he entered. Tattoo templates hung on framed sheets on the walls. Clovenhoof had noticed with some pleasure that his likeness featured on more than a couple of them, although most of them were rather unflattering. The woman leaned to one side and peered at a battered appointments book. "Mr. Clovenhoof," she said. "Yes," he said. "You're late. We had an 11 o'clock booking, but I expected you sooner." "She's not coming, is she?" "No." "And you've come to cancel?" "Yes." "Because who wants true love forever on their arm when their true love has left them?" "Who says I wanted it on my arm?" She fixed him with her one good eye and took in his mischievous expression. "I don't do shorthand, Mr. Clovenhoof," she said, and he grinned. She returned to her cards. "Well," he said, "I can see you rushed off your feet." He turned to go, and a poster by the door caught his eye. Tarot readings. Questions answered. Problems resolved. Readings by Mistress Vatandi. Tuesdays and Thursdays. He laughed. "What?" said the woman, without looking up. "She told me to seek help, get myself sorted out." "There are worse kinds of help." "Wednesday today." "If only I weren't rushed off my feet." She gathered the cards together in front of her and kicked a seat back for him to sit down. "You're Mistress Vatandi. On Tuesdays and Thursdays. Names are impermanent things. 10 quid for the basic reading. More if you have specific questions." He sat down. "Ever had a tarot reading before?" she asked. "No." She began to deal the cards out, face down, in an unobvious pattern on the counter between them. "You ever see that James Bond film with the voodoo stuff? I like James Bond movies. Good for you. Me and Jane Seymour used the same deck. This is the Celtic cross spread. Standard stuff." I turn over the cards and they help us find answers to your personal questions. And does it work? What do you mean? I mean, do you believe in this stuff? She tapped her black eye patch. Do you want me to tell you I traded this eye for the gift of second sight? Did you? Fact is, Mr. Clovenhoof, it doesn't actually matter what I believe. You can say it's magic, you can say it's subconscious influences, or the synchronicity of Jungian archetypes. You can say it's the work of the devil if you wish. Doubt that. It works, it helps people. Let's see. She turned over the first card. 2 of Cups, reversed. That indicates an instability in your relationships. We knew that anyway. She turned over another. Here, the Knight of Swords, again, reversed. This represents the thing that opposes you. A skillful warrior, guardian of the gateway. Interesting. She flipped over another card. This one's interesting. The Ace of Coins. 2-faced, man and woman in one. The duplicitous twins. 2 people. 2 women, or maybe not, in your life who are not what they seem. Who? I couldn't say. But here, look. The Fool. Clovenhoof gazed at the picture. A young man with a pack over one shoulder and a rose in his hand. The Fool is me, he suggested. The Fool is one who departs in search of answers. The sun behind him is divine wisdom, the thing that he seeks. He's going to walk off a cliff, Clovenhoof pointed out. He plays a dangerous game. This is a journey of the heart, not the mind. But he holds the rose, a precious thing of heavenly beauty in his hand. Maybe he doesn't appreciate what he already possesses. Interesting. What else? She turned over another card. Oh? She turned over further cards, a 6th, 7th and 8th. She gazed at them for a long time. What do they say? Asked Clovenhoof. She looked at the cards some more and turned over others. Problem, said Clovenhoof. Depends. There was a strange expression on her face. Looking at her, he saw a woman who was probably younger than Blender, but to whom time and fate had been less kind. Her face was heavily lined, her long grey hair pulled back into a severe ponytail. If she'd met her, Blender might also have said something about the lack of a proper health and beauty regime, or words to that effect. Depends on what, said Clovenhoof. What kind of reading you were after? Whether you wanted some reassuring, if you love her, set her free platitudes, or some brutal honesty. Oh, I'm all for brutal honesty. You were surrounded by death, Mr. Clovenhoof. He nodded. I was perhaps expecting a stronger reaction from you. I work as an assistant mortician. I can see that, or something very much like it here. She stabbed at a card. But here, and her hand waved across the entire spread. Death again. I held a rather unsuccessful dinner party the other week. She looked at him and blinked. Or was it winked? And you're going to get a big surprise soon. How soon? Very soon. What kind of surprise? She gave him a lopsided smile. Death, of course. Clovenhoof left skin deep, with a spring in his step. The sun was out. Britain's brief summer now running into 4 consecutive days. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone, cancelling the tattoo appointment and finding professional help in a single action, and furthermore, he had a big surprise and a death to look forward to. 2 things he was generally in favour of. He trotted down Jockey Road onto the Chester Road and into the flats. The builders were making busy noises in Flat 2A, but he decided not to disturb them. He was sure they'd let him know when their work was done. He put his key in the lock to 2B, but the door would only open a few inches. Hang on, squealed a panicked voice from within. Ben, just a minute. You've put the security chain on. Yes, just hang on. There was a plastic rustling sound and the hiss of aerosol. Why, are you doing something sordid in there? What? Are you wearing women's clothing? Yes, go away, come back later. Not a chance, grinned Clovenhoof, stepped back and barged at the door. The security chain popped from its housing and he stumbled in. Ben knelt in the short hallway between the door and the kitchen, with the blue and brass trunk open next to him. Inside the base of the trunk, nestling in the folds of a large transparent plastic sheet, was a dead body. It was definitely dead, and clearly had been for a very long time. The flesh that remained on the corpse was brown, oozing, and almost completely rotted away. The putrid juices had soaked through the body's clothing, and much of it lay pooled in the base of the trunk. Ben stared at Clovenhoof. Clovenhoof stared at the body. Well, it was a big surprise, and it was death. How brilliant! Surprise! He shouted. wishing he had some party poppers or streamers to mark the occasion. Ben burst into tears. Clovenhoof shut the door, made tea for both of them, and tried to ignore Ben until he stopped crying. However, he unavoidably picked up some details that Ben wailed out between sobs. Clovenhoof thrust a hot mug into Ben's hands and looked down at the stinking remains. "So this is Mr. Dewsbury?" "Yes," sniffed Ben. "The previous occupant of my flat?" "Yes." "And he's been in this chest for the past—" "Yeah, nearly 2. "And you've not shown him to me before?" Clovenhoof was incredulous. A gruesome treat like this hidden away? It was like keeping all the chocolate biscuits at the back of the cupboard and only offering visitors custard creams. "He had an awful taste in ornaments," said Clovenhoof. Ben sipped the tea, winced at its heat and sobbed again. "He was a horrible, annoying man. I used to dread bumping into him." "Why?" "He always had something to complain about, totally OCD. Everything had to be just right, just so. You could never do anything right in his eyes." "He's not your dad, though, is he?" Ben sniffed. "Is he?" said Clovenhoof. "No. But he ran this poxy little campaign, Keep Oldmere Beautiful. He'd print up these leaflets and spend every weekend stuffing them through letterboxes. He'd badger the council to plant flowers or put in new litter bins. He protested against the building of housing association flats on Gate Lane. He'd patrol up and down the high street, checking tax discs, shouting at teenagers, and accusing them of lowering the tone of the area. It was all just an excuse to be nosy, to get involved with other people's business. Sounds like an arse." Ben gave a bitter, mirthless laugh. "You have no idea. He didn't like my shop." "Why not?" "It was a second-hand bookshop for one thing. And he didn't like the name Books and Bobs. He didn't like the use of in signage. God, you ought to have seen what he was like with greengrocers who misused apostrophes. He was a punctuation fascist." "I can see why you killed him." "I didn't mean to. It just looks—" Ben shook his head and wiped away fresh tears. "He came up to see me one evening. I let him in. I didn't want to argue on the landing. I was polishing my Seleucid armour. I had my sword out." "That's not a euphemism, is it?" "Jeremy, this isn't easy." "Sorry." Ben sighed. "We talked. We argued. No, he argued. I tried to ignore him. I turned." Ben looked at his curled fingers, seeing an imaginary sword in his grip. "I turned quickly. Maybe my hands were sweaty. Maybe there was polish on the handle." He looked up at Clovenhoof. "I didn't mean to kill him." Clovenhoof looked at the body. There was a gore-soaked rip in Mr. Dewsbury's jumper just below the neck. "Where's the sword now?" said Clovenhoof, looking over at the shield and helmet on the living room wall. "I got rid of it. I had to. I just gave it away." Clovenhoof nodded. "What are you going to do?" said Ben. "Do?" Clovenhoof bent down and poked Mr. Dewsbury's cheek with his fingertip. His finger went straight through the flesh, knuckle deep into his mouth. He stood up and inspected the glistening liquid coating his finger. "You're going to call the police?" said Ben. "Do you want me to?" Ben seemed to give this some serious thought, but eventually said, "I just want it all to go away." "You want to get rid of it?" "God, yes." "Shame," said Clovenhoof wistfully. "Okay." Ben sniffed noisily and wiped his nose. "Okay." Clovenhoof nodded. "Okay, I'll help you get rid of it." "Why would you do that?" Clovenhoof shrugged. "Dunno. You're my friend, I guess." Ben gave him a long, appraising look. "You're not the devil, you do know that." Clovenhoof opened his mouth to answer, but there was a sharp rap at the door. Clovenhoof and Ben looked at each other. Clovenhoof nodded at the trunk. Ben swung the lid up and over to close it. The lid came down on Mr. Dewsbury's wrist, neatly severing his hand, which dropped onto the carpet. Clovenhoof picked it up, spun round on the spot, opened the bread bin and stuffed the hand inside. Ben grabbed one of the cans of air freshener he'd been using and began to spray the room. The knock at the door came again, louder and more insistent. "Hang on," called Ben. "There in a minute," cried Clovenhoof, adding, "We're not wearing women's clothing." Ben pushed the trunk against the wall and threw the aerosol in the bin. Clovenhoof wiped the liquid remains of Mr. Dewsbury on his Hawaiian shirt and went to open the door. Glenda stood there, a business card in her hand. "I don't care if you are wearing women's—" "My God, what's that stench?" Clovenhoof jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Ben's got a dicky tummy." Ben, in the kitchen, pointed to his stomach and pulled a sad face. The sad face didn't require much effort. Clovenhoof pointed to his brown, smeared shirt. "And he's backed up the toilet. I've had to get—" He made complicated hand gestures. "Physical, you know." Glenda grimaced and stepped back. "I just came by to give you this." She handed him the card, making sure their fingers didn't touch. Denise is a person-centred therapist. Your first appointment is on Friday. Actually, said Clovenhoof smugly, I've already sought my own professional help. What, from Shelley Greenaway and her tarot cards? Mistress Vertander, you mean? Hang on, how did you know? Shelley Greenaway, a woman without a proper skincare routine. I thought you'd say that. A woman so lacking in common sense that she waited until her ex battered 7 bells out of her and blinded her in one eye before deciding he might not be her ideal man. I thought she was very helpful. Blender flipped the card in Clovenhoof's hand. Get proper help. Friday. If I hear you haven't made your appointment, I'm calling the authorities. Authorities? Warbled Ben from the kitchen. Blender gave Clovenhoof a firm poke in the chest to make her point, and then regarded the smear on her fingertip. She shuddered and went downstairs. Clovenhoof closed the door and turned to Ben. She's going to call the authorities, said Ben. Don't worry, said Clovenhoof, wandering over to the window, card in hand. It'll be fine. He looked down at the street to see Blender climbing into the passenger seat of a car. He couldn't make out anything of the driver, apart from his unfortunate haircut. Denise, the person-centred therapist, had offices above a bridal wear shop on College Road. Must be handy, said Clovenhoof. How so? Asked Denise brightly. They send them off to get married, you counsel them through the divorce. Denise smiled and held it for 3 seconds, then made a little noise of interest and sat back in her chair. I thought I'd get a couch to lie on, said Clovenhoof, patting the arms of his chunky armchair. And I'd have glasses and a beard and ask you about your relationship with your mother. Something like that. There won't be any Freudian analysis here, Jeremy. We're here just to talk. Any answers are going to come from you, not me. So what do you do? I'm here to listen, to show a genuine interest in your thoughts and feelings. So you're going to do nothing? I hope to create an unthreatening environment in which you can express yourself and come to grips with the issues that you're facing. What's with the severed head, then? He pointed at the stone carving on the windowsill. The Buddha was a great spiritual thinker, said Denise. He uncovered important truths through mere thought and meditation. Before or after they chopped off his head? He was a man of peace. It's a reminder that this is a safe place where you can say anything without fear of judgment. Anything? Anything. Clovenhoof raised his eyebrows. So, if I were to say to you that I am Satan, the devil himself? Denise smiled for 3 seconds again. She seemed to do that every time she looked like she wanted to say something. I would ask you to continue. Perhaps ask you to explain why you think that or feel the need to tell me about it. And you'd believe me? I don't have to believe you to value your opinion. If you make such an assertion and you're being earnest and honest with me, then I'm not going to condemn you for it. Fascinating, said Clovenhoof, convinced that the woman was bonkers. So, tell me a little about yourself, Jeremy. Clovenhoof blew out his cheeks. What do you want to know? I'm Jeremy, Satan if you will. 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 horns. What else is there? What about your personality, your goals, your aspirations? He reached for something witty to say, but found nothing. He shrugged. You must have interests, said Denise. What did you do last night, for example? Ah, well, said Clovenhoof. They had paused for breath in the dark alleyway that ran behind the house, the body wrapped in several bin bags. It had sagged in unpleasant ways that made Ben feel queasy. It had been especially distressing when they'd had to unwrap it to add the hand from the bread bin which they'd nearly forgotten. Ready, said Clovenhoof. Ben hoisted his end of the plastic-wrapped bundle. He couldn't remember if he had the head or feet. He didn't want to remember. What's the hammer for? He asked. To smash his teeth in before we bury him, said Clovenhoof. We don't want the feds to be able to recognise him from his dental records. You can do that bit, said Ben. Oh, cheers, mate. Let's go. They walked up the unpaved path between 2 houses to the main street. Ben was frightened to step into the orange streetlight to make himself visible to the world, but Clovenhoof pulled him on. You shouldn't be wearing those Bermuda shorts, said Ben. Why not? They're very distinctive. Couldn't you have dressed a little darker? You worry too much. What happens if we're stopped by the police? We tell them it's a carpet. Why would we be carrying a carpet around at midnight? Clovenhoof was silent as he led them briskly up the road. Well, why? Said Ben. I'm thinking. Oh, God, whispered Ben. Come on, it's not far to the park. It's too far. Ben let himself be tugged along, floating in some horrible, sick nightmare world. If the police saw them, he knew he would drop dead from the shock. There was a tiny, scraping footstep behind him, and he looked back. Twinkle! The Yorkshire Terrier was trotting up behind him. "Go home!" hissed Ben. The tiny dog ducked through Ben's. In front of him.
"Where's Ben?"
She said. "Out, shopping errand. Got a cold?" She held her nose all the tighter.
"How could you stand it?
Stand what?
The smell."
What smell? She glared at him. "You know," said Clovenhoof, tapping a pen against his teeth, "olfactory hallucinations are one of the first signs of schizophrenia. I read that."
"I thought Ben was going to get this sorted."
He is. That's what the shopping errand's for.
What, more air fresheners? You need to get the plumbers in."
Clovenhoof shrugged and returned his attention to the sheets in front of him.
"What are you doing?"
asked Nerys, irritated that her righteous anger wasn't getting any results. "Something my therapist gave me to do. They're like questions about your personality. Sort of fun. Do you want some? I have spares. It could help you discover who you really are."
"I know who I am," she snapped. "I'm the woman who's living above a flat that stinks worse than a Parisian sewer."
Clovenhoof gave the matter some thought. "Do you think having a therapist makes me seem more mysterious and interesting?" he asked. "Am I an enigma to you?"
"No, you're a mad idiot, Jeremy."
"An enigmatic mad idiot?" She gave a whole body shudder of annoyance.
"If you clowns aren't going to sort this smell out, then I am."
"Okay," he said happily, and when it was apparent that this was as much as she was going to get from him, she turned on her heel, marched out of 2B and across to the open door of 2A. Following the fire, the renovators had removed and disposed of all the living room furniture, ripped up the carpets and repaired the walls. It looked clean and bright, and beneath the all-encompassing pond, carried a scent of fresh paint and promises. It was better than Clovenhoof deserved. "Hello?" called Nerys softly, stepping inside. There was the quiet whisper of a radio from the kitchen. She went through to find two strapping builders in paint-spattered gear, tiling behind the sink and fixing doors on the cupboard units. "Hi there," she said. The one at the sink turned round and gave her a cheery smile. "Didn't know you come in," he said. "You all right?" "I wondered if you'd be able to help me," she said. "How so?" "You must have noticed that smell coming from 2B. "Haven't we just?" said the builder, and his mate, with his head and shoulders inside a cupboard, grunted in agreement. "I wondered if you'd be able to come and have a look at it." "I'm sorry?" "Have a look, poke around." "You need a plumber," he said. "That's what I told them," she said. "And you were right." He picked up a cloth and wiped tiling grab from his hands. He might have been thinning on top and he might have been unshaven, but his stubble gave him a rugged air, and even his nascent baldness had a certain devil-may-care aspect to it. And he wore a belt to keep his trousers up. Such an uncommon quality in tradesmen. "What if you could come and have a look?" Nerys suggested. He grimaced politely. "We've got a job to finish here." "I understand," she said. "But I would be very grateful if you could have a peek or even a poke." "We're on contract," he said. "We can't do cash in hand." In an action she had practiced in front of a mirror, she bowed her head slightly, tilted it to the side and looked up at him demurely. "I would be very grateful." The builder frowned. "Pardon?" She leant her body against the doorframe, raising a leg to caress the door jamb. "Are you sure?" she said archly. "I can't tempt you to a quick poke." The bloke in the cupboard abruptly developed an uncontrollable cough. The builder's expression squirmed from confusion to embarrassment to something that looked like pity, and eventually settled on something stony-faced and unfriendly. "Listen," he said, "I don't know who you are, but you're bang out of order." "What?" "We've got a deadline. And I don't appreciate being propositioned by strange women who dress 10 years too young and wear too much lippy." "Who said I was proper—" "You've made a fool of yourself and embarrassed my mate." The coughing accelerated into a higher gear, and Nerys realised it wasn't actually coughing. The builder kicked his mate to silence him. Nerys felt a hot flush of shame. I think, said the builder, "you ought to go and rethink." He waved his hand to indicate her entire body, her entire being. Nerys backed away, her emotional state ping-ponging between anger and utter mortification. "And for your information," said the builder as she left, "I'm only interested in women who've got a bit of self-respect." Nerys all but ran out across the landing and into Ben's flat. She slammed the door behind her and put her back against it. "Is that you, Ben?" called Clovenhoof. Neris shook her head, to herself, not him, and walked silently into the kitchen. "Is it time for Mr. Dewsbury's bath?" said Clovenhoof, and then looked up. "Oh," he said, Mr. Dewsbury is my pet name for my penis." Neris realised she was breathing hard. The sound was loud in her ears. "Do I wear too much makeup?" "I don't know. Blenda seemed to think so." "She did," she breathed. "Tarty, that was the word she used. Slatternly, too." "Oh. But I like it," he said casually. "I think it compliments your..." He waved his hand vaguely towards her. "Tits?" Neris gasped. "Do you think I have no self-respect?" "Absolutely, that's what I like about you." "I see. Is that the kind of answer you were looking for?" asked Clovenhoof. She had nothing she could say. "Good," said Clovenhoof, pleased to have been of help, and returned to his forms as she stormed out. Ben came in with a large cardboard box stacked high with small packages in his hands. He had a frown on his face. "Problem at the wholesalers?" said Clovenhoof. "No, I was on the landing and I thought I could hear crying." Clovenhoof listened out and heard nothing. "Sounded like Neris," said Ben. "She was fine earlier," said Clovenhoof. "She took some of the self-evaluation questionnaires my therapist gave me." "Do you think having a therapist makes me seem mysterious and interesting?" "No, it makes you seem mad." "You too, huh?" "Shall we crack on with the body disposal, then?" Ben nodded with grim reluctance. With the door firmly locked, the security chain was still broken. They dragged the bin bag wrapped Mr. Dewsbury into the bathroom, and with a bit of tearing and yanking, managed to roll the corpse into the bathtub, leaving the gore-slimed bags in their hands. "This is gross," said Ben. "All part of the cleansing process, dear boy." Mr. Dewsbury was laid on his front, his head tilted backwards against the incline at the back of the bath. "He looks uncomfortable," said Ben. "Wherever this man is, he's not here now," said Clovenhoof. While Ben went to dispose of the bin bags, Clovenhoof fetched the packets of hair relaxer. He ripped the top off the first and sprinkled the white powder over Mr. Dewsbury's back. It fizzed on contact with liquid sodden clothes. "Nice." He smiled and set to with the other packets. "There'll be bones left once the flesh is gone," said Ben. "All sorted." "How?" "I phoned our friend, Pitts Bourne, and asked him if he'd be interested in a replica human skeleton for his satanic attic." "But this is real. You have model paints, don't you?" "Yes, but I bet you can make real bones look like fake ones." "Oh, I don't know." "I have faith in you, Ben. Now, that's that next packet." Denise flicked through Clovenhoof's filled-out forms. He found himself clutching his knees and hoping for approval. "Question, if you were an animal, what animal would you be?" she read. "Answer, a goat. I'm already half goat and quite like it." Clovenhoof smiled. "It's great, I can read a newspaper and then eat it." She read on. "Question, name a time when you were completely happy. Answer, 1493. She looked up at him. 1493? Spanish Inquisition, said Clovenhoof. Hilarious! Right, said Denise, and smiled for 3 seconds. But Clovenhoof could hear the weariness in her voice. Are you judging me? He said. Who are you? She replied. I'm Satan. Where were you born? I wasn't. How old are you? I'm older than time itself. If you're Satan, why are you in Sutton Coldfield? I was evicted. Evicted? I was made redundant. Satan had beamed at the Performance Management Review panel. He'd agreed to have a performance review on himself, but he was pretty sure it would just be a formality. St. Peter sat in the centre. His assistant, Herbert, fawned over him, arranging papers and propping up his water if he took a single sip. Michael, Azazel and Mulciber also sat on the panel. Satan couldn't seem to catch anyone's eye. He shrugged. No worries. I'm quite looking forward to this, he said to them. It gives me such a buzz to talk about the improvements that we've made. The panel was silent, and still nobody met his eye. Peter cleared his throat. We'll be going through the objectives that are in the document. Everyone should have a copy. Satan grinned at the papers before him. It would be another testament to the glorious triumphs that he'd overseen. He didn't need to read it to know that he'd overachieved in every respect. There are comments against the individual objectives, said Michael, but we have found overall that the targets have not been met. The smile dropped from Satan's face like a stone. He opened the document on the desk in front of him and scanned the words. What's going on? He asked. Well, if you'll read, things are so much better now. How can you say that I haven't achieved my objectives? The place is transformed. Peter took off his glasses. Herbert immediately picked them up, polished the lenses, and put them carefully into the case. We've seen improvements, certainly, said Peter, but not on the scale that's needed, and we are of the belief that you were not instrumental in putting them into place. Not instrumental? Satan spluttered. Hello, I'm in charge. How did that stuff happen if I didn't say so? We have a consistent documented pattern, said St. Peter, of best efforts being implemented by your direct reports. I cannot fault the way that they have responded to immediate problems. What is lacking, in my opinion, is the leadership and vision from yourself. Vision to have looked further ahead and addressed the bigger picture. That is the craziest thing I ever heard, said Satan. I've got a master inventor and a huge innovation program. But the flow of clients through the system is better than it's been for years. The flow is adequate for the moment, but what if there's a major war or a pandemic? You can't cater for the peaks that are needed. And we acknowledge your innovation program, but it hasn't really delivered any tangible benefits yet. Just lots of theories and papers. You can't be serious. I'm afraid we are serious, said Michael. Clovenhoof blinked at Denise. It's all that bastard Michael's fault, he said. And then something clicked. The Knight of Swords. The warrior. Sorry, something my tarot reader told me. Denise leaned over the side of her chair and picked up a fat file secured with an elastic band. Mr. Michaels was good enough to drop off your case notes. Mr. Michaels? I know you stopped working with him a few weeks ago. There's nothing wrong with that. There can't be a therapist-client relationship unless there's mutual trust and respect. He's not my therapist. He's not the Archangel Michael either. Clovenhoof raised his fist to shake it at the heavens and then stopped. Case notes? Denise nodded. Going back 7-8 years. Mr. Michaels was convinced that you were not mentally ill. I'm not. I agree. There is a clear boundary between psychiatric delusions of grandeur and the kind of psychological self-delusion you enter into. This dissociative pseudomania. I can't believe this. He stitched me up. Denise patted the file. Over the course of years, you've chosen to adopt certain personas. Jim Morrison, Prince Rupert of the Rhine, Barbara Cartland. She was a King Glider pilot, you know. Were you? I mean, was she? I'm not Barbara Cartland. I know you're not. You're Satan, apparently. What next? God? Let me see those notes. Denise slipped the elastic band from the file. Your lies, they are lies, Jeremy, are simply a coping mechanism. Coping with what? He reached forward and pulled at the papers in the file. Sheets of scribbled notes, documents, bills and photos spilled out. You're avoiding the past, Jeremy. But I am Satan, he exclaimed, feeling the wine creep into his voice. Look at the hooves and the horns. Denise picked up a photograph from the floor and showed it to him. It was a Polaroid snap, and clearly of him. But he was standing on a beach. He had never even seen the sea, let alone stood on a beach. And he was wearing clothes he had never seen before, and there, sinking slightly into the sand, were his bare feet. His pink, fleshy feet. This is a fake, he whispered. It might be a good idea if you spent a few days on the psychiatric ward of Good Hope Hospital for a full evaluation in a safe environment. But he did this. There's lots of evidence in here that Mr. Michaels has been working hard to help you come to terms with this, I can assure you. Where is he? Get him here now, said Clovenhoof loudly. I want to speak to Michael. He's left the area. He's moved away. Clovenhoof stood up and shouted at the sky beyond the ceiling of the room. Michael, get your conniving, well-groomed ass down here right now. There was only silence. Michael! He bellowed. Mr. Clovenhoof, please, said Denise reasonably. He looked down at her. She smiled, a reassuring smile. She held it for 3 seconds. I think this session is over, he said, grabbed up an armful of papers, stuffed them back in the file and ran from the room. Down on the street, he looked up at the darkening sky. Michael! He screamed once more and scanned the heavens for a response. When there was none, he sighed heavily and with an earnest mutter of tits, ran off down the road. With a bang and a clatter, Clovenhoof spilled through the doors of the Litchfield Road police station and up to the counter. All right there, sir, said the woman police officer behind the counter. I need to report a missing angel. Clovenhoof wheezed breathlessly. It had been a long run from Denise's office, and his physique wasn't built for speed. "I beg your pardon?" A mustachioed officer passing through reception clogged Clovenhoof. "It's Mr. Clovenhoof, isn't it?" Clovenhoof gripped the man's wiry arms. Constable Pearson," he declared. "Just the man." "Really?" said P.C. Pearson, gently disentangling himself. "You have not been assaulting Christmas trees again? Or aiding and abetting armed robbers?" "No, but I am looking for Michael. Or maybe it's Mr. Michaels." "Michael Michaels?" The constable's face was blank for a second, and then he smiled. "You're legal with friends in high places. You have no idea. I don't know where he is." "Right. We are the police, Mr. Clovenhoof. We solve crime. We don't keep tabs on where your friends are. We leave stuff like that to MI5 and Google." "But he's gone, proper gone. And I think he might be someone other than he says he is." P.C. Pearson nodded and put a comforting hand on Clovenhoof's shoulder. "What I think you need, Mr. Clovenhoof, is a nice sit-down." "I can't sit down. Can't you see? I'm being framed or set up or something." "Framed for what?" Clovenhoof produced a wiggly dance to explicate his inexplicable situation. "Feet," he said eventually. "They're trying to make out I have feet." P.C. Pearson seemed to understand. "A nice cup of tea, perhaps?" he suggested. "What a point." "Pint!" squeaked Clovenhoof. "Of course." "Not that beer is the answer to your problems now." "Lennox!" Clovenhoof exclaimed. "He knows who I am." "That's nice," said P.C. Pearson. But Clovenhoof was already barging his way out of the door and heading towards the street. It was a quiet night at the Boldmere Oak. A few of the old boys at the bar. Folks sat in ones and twos at the tables. Clovenhoof ran up to the bar. "Hello, dear," said the barmaid. "What can I get you?" "Where's Lennox?" he panted. "He's had to go back to Trinidad. His grandma's poorly." Clovenhoof looked at his watch. "Will he be back soon?" "That depends." "On what?" "On how poorly his grandma is, I should think." Clovenhoof gritted his teeth and groaned. "But he's the only one who can see my horns." "Not sure I want to know," said the barmaid with a mild air of disgust. "Now, can I get you anything or not?" Clovenhoof started to give her a dismissive wave and then changed his mind. "A Lambrini," he said. "Make it 2." As the barmaid poured, he looked round for a free table. Clovenhoof saw a solitary figure at a window table gazing blankly into her empty wine glass. "And a large Chardonnay," said Clovenhoof. Paid and carried the 3 drinks over. Neris was wearing jeans and a shapeless roll-neck sweater. It was not her usual attire, and there was something odd about her face. Something apart from the fact that she looked like she had been crying for hours. The paleness of her cheeks, her lips and eyes. "Aren't you wearing any makeup?" said Clovenhoof, putting a drink down in front of her. She looked up at him. "Who am I?" she said. "Bloody hell, not you too." Her lips trembled and she burst into fresh tears. Clovenhoof downed one of his Lambrinis and then sat down opposite her with the other. Neris wiped her eyes with a tissue and took a gulp of her fresh glass of wine. She put her hand on the questionnaire sheets on the table. He recognised them as the ones Denise had given him. "What kind of animal am I, Jeremy?" she said. "Am I a cow? Am I a stupid and ugly cow swinging my udders for all to see? Am I? Am I one of those bonobo monkeys, frantically throwing myself at everyone and anyone in some desperate attempt to fit in?" "Actually," Clovenhoof interjected, "I think they're apes, not monkeys." "Is that what I do?" she said, ignoring him. "Wave my big swollen red arse at any passing male?" "Do you really have a swollen red—" "No, of course you don't." Neris drained her glass. "What's wrong with me?" Clovenhoof opened his mouth to answer. It was quite an easy question and one he was happy to answer. But for once recognised that this might be one of those hard-to-spot rhetorical questions. "Is it because I have a narcissistic personality?" she sobbed. "Is it because my parents divorced? Am I a repressed lesbian? A lapsed Catholic?" "You're not a Catholic," said Clovenhoof. "How do I know?" Neris wailed. Said Clovenhoof. He looked at his second drink and then downed it, just so he could go to the bar and get another. Mr. Dewsbury was fizzing violently to himself in the bath. 24 packets of caustic hair relaxer was working its way through his rotten, fleshy layers with surprising speed, generating a soft but persistent sound like the murmurings of a distant crowd. Ben looked in on him every few minutes, and as night fell, was unsure whether it was better to leave the bathroom light on or off. A weird subconscious part of him was worried Mr. Dewsbury might not like being left alone in the dark. He compromised and turned the light off, but left the door open a crack, so a little light fell in on him. When the knock at the door came, Ben assumed it was Clovenhoof. It was late and he was overdue. Why he didn't let himself in with his own keys didn't occur to Ben. "Is that you, Jeremy?" he called cautiously as he approached the door. "Yes," came the reply. Ben unlocked the door. "You're not Jeremy," said Ben hollowly. The tall, lean copper on the landing gave a little apologetic hum and tucked his hat under his arm. "No, I'm looking for Mr. Clovenhoof." A tiny, terrified part of his brain wanted him to yell out, "You can't come in here without a search warrant." But Ben clamped down on it. "He's not here," he said instead. "Is he not?" The policeman grimaced genially. "I went to his flat, but I see the decorators are in, and I wondered—" "No," said Ben firmly. "He came to see me at the station, and why? Oh, something was playing on his mind. I did a little digging this afternoon, and, well, I thought I'd pop round to speak to him. He's not here." "Who said so?" The policeman gave Ben a look. "Shame, but how have you been?" Ben swallowed hard. "Me? Since that nasty business with the bank robber back in March. I remember your face." "Oh," said Ben, filled with the horrible feeling that they were on the verge of a full-blown conversation when all he wanted was the man to go away and leave him. Could the copper hear the hiss and fizz of Mr. Dewsbury being consumed in the bathtub? Why did he leave the door open? Stupid idea. "I'm fine," he managed to say. "That's good to know," said the policeman. "Well," he rolled lazily on his heel to turn away. "If you see him—" "I'll tell him," said Ben. "Good." The policeman sniffed deeply, his moustache twitching. "Got problems with the trains, sir?" 8 white wines and 8 Lambrinis had not managed to elucidate who either Clovenhoof or Neris were, their deep and true identities that had seemed only accessible through vast quantities of alcohol. But by the time they stumbled out of the Boldmere Road, arm in arm, who they were no longer seemed to matter quite so much. "We can be whoever we want to be," said Neris drunkenly as they walked up Chester Road. "Yes, we can," agreed Clovenhoof. "I can be Barbara Cartland if I want to be." Neris poked him in the chest. "You'd make a lovely Barbara Cartland." "Terrific glider pilot." "Is she?" Clovenhoof pressed his lips together, possibly to hold the contents of his stomach down. "No, dead now." "Oh," said Neris. Then, "Don't be her, don't be dead." "No." Clovenhoof peered ahead. "A lot of cars outside our house." In fact, there were 3 police cars and 1 ambulance. "Aunt Molly," blurted Neris. "I don't think so," said Clovenhoof, putting a restraining hand on her arm. Without the aid of any diabolical powers, all the alcohol drained from his system. "It's Ben," he said. And there he was, stepping out of the house, a police officer either side of him. Ben raised his head and looked in their direction, although he possibly couldn't see that it was them on that dark street. And then one of the police officers opened a car door for him, and he was gone from sight. Chapter 10, in which Clovenhoof tries to find his feet, duffs up an old lady, and practices the dark arts. Jeremy Clovenhoof woke slowly. Morning sunlight streamed through the net curtains over the window. The fresh paintwork on his bedroom walls gave the room a bright and clean air. The linen on his brand-new bed was a beautiful light cream, all so clean and pleasant. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling from his dream that the brightness of this world had once seemed so wrong and unfamiliar. He pulled back the duvet and stared hard at his feet. Were they 2 fleshy pink human feet, or were they hooves? He flexed and twisted his legs to view them from other angles. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He turned his head away and squinted sideways, closing first one eye and then the other. He tried flexing his toes. He couldn't tell. He could not be sure exactly what was at the end of his legs. He sighed and settled back onto the pillow. Had his mind really constructed such detailed recollections to support his delusions? Was it all just dreams and make-believe? He just wasn't sure anymore. but he could wait. He stared sullenly down the bed at his feet. If he had to sit and stare all day, he'd work it out. Nerys woke from a troubled sleep. Molly's cough had woken her numerous times in the night. Twinkle was scratching the door, wanting his breakfast. "All right, I'm coming." She sat on the side of the bed, feeling wretched. If only Molly would shake off the cough, or have the decency to just die and give her some peace. At least the smell from downstairs had nearly faded away. She fed Twinkle, then got Molly out of bed and settled her in front of the television. She went back to her room to get dressed. She pulled garments out of the wardrobe one at a time and discarded each of them, wincing what they said about her. Did she own anything that wasn't slashed or slit to show inappropriate amounts of flesh? "You're a slut, Nerys," she whispered to the mirror. She eventually settled on a spangled, low-cut top and trousers, but fetched one of Molly's cardigans to cover up a bit. She stared at her more dowdy reflection in the mirror. Was this better? Or did she just look like her normal slutty self wearing a cardigan in August? She kept it on and went out. She hurried past Ben's flat, still crisscrossed with police tape, and down to the ground floor. Mrs. Astrakhan came out as she heard her on the stairs. "I don't know, Nerys. I just don't know," said the old woman. "No, I'm not sure I do either," said Nerys truthfully. "Murders and bodies, police and goings-on at all hours. I'm really not sure my nerves can take much more. Goodness knows how poor Molly's managing. What does she make of all this?" Nerys thought for a moment. She hadn't actually told Molly about the body in the chest and Ben's arrest. She didn't have the energy for repeating and explaining all of the details to a half-deaf old lady who would doubtless mix it all up with some Peter Sellers film from years ago. "She's keeping a stiff upper lip, you know. She's made of stern stuff," Nerys said. Mrs. Astrakhan put a hand to her breast and blinked in admiration at Molly's resilience. "Wonderful woman. You're so lucky to have such a role model." "Yes, I'm truly blessed," muttered Nerys, made her escape and hurried off to work. Jason was smoking his first fag of the day. Ben had found that sharing a cell with a remand prisoner at Winson Green Prison was a lot like student accommodation. There was a single chipped table with a chair and a bunk each. Jason chose most of their television viewing, and Ben got to use the table whenever he wanted to. While Jason smoked, Ben lay back down on his bottom bunk and read. When he had finished his cigarette, Jason wordlessly passed the filter tip to Ben. "Cheers," said Ben, and leaned over to add it to a small collection on the corner of the table. Nerys made coffee in the back room and stared through the door at her colleagues in the front office. She'd come in that morning and greeted them as she walked through. They had responded with automatic "good mornings," without raising their eyes, without truly acknowledging her. Even Dave. Not one had noticed or commented on the change in her appearance. She hadn't wanted to be noticed, but she had expected it. Most of them had never been particularly friendly to her, but would it kill them to pass the time of day with her? Is this what it had always been like? How many times had she walked into a room and they were all sharing a story and it would stop dead, and there'd be a stony silence as she took her seat? Sure, there were the numerous occasions that she'd rolled her eyes and told them she wasn't interested in their gossip or their family news. But that didn't mean she didn't care. A lot of people put up with all of that rubbish just to be nice to each other, too polite to be honest. But maybe that was what made them friends. Nerys wondered if there was anyone she could really count as a friend. She'd always had best friends at school. A series of complicated affiliations that could change with a swift and crushing blow if one of them wore the wrong outfit or liked the wrong music. A couple of those friendships had lasted into her teens, and she cursed herself for messing things up by sleeping with Claire's boyfriend, and Catherine's dad. She might have got away with it if they weren't both at the same time. She'd messed things up in the past, but, she reasoned, this current mess wasn't totally irretrievable. "Dave," she hissed round the corner. "Yeah," he said, not looking round. "I'm making coffee." "Uh-huh," he grunted, typing at his workstation. She coughed. "I'm making coffee." God, did she have to spell everything out? "No, I'm fine, thanks." "Come here and talk to me," she hissed. "I can't, I'm busy," said Dave. Nerys was outraged. He couldn't possibly be so absorbed by legitimate work. She carried her coffee back in. "No, you're not, you're just browsing the internet." It was a website for a country hotel. Dave clicked, "Book now." "Busy," he said. Clovenhoof made his way down the Chester Road, trying to keep the shoes on his feet. Stupid things. They seemed to be too large. They slipped off continually, no matter how tightly he tied the laces. He grunted with frustration as he stopped again to put them back on. He really needed to get used to wearing them if he was going to get better. It took him twice as long as usual to get to Books and Bob's, but he unlocked and put up the open sign. He checked the shop's email to see whether any books had been sold and needed to be sent out. By 9:30, satisfied that he was on top of the business while Ben was indisposed, he made a call to Gordon Buford, funeral director.
We haven't seen you for a few days, Jeremy,
said Gordon. No, I won't be able to come into work for a while. A few family problems. I need to look after my cousin's shop.
Your cousin?
Yes, said Clovenhoof. My cousin, Ben.
Well, you'll find me as understanding of family emergencies as the next boss, Jeremy. But my patience is not limitless. Do I make myself clear?
Patience not limitless, nodded Clovenhoof.
We're going to need you back at work soon.
Yes, Gordon. Gotta go. I've got a customer. Clovenhoof hung up and tried his friendly shopkeeper smile on the customer. Ben could do the smile, but it was a tricky thing. You had to look helpful and interested, without looking like a serial killer. Clovenhoof had practiced in the toilet mirror when he first opened the shop. This customer was a man who looked too old to have pimples, but someone had forgotten to tell his face. Have you got weird sisters? Asked the man. Clovenhoof frowned at the question. No, don't have any family. He fixed the man with a look. You do know that this is a bookshop, don't you? The man wandered off to browse the shelves, a confused expression on his pimples. Clovenhoof went back to the task of replying to emails. Ben got mail from people who would write and ask if he would take an offer of 50 pence on a book that was offered on the website for 99 pence. Clovenhoof's first inclination was to write back and tell them that he'd sell them half of the book for that much. But he checked Ben's email history and copied a more moderate response to use instead. How about making money? The pimpled one was back at the counter. Search me, Clovenhoof said. I can only assume that the rent is very low on this place. The man looked as though he was about to say something else, but then thought better of it. 2 more people came in and browsed. Clovenhoof was hoping for an all-time high of 5 customers in the shop at the same time, but he already knew he was delusional. He looked down at his shoes to see how they were staying on. One was facing backwards, which didn't look right at all. He bent down to sort them out, and when he came back up, there was another customer standing there, holding a paper bag. What do you reckon to being human? Asked the man. Clovenhoof shook his head. I was on you. To be honest, if you'd asked me that question a week ago, I'd have laughed and said that it was for losers. But I'm beginning to realise that being human mostly means being confused. Well, nobody's more confused than I am right now. I can get my head around the practical stuff, well, some of it anyway, but I have these dreams. They're so vivid. It's like, which is the dream and which is reality, you know? The man was backing away. Clovenhoof remembered the smile and restored it to his face. And what do you think about being human? He asked. Well, I was hoping to buy it and read it for myself, said the customer. But if it's a bad time, I can leave it for now. Clovenhoof looked at the paperback title and moved to the till, smile still fixed firmly in place. Nerys waited until Dave went into the kitchen to wash his mug at the end of the day. Everyone else had gone and the night was drawing in. Nerys followed him in and stood in the doorway to make sure that he couldn't slip out easily. Dave? Tell me honestly, do you like me? He looked up. Like you, Nerys? Of course I do. Nerys moved closer, trying to catch his eye as he scrubbed his mug. You said I was aggressive and vindictive once before. Did I? I know you like my arse or whatever. I'm sorry about that. But am I a nice person? Dave gave a brittle laugh and worked up an excessive lather with his attentive scrubbing. She could almost hear him choosing his words with care. You're a nice person who sometimes does aggressive and vindictive things. Let's leave it at that, shall we? What do you mean by that? What? I need to understand. Dave turned around with his clean mug and realised that Nerys had him trapped. Nerys, really, I've got to go. She made no move. Can I get past? He asked. Or do I have to bodily lift you out of the way? Tell me first. Tell me what sort of person I really am, she said. Dave took hold of her upper arms and gently steered her away from the door. I don't have the time. Be quick, she suggested. Nerys, please, I'm going now. No. She clutched his arm as he tried to walk away. A little voice in her head was saying, wearing your aunt's cardigan, grabbing hold of men, making a scene. All part of the slow slide into madness. But she ignored it. Please, she said. I'm not a monster, am I? I mean, I know I have my faults, but you like me, don't you? Maybe you even love me. I always thought... Nerys, for God's sake, he said angrily, shaking off her hand. How can you not know what you're like? You make outrageous, bigoted judgments about everyone, but you really can't see your own flaws. She had never heard him raise his voice like that before. He was so forceful, so manly. "Well, let's start with this," he said. "You have zero patience. You can't even wait and ask a question like this at the right time. You're completely intolerant of other people, and you're downright rude to them if they don't interest you. The way that you chase men is so calculating it makes me queasy, and you never dress appropriately." He waved his hands at her up and down. "You always look as though you're off to put a man at a nightclub, or worse." Neris pulled Molly's cardigan around her more tightly, but Dave, on a roll, hadn't finished. "You know what I think?" he said. "You act like a spoiled kid. Maybe Daddy didn't buy you a pony or whatever, but at your age you should get over it and grow up." Dave pushed past her, and Neris made no move to stop Dave as he strode forward through the office. He turned at the door. "I'm going away for the weekend," he said, the anger waning. "See you Monday." She moved forward and watched in silence as Dave climbed into the car waiting outside. Blenda was at the wheel. There were exchanged words. Blenda turned to look at Neris with something like pity in her eyes, and then put the car into gear and drove away. Clovenhoof stood at the counter in the bookshop and flicked through the file that he'd taken from Denise. There were more photographs showing him as a young man, and even as a child. He stared closely at the image of a skinny boy blowing out candles on a cake. A woman with back-combed hair and a batwing sweater stood to the side, clapping. This was his mother, apparently. He couldn't summon up even the slightest glimmer of recognition. His parents' whereabouts was not clear from the file. It indicated that as a young man, Jeremy had behaved so badly during one of his episodes that they had moved away. There was a paternal aunt living in Streatley. She lived alone and took the Irish form of the family name, Clavenhaw, because she preferred it. Clovenhoof raised his eyebrows at the hint of a more distant lineage. How could the name Clovenhoof really be anything other than a reference to his hooves? It certainly didn't sound Irish. He checked again and saw a pair of skewed shoes below his trouser hems. Feet or hooves? Feet or hooves? He gave a deep sigh. As he raised his eyes, he noticed a pair of Ben's miniature soldiers on a shelf below the counter. He put them both in front of him and pushed them together, hunkering down so that they were at eye level.
"Hello,"
he said in a strangled falsetto.
"my name is Jeremy Clovenhoof, and I am terribly normal. I have shoes and cushions and house insurance. Can I please come into your nice shop and buy some kitchen accessories with pictures of cockerels on them?"
"Of course," said the other figure in a deeper voice. "I have a great many kitchen accessories. Don't mind me asking, but do you have Irish blood?"
"How very perceptive of you,"
said the screechy one.
"Yes, it seems I do."
Then added,
"Begorra,"
as an afterthought. Clovenhoof was shocked to see the pimpled customer from hours ago emerge from behind a bookshelf. He'd thought that the shop was empty. "Do you have a troubled background?" asked the man. Clovenhoof sighed. "Is that another book? Haven't you realised by now that I really don't have the faintest idea?" "No," said the man, letting himself out of the front door. "It's not a book." Neris drove home, incredulous that Dave had taken up with Clovenhoof's ex. Who could be more desperate, Dave or Blenda? She laughed bitterly at her own mean-mindedness. She entered her flat. Molly was sitting in front of the television. Neris shouted a greeting and went to investigate the contents of the fridge. "I'm doing the fish while it's still in date," she called. "Nice day for something light anyway. I've got some strawberries for afterwards." She closed the fridge. Strange how I'm looking forward to strawberries more than I've looked forward to anything all day. Neris gave a deep sigh as she put the kettle on. "You know, that job gets me down sometimes," she said to her aunt. "It's like I'm trapped. I don't know how to do anything else, and I can't afford to take time to retrain. To be honest, I'm not even sure what I'd do. Maybe it's not the job so much as, oh, I don't know, everything." Neris put the knife down among the chopped carrots and examined her hands. "I just don't have any idea what I want out of life anymore," she said. "Did you ever feel like that?" She glanced over at Molly through the open doorway. Molly sat serene as ever. "I'd love to know what you were like when you were my age," said Neris. "Did you ever make a fool of yourself or get confused by life? I just can't imagine it. You always seem so content with the simple things. You watch some TV, you fuss twinkle and play cards with the same old friends. How do you do it?" Neris realised her eyes were welling up, and she passed a hand across her face in sadness and frustration. "Molly, I've probably never told you how much I think of you. Daft old pudding, but you're always there, always the same." Neris grabbed a piece of kitchen roll to wipe away tears and blow her nose. "You know I love you, don't you?" she called. She sniffed loudly, fanned her face, and looked up into the light to still the flood of tears. Eventually she frowned, realising that this had been a rather one-sided outpouring of emotion. "Did you hear what I said? I said I love you. There was no reply. Molly! Nerys went over to the chair in the living room and peered at Molly. Her eyes were closed. How? Said Norris, and then laughed at herself. Thank God, she said, gently shaking her shoulder. For a moment there you had me worried. Molly's head fell forward and she keeled over sideways against the winged back of the chair. As Nerys grabbed Molly's arms to steady her, she realised that they were cold, lifeless. Molly? Something moved in the corner of her eye. Nerys opened her mouth to scream and then saw it was Twinkle, looking up at her, still sitting in his mistress's lap. Ben took his lunch tray and found a table by himself. The food in prison was really pretty good, and he looked forward to mealtimes. He'd noticed that there were tables he should definitely avoid. The tables against the back wall were favoured by some bald and tattooed gentlemen, and he'd seen the way that they all turned and stared if you sat there. One new inmate had failed to notice, and had been given a soup shampoo before being propelled across the room. Ben had also seen small transactions taking place under the tables on that side of the room. A small man with a face like a rat seemed to be involved in most of those. Ben noticed a wad of dried-out gum on the leg of his table. He picked at it between mouthfuls and eventually dislodged it. He put it into his pocket with a small smile of satisfaction. Clovenhoof answered the door with a spatula in his hand. He was cooking meatballs in an attempt to be more normal. He really wasn't sure that they'd be as good as crispy pancakes, but he was prepared to give it a go. Nerys stood on the landing, looking at some point in the middle distance. He waved a hand in front of her face to make her refocus. Molly's dead, she whispered. Clovenhoof wondered what he was supposed to say. He decided that his best course of action was to say nothing. He guided Nerys to the sofa and sat her down. He'd had a phone installed when his flat was redecorated. As he picked up the receiver, he wondered if it was inappropriate to feel a small thrill at being able to dial 999 for his first call. Ben surveyed the careful arrangement of cigarette filters, dried-up gum, and balls of scrunched-up fluff. They covered the surface of the table. He adjusted a couple, then fetched the dice from his pocket. "Well, here's a familiar face," said a voice. Ben looked up. Cell doors were open for part of the evening so that prisoners could socialise. Ben pretty much ignored this and carried on much the same as when the door was closed. He hadn't even realised someone was there. In the doorway was indeed a familiar face. "Hello," said Ben cautiously, and then realised who it was. The bank robber. The one who had forced his way into his flat and bound his burned hands with duct tape. "Trey," said Ben, remembering. "Daniels," said Trey, and advanced into the room. "You and your stupid friends landed me in here." "Definitely my friend, not me," said Ben. "I did all the hard work, got away with the money. Then somehow, and I still don't understand it properly, you lot dropped me right in it." Ben shrank back into his chair as Trey moved forward. "I find it pleasing that you're in here. We can chat." Ben was terrified by the prospect of a chat. Part of him just wanted the physical violence to be over with. "Murder you're in for, isn't it?" Ben nodded. Never would have thought you'd got the balls, to be honest. Well, I only hope you killed that friend of yours, the clown who lumbered me with all of that stolen cash." "No, it wasn't him," said Ben. "And you did point a gun at him and tell him to give you the cash." Trey raised his eyebrows. "Attitude. Interesting." He glanced over to the door where two large knuckle-draggers awaited his instructions. He seemed as though he was about to say something, then he turned back to Ben. "What are you doing with all of that rubbish?" He indicated the tables. "You haven't really been here long enough to be properly out of your tree." "These are Romans," said Ben, indicating the filter tips. "And these are Gauls." The Gauls were represented by gum and fluff balls. "Right," said Trey slowly. "But what are you doing?" "I'm reenacting the Siege of Alesia," said Ben. "There are 80,000 Gauls holed up in the city here." He indicated a rough circle drawn with cigarette ash on the table's top. "And there are 50,000 Roman soldiers deployed here, here, and here in the hills surrounding the town." "So what happens next?" asked Trey, moving closer. "Well, one of the sides must make a move. Both armies are short of food. If you were the Gauls, what would you do?" "I don't want to be the Gauls. I want to be the Romans," said Trey, pulling up Jason's chair. "Okay, well, decide what you're going to do, and then we'll use the dice to determine how successful you are. By the way, this circle is a defensive ditch with spikes in the bottom." "Cool." Nerys looked around St. Michael's Church to see all of Molly's friends, from the hairdressers and the endless whist games. How many people would be there if it were her own funeral? Nerys shivered. knowing that she'd be lucky to fill a single pew. She sat next to her mother, who was dressed in the style that Nerys had long ago dubbed Cruella. She had added a vintage pillbox hat with a veil to her skirt suit and towering heels. She topped it off with a cloak, trimmed at the collar with rabbit fur. A cloak? Nerys shook her head. "Aren't you warm in the cloak?" she asked. "Darling, it's me cloud over as we leave." Nerys knew her mum had only worn it so that she could swish it around in a stylish and dramatic way. So many old people, look at them. Mum, what did you expect? Molly was old. You're old for that matter. Yes, but you won't catch me dressing in horrible synthetics or elasticated waistbands. Mind you, Molly always was the plain one. I suppose it's only to be expected. And did you see that strange-looking man at the back? His shoes don't seem to fit him. I think he might be in the wrong place, you know. Mum, keep your voice down. Someone's going to hear you. Well, why would I care about that? I didn't get where I am today by being a shrinking violet. You could do with being a bit more focused yourself, Nerys. You would have a man by now if you did. Try being more like your sister. Nerys hissed her breath out in an effort to maintain her calm. Why didn't Catherine come today anyway? She asked. She's hosting a charity fashion show with some of the other players' wives. She couldn't possibly take time out at the moment. I can get you a ticket if you like. You look as if you could do with some new things yourself, although most of the things are in smaller sizes. Nerys had forgotten the power that her mother had to target her insecurities like a heat-seeking missile. She never failed to feel the tears pricking her eyes within 10 minutes of her company. To cry in public would be the ultimate humiliation, so Nerys folded her hands into her lap and concentrated on the service. The new vicar ran through a brief history of Molly's life, some of which surprised Nerys. What is that strange man doing? Hissed her mum. Look, he keeps staring up at that tapestry at the back there. He's a neighbour now, shush, Nerys said, trying to hear the vicar. I didn't know Aunt Molly used to be a keen tennis player. Says who? The vicar, listen. Afterwards, the congregation went outside for the committal. Nerys watched Molly's coffin lowered into the ground and tried to ignore her mother's comments about her job, her hemline, and everything else that she was getting wrong. There's that man again. He keeps hanging around. He's a bit creepy, if you ask me. You're right, Mum, said Nerys. I'll go and get rid of him, shall I? Her mother looked mildly startled, but was soon distracted by Molly's hairdresser admiring her hat. Nerys put her hand on Clovenhoof's arm. Jeremy, I need to get out of here. Now. Okay, said Clovenhoof. Who's that woman you were with? She looks a bit like you. Is she your sister? Oh, come on. At the house, Nerys stopped abruptly in the downstairs hallway. What's up? Said Clovenhoof. I really don't want to go into my flat just now, she said. You've got washing up to do, said Clovenhoof. It's just so sad. Ah! Besides, my mum might find me. That was your mum? She doesn't look old enough. Jeremy, shut up about my mum looking young. I'm just saying. Let's go to your flat. I hope you've got some drink. Depends how fussy you are, said Clovenhoof, following her upstairs. I've got lots of Lambrini. Fussy? God, no. I mean, it's not as if I'm an alcoholic or anything. She stopped and looked at him. I'm not an alcoholic, am I? Well, if you're an alcoholic, then I definitely would be too, and I'm pretty sure I'm not. You're right, Nerys said. We can stop any time we want. Except now. Hell yeah. Clovenhoof unlocked the door to his flat. It still had the fresh air of a show apartment, apart from a dark red stain on the beige carpet. What's that? Said Nerys, touching the crusty stain with the tip of her shoe. Meatball, said Clovenhoof. They roll. Nerys flicked through the paperwork on the table while Clovenhoof fetched the glasses. What's this thing on the table? Another meatball stain, he called. They roll a long way and bounce. And then next to it. Oh, it's my file, my life story. It's what? Clovenhoof came back through and they both drained a large glass of Lambrini. Clovenhoof smacked his lips and Nerys grimaced slightly. She held out her glass for a refill. My therapist gave it to me, he said, pouring. Well, I sort of stole it. It seems that I'm so involved in my delusion that I forgot who I am. This file has my medical history, and also stuff about my family. My family that I have absolutely no memory of. Lucky you, murmured Nerys as she picked up a photo. Ben walked between the tables in the recreation room, like a head gardener passing through his prize rose beds. He had a small but permanent smile on his face, and his chest, small though it was puffed out in pride. He was overseeing the HMP Birmingham Seawing Wargaming Tournament. Now you can't use guns, he told a yardy gangster from Derby. Why not, man? Because they hadn't been invented at the time, Jacob. Think about using landscape features and sympathetic neighbours. Remember, you've got a waiting for each of those if you look on the sheet I drew up for you. Trey Daniels had made sure that they had plenty of plastic figures, proper dice, and enthusiastic supporters, Ben was in demand for his experience and technical knowledge, and had gained a new level of respect as Trey's friend. "Go, Nero! Come on, my son!" came the yell from a nearby table where a car thief was pitting his troops against those of a petty drug dealer. As Ben walked over to take a look, the warden came up to him. "You've got a visitor, Kitchen." I wasn't expecting one, but she's here now. It's not my mum again, is it? "Visitor, Kitchen, this way." Ben, dragged away from his garden of budding flowers, was led reluctantly through to the visiting room, which was already filled with prisoners, their wives, girlfriends, extended family, and generally shifty-looking friends. Ben plonked himself down in the seat. "This is a surprise," he said. Nerys leant over and planted a sincere kiss on his cheek. "Are you all right?" he said. She smiled for only an instant and ignored his question. "How are you?" she said. "We've all been so worried about you." "Have you? I assumed you all hated me," said Ben. "No, of course we don't. Jeremy's been tending your shop." "Oh, God. No, he seems to be making a decent go at it." "Really?" "Well, the shop hasn't burned down or anything, so that must be a good sign, I suppose." "How's the food? And more importantly, have you been able to put up with the food's fine." "I'm not sure I know what you mean. Put up with what?" "You know." "No." "Oh, do I have to spell it out?" said Nerys. "Being used as a sex toy by huge men." "That hasn't happened." "Oh," said Nerys, trying not to sound disappointed. "So, how are things with you, Nerys?" "Oh, fine, she said. She wasn't going to mention Molly, not now. "Your flat's still got all of the tape around the door. Mrs. Astrakhan keeps going on about it all. Apparently it's affecting her nerves. Tell her I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset her." "I'm not sure getting personal messages from you would make her any happier." "No, sorry. How's Clovenhoof? Feel bad about him too." "He tried so hard to help me with, Nerys nodded. "He's a very confused man at the moment." "Confused or confusing?" "Both. He's been trying to understand his background. He got a file from his therapist, supposed to be his background and history. The thing is..." Nerys looked into the corner, searching for the words. "The thing is, it seems kind of fake to me." "What would make you say that?" asked Ben. "I see lots of CVs at work. Sometimes I have to check the details on them as well. I know how they look and feel. Now, end of times, you'll find that the dates people put are a little bit wrong. Not by much, but a bit out because they can't quite remember. What never happens is that people put accurate dates for everything, like the actual day of the week that something happened. That would only happen if someone was recording every single thing as it happened and they wrote down the date." "Some people have excellent memories," said Ben. "Really? Can you remember the date of every exam you ever sat?" Ben shook his head. "No, you write down the year you did them," said Nerys. "Jeremy's file has a date against every single thing. Medical appointments I could understand, but this date's against family holidays from his childhood, and when his parents moved house, actual dates." "Yeah, but why would someone fake a thing like that?" asked Ben. "Absolutely no idea," said Nerys. "He's not Satan, you know." "No, of course he's not," said Nerys. "That's crazy. I'm going to do a bit of digging, though. He's supposed to have some family living locally." Ben nodded. He almost jumped out of his skin when she placed a gentle hand over his. "Nerys," he said, alarmed. "I just have to say," she said. "What?" "I'd never liked Herbert Dewsbury. He was a dreadful man, rude, intolerant, always trying to tell people what to do." She paused for a moment, wondering where she'd heard some of those words recently. Oh, yes. Dave had used them about her. She sighed. "Doesn't mean he deserved to die, though," said Ben. "No," she agreed. Ben gently extricated his hand. "There's something worthwhile, something good inside the most unlovable of people," he said. "If you say so." Back on C-Wing, a small man with the rat face gave Ben a wink from the corner. "Psst, got that stuff you wanted." Ben went over and a jiffy bag was thrust quickly at him. He passed a thin roll of notes to the man and walked casually away. Back in his cell, he opened the bag and carefully unwrapped the tissue from 6 Roman legionnaires. He clutched them to his chest with a small sigh of pleasure. "What if I don't want to go for a drive?" Clovenhoof complained. "Just come with me," said Nerys. "There'll be alcohol." "I'm appalled that you think I can be persuaded by alcohol, particularly early in the morning. Do you really think I'm that shallow?" "Yes, Jeremy, I do. Now come on." Clovenhoof shrugged and climbed into the passenger seat. Nerys drove for 10 minutes and pulled up outside a semi-detached house. It was an affluent-looking street in Ward End, and the house had a well-stocked rose garden in front of it. "This was the house you lived in when you were a kid," Nerys said. "Does it look at all familiar?" "No, not at all," said Clovenhoof, winding down the window to look out. "Look," she insisted. "Look at that window in the shape of a little circle. Are you sure you don't remember it?" If I'd lived in that house when I was a kid, I'd have spent the whole time with my face at that cute little window. What about the roses? What about them? Do you want to get out and smell them? Do I what? Smells are very good for triggering memories. Clovenhoof gave her a withering look. If you think I'm going to go and sniff those roses, you're out of your mind. I've never been here before, ever. Two old ladies stopped by the roses and inhaled deeply. Roses are nice, said Nerys, to herself more than anything. She put the car into gear and pulled away. She drove them to a pub with a beer garden out front. This place looks nice. We can sit outside in the sun. As long as they have Lambrini. They sat at a picnic table, and Clovenhoof tried to keep the wasps from his Lambrini by batting them towards other people. Very soon they had the beer garden almost to themselves. Nerys was deep in thought and sipped her drink, barely noticing. You're not wearing your Bermuda shorts, said Nerys. Nice hot day like this. I'm going for the normal look, said Clovenhoof. Brown corduroy trousers? They're normal, aren't they? Beyond normal and out the other side, Jeremy. She sipped her drink. Things have been so strange lately. Ever since all the fuss about that idiot Herbert Dewsbury, everything's gone wrong, she said. Clovenhoof put down his drink heavily. Herbert Dewsbury? Yes, the corpse, the ex-tenant. You haven't forgotten him too. Herbert Dewsbury? Yes. Herbert? Was that his name? Yes, she said. Why? I knew him. You did? And you've only just remembered? His brow furrowed. I didn't know his first name. Herbert. Scheming, weaselly Herbert. That's him. The question I can't answer is what on earth that means. Oh, look, now that's strange, said Nerys. Those two old ladies were at your parents' old house. That must be 5 miles away, and here they are again. She indicated the pair of women in thick coats over by the roadside. Clovenhoof stared at the two kiddies who were intensely studying the bus stop timetable. I've seen them before, he said quietly. Maybe you've got stalkers, Nerys said, and giggled into her glass. No more drink for me, I'm driving. Clovenhoof shook his head. I assumed they were, what, part of my illness? But you can see them too? Of course I can. I'm not the one with, what was it, dissociative pseudomania. I'm starting to get an idea of what they might really be. Not stalkers, said Nerys. They're duplicitous twins. The tarot reader said there would be a pair of women who were not what they seem. I think I know exactly what they are. He stood up. Jeremy? Hey, you, he called to one of the women. You know your coats are cotton and wool mixed, don't you? The two women exchanged a glance, and then the one that Clovenhoof had shouted at took off her coat and flung it to the floor as though it had burnt her. Clovenhoof grinned at Nerys. God, I love that crazy Leviticus. Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. He sprinted forwards, kicking off his shoes, vaulted the beer garden fence and punched the coatless woman in the face. The old woman flew backwards, hitting her head hard on the floor. What have you done? Yelled Nerys, and then gasped as the old dear sprang to her feet in a single fluid movement that was straight out of a Jackie Chan movie. Angels, growled Clovenhoof. Twatting cockless bastards, I knew it. Oh my goodness, warbled the other biddy. It's one of them young hooligans, Doris, probably on drugs or... Clovenhoof silenced her with a fist to the chops. He followed it up with another punch and a swift hoof kick to the stomach. Yes, he had hooves. Of course he did. You must have been loving all this, he bellowed as he continued to beat her. You made me think I was human. He drove the last word home with a vicious sidekick to the woman, sending her reeling into the road. The old dear turned around, dazed, and saw that she had dropped her collapsible brolly. She bent to pick it up and was immediately struck by a passing articulated lorry. Nerys screamed loudly, but this was instantly reduced to a low mewling sound. She realised that all that remained in the road was a coat, woolen stockings, a pair of stout shoes, and a sprinkling of golden light, like tinsel. Nerys sat at the picnic table, hugging herself and moaning softly. 100 yards down the road, an ashen-faced haulier stood outside the open door of his cab, his whole body trembling. He was staring at the clothes lying limply in the middle of the road and shaking his head numbly. Clovenhoof dragged the remaining old woman by the collar of her cardigan over to the picnic table. Nerys whimpered as the woman was pushed down onto the seat. Lucky this place is quiet at the moment, growled Clovenhoof. Angels popping up would raise a few eyebrows. Killing old ladies, you mean? Clovenhoof broke her nose with his fist. She clutched at it painfully. You can stop that right now, he said. Show us your real form. There was a brief pop, a miasma of yellow light, and the old lady was replaced by a beautiful youth in a white gown. He took his hands away from his face to reveal his nose was fully restored. Clovenhoof broke it again. The youth pulled a sulky face. "You really shouldn't have disincorporated Parville, you know," he said. "There'll be no end of trouble." "Trouble? Trouble? The only trouble worth worrying about is the trouble I'm about to cause. Now listen to me, you snivelling wretch. What's your name?" "Doris Vrettel, I mean. You can call me Doris if you want, I quite like it." "Oh, please," said Clovenhoof. "What happened to the old lady?" whispered Nerys faintly. Clovenhoof ignored her. "I want some answers out of you," Clovenhoof demanded. "What on earth is going on here?" We're recording angels." Vrettel indicated the notebook tucked into a fold of his gown. Clovenhoof grabbed the notebook and flicked through the pages, looking at some of the entries. Head-butted shop assistant. Drunken behaviour. Again. Stole money from bank. Query, did Michael authorise this? Unsuitable role model for children. See pictures from school assembly. Clovenhoof tossed it aside. "But why was I put into Herbert's old flat? Is he behind all of this?" "Herbert's just a lackey," said Vrettel, "but so am I. I'm just a recording angel. I was supposed to tell them what you were doing." He glanced at the discarded notebook on the grass. "We weren't doing any harm, we were only following orders." "That is what I hate about you lot," said Clovenhoof. "It's what I've always hated." He stood up and grabbed a heavy cast-iron parasol base. He brought it crashing down onto Vrettel's head and sent him the same way as Parville. Ben sat in front of a table, with 3 policemen on the other side staring at him. He recognised P.C. Pearson, but he hadn't seen the other 2 before. One had a shock of white hair that stood up from his head like a brush, and the other one had terribly bloodshot eyes. He was the one asking most of the questions. Ben was getting fed up of his questions because most of them were repeats. He'd seen them write down answers in their notebooks, but he'd asked the same question again, in a slightly different way, as if Ben would be dumb enough to answer differently. "So tell me again about the night Mr. Dewsbury met his death. I'm interested in the weapon, and how you came to have it upon your person." "I told you already," said Ben. "It was a replica sword, part of my Seleucid weaponry collection." "A replica sword, not a real one?" Ben sighed. "It's a replica of a sword that would have been used by a Seleucid soldier. It's a real sword, though." "Sharp, then?" "Yes, sharp. Really, really sharp, as it turns out." Ben shuddered at the memory. "One might consider it an offensive weapon, then." Ben shrugged. "I bought it from a specialist website. I'm fairly sure it was legal." "Mr. Kitchen," said the detective. "We'll see what the jury says about that. It's certainly an unusual thing to possess, and even more unusual to be handling it when receiving visitors." "I wasn't receiving visitors. He just came to the door when I was cleaning it." "Well, I think we've got a pattern of unusual behaviour here. For instance, you still haven't adequately explained why you have a woman's head in your wardrobe." "Yes, I did," said Ben. "It was a spare part for a doll." "A sex doll?" asked the detective, leaning forward. "Yes," said Ben, going red. "But I never actually slept with her." "And you no longer have this doll in your possession?" "No, I threw it away." "Apart from the spare head, which you chose to keep in the wardrobe," said the detective, nodding to the other 2 as if this proved he was right about everything. "You see, I'm wondering whether you like to keep souvenirs. You've obviously kept Mr. Dewsbury's hand, for instance." "No," said Ben. "I told you that dropped off when I tried to get rid of the body." "Ah, yes. When you tried to carry it off for burial. Interesting, that. You know, you don't look that strong." "Sorry?" said Ben. "To carry a body on your own. Did you have help from someone?" "No, of course not," said Ben. "Who would help me with a job like that?" "Who indeed? Who indeed?" The detective with the bloodshot eyes was trying to annoy him, Ben was certain. Trying to get him to blurt out something stupid in a temper. "So, my last question is about this sword of yours," said the detective. "What did you do with it after the death of Mr. Dewsbury?" "I gave it away. I couldn't bear to have it around." "You gave it away? And who did you give it to?" "Some guy I met in a pub. I don't know his name." The detective sat back in his chair and looked at Ben for a long moment before speaking. "We've got your first appearance at the Crown Court this afternoon. You know, I think you might go to prison for a very long time, the way this is shaping up." Ben nodded solemnly and tried to look unhappy at the prospect. "I told you I've had a brainwave. You need to drive us," said Clovenhoof. "I don't think I can drive," said Nerys faintly, her mind a billion miles away as she looked back at the beer garden and tried to process what had just happened there. "You drive." "Excuse me." said Clovenhoof irritably and pointed at his feet. Hooves and pedals don't go. Oh, she said. Of course. As Clovenhoof directed her to Pitspawn's house, he chattered excitedly. I need to speak to Michael or Peter. I know they're behind this. Behind what? Said Nerys. It was an automatic question. It felt good to be driving, to be talking without thinking. It was better than doing nothing, better than actually thinking. I don't know, said Clovenhoof. They're up to something, but I've got no way to get hold of them at the moment. Do we have any alcohol? What? I need alcohol. Focus, Nerys. Turn right here. I do know someone who'll have answers. Who? We need Pitspawn. Pitspawn has the answers? No, but he can get hold of someone who does. Park here. Here! As Nerys pulled up, Clovenhoof jumped out and hammered loudly on a house door. A woman with her grey hair tied back in a bun opened the door. Excuse me, Mrs. Pitspawn, said Clovenhoof and barged past her. The woman turned and called up the stairs. Darren, your friend's here. Oh, she exclaimed in surprise. And a young lady as well. The woman beamed at Nerys. Nerys, despite her scrambled brains, managed a polite smile of greeting and followed Clovenhoof up the stairs at a trot and into a dark attic bedroom which, from the look and smell of it, should have belonged to a teen metal fan with no girlfriend, but which apparently belonged to a 40-something with male pattern baldness and a fondness for unhealthy foods. Pitspawn, said Clovenhoof breathlessly. I need your help. He glanced over his shoulder. Oh, yeah, this is Nerys. Pitspawn looked at Nerys, wide-eyed and fearful. He's terribly shy with girls, but he's a lovely lad, said the woman, Pitspawn's mum, coming up the stairs. She entered the room and placed a hand on Nerys' shoulder. Well, go on, Darren, say hello to the lovely young lady. You know any girl that gets to know you will realise how adorable you are. She turned to Nerys. He's very attentive, kind, generous nature. Mum, please, said Pitspawn, almost bent over with mortal embarrassment. Can you leave us alone? Pitspawn's mum retreated reluctantly down the stairs, giving Nerys a little wave. Very attentive, she whispered to Nerys with a conspiratorial wink. I need a resurrection spell, said Clovenhoof to Pitspawn. What? Resurrection spell, now. Are you serious? Look, I know it's in your book. You said it was last time. Clovenhoof hopped with anxiety. Let's have a look. I'm sure we can figure it out. You really want to perform a resurrection? Yes, I said. It's not that easy to do. You need the body of the person. Pitspawn looked towards the staircase. You didn't bring a body with you, did you? No, the body's in the mortuary, said Clovenhoof. But I bet the spell will work if we have some small part of it. Oh, please no, Nerys muttered. I've had enough weird shit for one day. What part did you have in mind? Asked Pitspawn. Clovenhoof went over to the wall and took down a sword. Ben gave you this, didn't he? Yes, said Pitspawn. I always wondered why I didn't want it anymore. It's a lovely piece. This is the reason, said Clovenhoof, pointing to a brown smear near the end. It's the weapon that killed Herbert Dewsbury. This is his blood. No fucking way, said Pitspawn, a sudden and huge grin on his face. You serious? This blade killed someone? Clovenhoof nodded. Cool, said Pitspawn. So you can do it? The sword would have a lot of power if it's the thing that killed him, agreed Pitspawn. Maybe we can do this. Excellent, said Clovenhoof. Where's the book? There's no time to lose. We might have a problem. Mum's been really funny about me using her crystal animals. He glanced at Nerys, coughed and looked at Clovenhoof. I don't suppose your friend would go and ask my mum for her crystal animals, would she? Crystal animals, said Nerys. Makes perfect sense. Nerys left Pitspawn and Clovenhoof consulting the details in a book and beginning to chalk an outline of the wooden floorboards. Pitspawn's mum was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, making Nerys think that she'd been trying to listen in. Hello, dear, she beamed. What do you think of Darren, then? He seems like an interesting character, said Nerys. I bet you're very proud of him. Oh, yes, I am. He'll make someone a wonderful husband one day. It's a wonder he hasn't been snapped up already. There's not a thing he doesn't know about computers, you know. Shall I write down his phone number so that you can call him if you ever get stuck? Actually, he sent me to ask you for the crystal animals. Do you think we could borrow them, please? This caused Pitspawn's mum to frown, but then a thought occurred to her. Do you mean that he spoke to you? Yes, said Nerys. Actually spoke to you? Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, I'll get them for you right away. You make sure that he takes good care of them, though, won't you? Nerys went back up with the crystal animals to find that the pentagram the pair of them had been drawing was nearly complete, but that Pitspawn and Clovenhoof were arguing about some of the details. Look, said Pitspawn.
the diagram in the book is very clear. This power room is supposed to look like a little lean-to greenhouse.
I know what the book says, said Clovenhoof, but take it from me, it's supposed to be symmetrical. Belford Gore's dog, Bargest, has them all around his dog bowl.
What's the dog got to do with this?
Asked Pittspawn. He's not just a dog, he's the Hound of Resurrection. I think it's Bargest that will summon with this ritual. There was a small snort of derision from Nerys. So, she said, feeling her old self returning, through the long tunnel madness and out into the tentative sanity beyond, we've killed a pair of old ladies, turned out to be angels, and we're now using a crystal dolphin to summon a hellhound, and that's going to bring Herbert Dewsbury back to life.
Angels?
Said Pittspawn. Long story, said Clovenhoof. Good grief, said Nerys. I don't know who's more bonkers. You for coming up with this stuff, or me for playing along with it. There, that's better, said Clovenhoof, ignoring her as he adjusted the rune. Let's begin. The joss sticks were lit, and Pittspawn began to intone the words from the page. Clovenhoof joined him in the capering, causing Nerys to get a brief fit of the giggles, until Clovenhoof commanded her to join him too. Reluctantly, Nerys joined the other two as they pranced around the pentagram, Pittspawn waggling the joss stick and droning the incantation. You're going to have to give me your therapist's number, she hissed to Clovenhoof. Dance, said Clovenhoof deadpan, and concentrate. Across the city, in the mortuary behind the coroner's office in Newton Street, an attendant was distracted from his lunch by noises coming from the long bank of refrigerated units. He got up from his desk to take a look. In the centre of Pittspawn's room, something began to take shape amid the wisps of incense. Nerys blinked and wondered if she was imagining it, but it was definitely there, indistinct, but nonetheless real, like a swarm of bees. In Sutton Park, the soil in a flowerbed began to shift and move. This went entirely unnoticed by anyone. Clovenhoof, Pittspawn and Nerys stopped their dance and stared at the centre of the pentagram, where the form of a man was now complete. It was also screaming. In the mortuary, the attendant frantically dialed the deputy coroner's number to report that the corpse straw that was supposed to be holding the remains of Herbert Dewsbury was now unaccountably empty. Herbert Dewsbury continued to scream as he got to his feet in Pittspawn's room.
This isn't heaven, he screeched. Where am I?
He spun around and saw three people staring at him.
Erdington,
said the fat, balding one. He recognised the other man instantly.
Satan,
he yelled, pointing.
Clovenhoof, whatever.
See, said Clovenhoof, giving the woman a smug look. I am Satan.
Nerys,
said Herbert. Herbert, said Nerys. Herbert's nostrils flared. He had no idea what was going on, but he didn't like it one jot, not one iota.
What do you think you're doing?
He demanded.
You're all going to be in such a lot of trouble for this.
Clovenhoof rolled his eyes. Everyone's so worried about all the trouble I'm supposed to be in. What about you, Herbert?
What do you mean?
Snapped Herbert. You haven't got your pal Peter to protect you now, and you're at my mercy. I'm going to get some answers out of you. Seems to me that you're in more trouble than I am right now.
I've done nothing wrong. I am a paragon of virtue.
Really? He pointed casually. By the way, I'm not sure whether you noticed, but you're missing a hand as well. Herbert looked down at the stump of his right hand, the sealed stub of flesh at his wrist, and began to scream once more. Matters arising. The throne. Disbanding of Guardian Angel Scheme. Clovenhoof. Doctrinal Diligence Ministry. Shantytowns. Leasing of extra-celestial property. AOB. Atemoine Zisron, said Joan of Arc. Ah yes, said St. Francis. We've put it off long enough. Michael made a noise in his throat. I seem to recall that I'm the chair of these meetings. But it's on the agenda, said St. Francis. But St. Peter is not here, said Michael, indicating the empty chair. It would be a fruitless discussion without his input. We'll move on to the second item in his absence, the disbanding of the Guardian Angel Scheme. We have to get rid of the Guardian Angels, said Pius XII. Michael shrugged. Demand is far outstripping supply. I did warn you, said Joan. There are 100 million angels in the heavens, said Pius. And over 2 billion faithful on earth, said Michael. That's one angel for every 70 people on earth. And less than one angel for every 100 people in heaven, added Joan. Michael nodded in sad agreement. Long gone are the days when every one of the faithful could be assigned 2 recording angels, one for the good they do, one for the evil. And yet, said Joan of Arc, You've got two angels following this Jeremy Clovenoof character. Oh yes, grinned Michael. I was going to share this later, but it's too good, too funny to hold back on. Michael opened the leather wallet on the table in front of him and produced a series of photographs. At that moment, there was the slamming of a door and St. Peter strode into the boardroom. You've not seen him, have you? He said. Oh, said Pius. Herbert, your servile little friend? Yes, I can't find him anywhere. Well, he's got to be somewhere. But he's gone! Gone! I'm sure he'll turn up, said Michael. Now take a look at these. St. Peter threw himself irritably. Satan, said Joan, her voice little more than a whisper. That's right, grinned Michael. Joan shook her head. This is wrong. It is wrong. The adversary is being defeated, said Gabriel. He was always defeated, said Joan. Even before he rebelled, he had lost. Her face was filled with an expression of faint horror. You've all done something terrible here. You've let the devil loose on earth. But woe to the earth, quoted St. Paul, because the devil had gone down to you. Thank you, Paul, said Joan. The earth was always under the devil's sway, said Michael. Figuratively speaking, perhaps, but that didn't mean people had to have him as a next-door neighbor. His new home was chosen with care, said St. Peter. Where is Herbert? And what of hell? Said Joan. What of it? Said Michael. Always running hell, always in charge. The same people who were always running it, Joan. Michael spread his arms wide. Since the beginning of time. Us. Did you have some burning desire to reclaim hell? There's a lot of real estate down there, said Michael, giving her a meaningful look. Joan stared at him long and hard. Is it me? She said. Or has anyone else sensed that heaven has been a little less crowded of late? Just effective management, said St. Peter. And the shanty towns? They are recent phenomena, a feature of the transitional process. Transition, she repeated softly. Keep heaven holy is designed to ensure that the moral rectitude demanded of the faithful on earth is similarly demanded of all heaven's inhabitants, present and future, read Evelyn from a Keep Heaven Holy leaflet. Everyone's position in heaven is under constant appraisal, said Michael. Nobody here gets points for length of service. You are changing the entry criteria for heaven, said Joan. Changed, said Michael. No, said Peter, disagreeing gently. Not changed at all. We are merely enforcing it properly now, as it was always meant to be enforced. We are doing a review of every individual in the celestial city and grading them against fixed criteria. If they come up wanting... Michael had a long list in his hand. No one who has been emasculated by crushing or cutting shall enter the kingdom of heaven, he read. There were a couple of people surprised by that one, said St. Peter. Then there's the dietary laws, said Michael. We can start on the less obvious stuff. Ostriches, lizards, bats. But the coming of Christ presented a new covenant, a new law, protested Evelyn. St. Paul shrugged. For I tell you, he quoted, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. We can move on to those who have eaten shellfish, said St. Peter. Oh, and imagine if we invoke the law involving eating dairy and meat together. All those cheeseburgers. There won't be a single American left in heaven. There were intrigued and hopeful noises made by a number of those present. This is insane, said Joan. Really? Said Michael. Does he approve? Said Joan. We are the board. We run things. But has this been taken before the throne? Has the Lord himself condoned this? Well, said Michael, putting on his best smile, it's not as simple as that. The throne was on the agenda, said St. Francis. St. Peter is here now. Shut it, Francis. Joan stepped away from the table. This cannot be allowed. I'm going to speak to him. There's no point, said St. Peter. Why? Demanded Joan, her hand on the hilt of her sword. There was a flare of golden light, and an angel appeared in the room, staggered, straightened up, and patted his chest as if to check it were whole and undamaged. Parville, said Michael, shocked. What are you doing here? Where's Doris? I mean, Gretel? The recording angel gave Michael a wild and unhappy look. There's a problem, Archangel. A big problem. Chapter 11, in which Clovenhoof extracts a confession, flicks a switch, and kills a friend. In Pittsbourne's attic room, Herbert Dewsbury clutched at his right wrist and screamed. He was wearing the clothes he had died in, minus the blood and gore, although there was still a tear the width of a sword blade in the neck of his woolly jumper.
Where is it?
He bawled.
What have you done with it?
Herbert started to cast about the untidy room as though expecting to see his hand lying about somewhere. Clovenhoof stroked his chin and then clicked his fingers. We chopped it off.
What?
Squealed Herbert. Well, Ben did, said Clovenhoof. Shut the lid too quickly when my girlfriend came to the door. Ex-girlfriend now, I suppose. She's going out with Dave from the office, said Neris conversationally. Is she? Going away for a long weekend together. We put it in the bread bin, and then when we tried to take the corpse to the park to bury it, we lost it.
Lost it?
He howled in anguish.
I knew you were incompetent, but
He waved his stump at Clovenhoof.
it's my hand.
There was a light tap at the door. Darren, said Pittsbourne's mother, opening the door a crack. You and your friends are making quite a bit of noise. I don't want it to bring on one of my migraines, and I do need you to help with the cleaning. Helmets today. Pittsbourne, who had been sat dumbly on the floor ever since Herbert's appearance, mumbled, Just resurrected someone, Mum. Neris leapt to the door, foot positioned to stop Pittsbourne's mum opening it any further. Hi, Mrs. Pittsbourne, she said. Sorry about the noise, it's... Call me Phyllis, dear. Of course, Phyllis, she said. Darren and I were just trying out some primal scream therapy. You know, getting in touch with the inner animal. He's a very sensitive man, isn't he? Very much in touch with his inner self. He was always a sensitive boy, agreed Pittsbourne's mum. Herbert opened his mouth, perhaps to call for help, perhaps to object to the codswallop Neris was spouting. Clovenhoof kicked him violently, hoof connecting with knee with a pleasantly meaty thud. Herbert doubled up, howling in wordless pain. Good one, Darren, said Neris. She smiled at Pittsbourne's mum. We're really connecting, you know, but we'll try to keep the noise down, Phyllis. Oh, okay, said the little woman and backed away. But we do have the pelmets to dust before lunch. Neris closed the door. That should buy us a little time. What's a pelmet? Said Clovenhoof. Neris gestured with her hands in an attempt to mime a pelmet. It's like a mini-skirt for a curtain rail. And do they need dusting? Of course they do, snapped Herbert. I don't suppose you've so much as run a feather duster over mine, have you? I tore one down and wiped my arse on it, said Clovenhoof, and set fire to the other with a flamethrower. Herbert gave an anguished groan and made to wring his hands, but found that impossible to do with only one hand. But since you've finished screaming, said Clovenhoof, we have some questions that need answering, starting with why in his name have I been living in your old flat for the last 9 months?
I resurrected someone,
said Pittsbourne numbly. His mind had decided to take a short vacation, and in its absence, his voice had slipped into autopilot. Don't worry, said Clovenhoof, scooping up Ben's seleucid sword. We can soon fix that. No need for violence, said Neris. Really? Said Clovenhoof, disappointed. Not yet. Herbert, you are going to answer every one of Jeremy's questions.
And why will I do that? Sneered Herbert. Death holds no fears for me.
Yeah, said Neris, stepping round Pittsbourne on the floor to reach a chest of drawers under the window. But what about socks? Socks, said Clovenhoof. Trust me, said Neris, and opened Pittsbourne's underwear drawer. Behind the railings alongside Monmouth Drive, in a corner of Sutton Park, much favoured by neighbouring dogs, there was a planted border of mixed flowers and shrubs. In that thick soil, Late summer had brought forth red-spiked salvia and silver-leafed lamb's tongue, and something entirely new. Emerging from a long sleep, returning to life in an unexpected form, Herbert Dewsbury's amputated right hand poked its index finger up through the soil and into the afternoon sunlight. "So you expected my arrival to lead to Ben's arrest?" said Clovenhoof. "No," said Herbert irritably. "I just wanted to inflict you as a punishment on those people who had given me so much pain and grief in life. I wanted to inflict you on the murderer Ben Kitchen. I didn't mean to kill you. He had a sword in his hand. I didn't expect your moronic influence to lead directly to his arrest." Herbert smiled. "That was just good fortune." "And that's what all this is about?" said Clovenhoof, frowning. "Yes." "The whole Satan on earth business? Revenge?" "Yes." Clovenhoof threw himself against the wall, deep in thought. "He's lying," said Nerys. "Me?" said Herbert indignantly, stump on heart. "Lie? I've told you everything. Now send me back." Nerys looked down at the open sock drawer. "Oh, look." She pulled out 2 pairs of socks. "Black socks, blue socks." She pulled the socks apart and then paired one black sock with one blue sock. "That's better," she said. Herbert twitched. It was bad enough that the socks were dusty and covered with lint. It was bad enough that the man, Pittsburn, had no system for organising his underwear and obviously had low standards of cleanliness and hygiene. But to mispair socks like that! "No," said Herbert, warding her away. "I can ignore your attempts to upset me." "Really?" said Nerys. "But I haven't put them back in the drawer yet." "What?" Nerys held the mismatched socks over the drawer. "I'm going to put them back in. Stick them right at the back. They could stay there like that for months." Herbert shuddered and clutched at his stomach. That's immoral." "Is it?" "Insane." "Then tell us." "No." "Tell us everything." "I can't." "Fine." She shrugged and began.
And the SiriusXM app.
Thank you. So, it's a little bit of delayed response and all the radio now.
Difference maker.
This team worth discussing. Information. Back. Here in Oxford. We'll be right back on the UK Sports Network.
We've heard it before. Just wait. Wait for your moment. Wait for your turn. Not today. Not here. At the University of Kentucky, we run to challenges. Here, we know the world is asking tough questions. At UK, you'll help find the answers. Here, we always get back up. Because you're part of the big...
It's out of the way to make room. "Please," whimpered Herbert, feeling the sickness and goosebumps crawl all over him. "They'll never forgive me." "Who?" said Clovenhoof. "Michael," said Herbert. "Michael and Peter." Spartacus Wilson, 7-year-old scourge of St. Michael's Primary School, kicked a pine cone at a squirrel. But his heart wasn't in it, and the pine cone missed by several feet. The squirrel looked at the pine cone, looked at him, and then scampered off into the bushes. If Spartacus had the courage and the words to admit it, he would admit that he wasn't enjoying his summer holiday half as much as he had expected. 6 weeks of total freedom turned out to be 6 weeks without a captive audience for his wit, wisdom, and acts of gymnastics and sleight of hand. It was 6 weeks without Mrs. Well Done. She had always been the Sheriff of Nottingham to his Robin Hood, the Jabba the Hutt to his Han Solo. Without an evil and incompetent tyrant to rail against, he had nothing. And worse still, his Year 3 teacher was going to be Mrs. Sokolowski, who used to be a Russian spy, had eyes in the back of her head, and 8 naughty boys for breakfast. He looked beyond the park fence at the houses along Monmouth Drive. He seemed to recall that Melanonkia Brown from 2C lived around here somewhere. Maybe she'd like to come outside to have her pigtails pulled. That could be diverting, for a time at least. A movement in the nearby flower beds caught his eye. Something small making rapid movements in the dirt. For a split second he thought it might have been the squirrel, burying his nuts, or whatever it was squirrels buried. But he instantly saw that this thing was too pink, too spindly to be a squirrel. It looked like the hairless offspring of a mole and a spider, a snuffling, questing thing. Spartacus edged closer and crouched. "Are you there?" he said gently. and rubbed the fingers of his outstretched hand together as though he had food to offer it. The creature turned, stepped up through the shrubbery and onto the grass, and Spartacus could see that it was quite clearly, despite the mud that covered its skin and nails, a human hand. "Cool," said Spartacus with a crooked smile. The summer holidays had taken a sudden turn for the better. Herbert sat on the floor, doing his best to properly repair a dozen socks with only one hand. "So heaven's in just as big a mess as hell," said Clovenhoof. Herbert nodded. "But this is heaven we're talking about," said Nerys. "So?" "Heaven, God the Almighty. How can it be anything other than perfect?" She shook her head. "Why am I even asking these kinds of questions?" "Heaven and hell are ruled by the other guys, sure, said Clovenhoof. "But they're also bound by scripture." "What? So just because some first-century fruitcake declares heaven is a certain size, then it must be so?" "Scripture is written by men," said Clovenhoof, "but ratified in heaven." "As it is on earth, so shall it be in heaven," said Herbert, who had now resorted to using his teeth in his sock-pairing frenzy. "Exactly," said Clovenhoof. "Heaven is overcrowded. They need to turf some people out. The Keep Heaven Holy initiative will soon remove those residents who should never have been admitted in the first place." Nerys abruptly remembered Herbert's Keep Boldmere Beautiful campaign and laughed in recognition. "Clearly your idea," she said. "I came up with the name," Herbert admitted. "You had out leaflets and window stickers." "Cultivating conformity through gentle encouragement is one strand of the programme," said Herbert with a flickering pout of annoyance. "We will use force on those who won't comply. However, the first stage of the programme is to ensure that the entry requirements for heaven are strictly enforced." "Eh? We're not letting in any more riffraff." Something occurred to Nerys. "What about my Aunt Molly?" Herbert gave her a scornful glare. "I think if she's planning on popping her clogs anytime soon, she might need to do some serious re-evaluation of her morals. She died 3 weeks ago." "Oh, my condolences." A smile played over Herbert's lips. "Well, I do recall she did complain about the cold a lot. She'll be somewhere warm right now." "Bastard!" she yelled and leapt at Herbert, snatching the sword off Clovenhoof in the process. Herbert stumbled as she swung the blade at him. The sword passed over his head, decapitated a statue of Shalbriri, demon of blindness, and embedded itself in the plaster wall. As shards of cast resin cascaded down on him, Herbert ducked under Nerys's arm and dashed for the door. Clovenhoof lunged after him and immediately tripped over Pittspawn. Nerys took a second to yank the sword from the wall, and by the time she was at the door, Herbert was down the stairs and out the front door. "Oh my," said Pittspawn's mum, Phyllis, watching from the hallway. "Another friend?" She came to the foot of the stairs. "Nerys, dear, could you tell Darren that I do need a hand with the dusting now?" She then took in the sword in Nerys's hand, and the snarl of rage fixed on her face. "Maybe later then," said Phyllis, and took herself off to the kitchen. Nerys slammed the door behind her and threw the sword on the floor. "Forget him," said Clovenhoof. "He's told us all we need to know." "Really? This business, me being here, is all a set-up. They want me out of the way so they can shunt their cast-offs into hell, including my Aunt Molly." Clovenhoof nodded grimly.
"I resurrected someone,"
said Pittspawn. Yes, be quiet, Pittspawn," said Clovenhoof. "I'm thinking. We need to get into heaven." "You mean like now?" said Nerys. "As soon as possible. Can't you devil yourself there? I've been stripped of all my powers, and I certainly don't meet their general entry requirements." He raised his eyebrows at Nerys. "It'll have to be you." "You want me to go to heaven?" Nerys put her hands on her hips and threw her eyes to the ceiling. "This is madness." "Yep," agreed Clovenhoof. "But you know what? It's either you or the mumbling moron here." Nerys looked at Pittspawn, sat cross-legged like a child in the ruins of his summoning pentagram. "But even though, despite the evidence of this room, I suspect his sins are fewer than yours," said Clovenhoof, "he's in no fit state to articulate them and seek forgiveness." "You want me to confess my sins?" said Nerys. "Yes, all of them, pretty much." Nerys stared at him. "Perhaps we'd better sit down. This might take a while." Herbert's hand nestled contentedly in Spartacus's arms. Spartacus stroked it and picked a flake of dried mud from between its third and fourth fingers. "I think we'd best keep you out hidden," said Spartacus. "I bet grown-ups will only want to lock you in a cage and do experiments on you and stuff." The hand bedded itself down further in the crook of Spartacus's arms, understanding fully. "Doesn't mean we can't have some fun, though," said the boy. The hand was in total agreement. In Spartacus Wilson, this would-be villain of a boy, it sensed a kindred spirit. The hand might once have belonged to the law-abiding and sanctimonious Herbert Dewsbury, but now it was a free agent. And although Herbert's mouth might have spoken of goodness and forgiveness, his mind might have been filled with noble deeds, and his heart home to the occasionally charitable feeling, it had been his hands, and this hand in particular, which had led the way in every wicked deed he had done. The hand liked the idea of fun. "There was the time I pulled all the stuffing out of my sister's teddy bear," said Nerys. "I also threw her piggy bank downstairs once, and then her in a cardboard box." "Really?" said Clovenhoof with a smile. "I told her it would be like tobogganing. I stole money from my mum's purse when I was 10, several times, and from Mrs. Hughes, my form tutor at Green Hill Secondary School." "OK," said Clovenhoof. He went over to the chest of drawers and unplugged the table lamp that stood on top of it. Secondary school, said Nerys, deep in thought. Clovenhoof sat down with the lamp and inspected how the electrical lead connected to the lamp base. "Did you commit any sins at secondary school?" Nerys grimaced. "Does messing around with boys count as sinful?" "Not in my book, but what do you mean by messing around?" Nerys made a variety of hand gestures. Pitspawn, still circling the drain of potential madness, made a strangled noise in his throat. Clovenhoof nodded solemnly. "I think we'd better hear it all, just to be on the safe side." "Right," said Nerys. "Then we'll start with Owen's cellars and the art cupboard." Clovenhoof wrapped a length of flex around his hand and forcibly ripped the electrical lead from the base of the lamp. Ben sat in the back of the security truck, staring at nothing, letting the sway of the vehicle rock him back and forth on the bench. There were 4 prisoners in the truck. The one in the cage next to him, a lifer from Nuneaton called Winston, leant his head towards the dividing mesh. "What have you got today?" he asked. "Preliminary hearing," said Ben. Winston nodded. "You?" said Ben, out of politeness. "Sentencing." "I thought you'd been sentenced." Winston chuckled dryly. "The Crown Prosecution Service asked if I'd like some other offences to be taken into account." "What does that mean?" "They wanted me to confess to some extra stuff from way back when. Help tidy up some cold cases. You nervous?" Ben nodded. "Worried my mum and dad are going to be there." "Ashamed?" Ben shrugged. "I just want it to be over," he said. "Good luck with that," said Winston. Ben looked down at his feet. "These crimes," he said, "the ones you're confessing to?" "What about them?" said Winston. "Did you do them?" Winston chuckled. "This thing." He raised his hands to indicate the cage and all it implied. "It's never over. Ever." "And again with Adam Davis in the park. Same bush. I only did it because he'd failed his driving test and was really upset and I wanted to put a smile on his face." Nerys paused to take stock and count on her fingers, although, truth be told, she had run out of fingers quite some time ago. Clovenhoof pulled at the plastic covering over the lamp flex with his teeth while he listened. "University," said Nerys, stating it as a title, a new chapter heading in her litany of sins. "Freshers' Week. That was a busy 7 days. There was Damon Adrian twice, Hargy, that one with the goatee beard. Can't remember his name. Jeremy?" Clovenhoof looked up. He had ripped back the white outer covering and was now paring down the brown plastic within to expose 2 strands of copper wiring. "Yes." "Does it count as a sin if you were too drunk to properly remember it?" Clovenhoof paused to give it some thought. "I think it might actually be worse," he said. "Right," said Nerys, giving up counting on her fingers. "Then there were certainly some extras in there. Maybe I should just give you the highlights. I think the important thing is that you recognise what you have done wrong and wish to atone for it. That would include paying someone to write my dissertation for me." "You paid someone to do your degree dissertation for you?" "I paid in services, yes." Nodded Clovenhoof. Happy with the wires, he levered the 3-amp fuse out of the lamp plug and replaced it with a paperclip he had found on the floor. Herbert opened the door of the subdivided house on Chester Road. His flat keys had been in his pocket when he had appeared in that fat occultist's bedroom, along with the few coins and the bus ticket he'd used on the day he'd died. It had been 2 years since he had last stood in the place, but being in the old building brought back so many memories and emotions. There was that corner of carpet which the property management company promised they would nail down and hadn't. There was that patch of mildew under the stairs they should also have dealt with. And there was Mrs. Astrakhan's brolly and boots outside her door. He had told her so often that they were a trip hazard, but the woman had failed to take action. Herbert suspected her truculence stemmed from being a bit simple. He took himself upstairs to the first floor and saw the blue and white police tape crisscrossed over Ben Kitchen's front door. It struck him like a physical blow. That was the flat in which he had died, in which that strange young man had murdered him. Herbert sighed deeply and mournfully. He had been a fool to miss the signs. The grubby, poorly managed bookshop. The indifference to personal appearance and grooming. That strange obsession with toy soldiers. The utter lack of interest in finding himself a young woman. Herbert should have recognized him for the psychotic killer he was. Herbert turned away and went to unlock the door of his own flat. The key stuck in the lock. Of course, they had moved that satanic fool into his flat, on his recommendation. But he was back now. Surely it was his flat once more. The fact that his keys didn't automatically fit the lock annoyed him intensely. He would have to have words with someone. Not overly sure where he was going, he stomped downstairs once more. Mrs. Astrakhan was at the open door of her flat, slipping on her boots. "They're a trip hazard, Mrs. Astrakhan," said Herbert, glad he had caught her in the act. The woman looked up at him, stunned and speechless. "This is a communal area," he said, gesturing to the length of the hall, "and we shouldn't be cluttering it up with personal items. We've spoken about this before, haven't we?" Mrs. Astrakhan's face had drained of all colour, her eyes wide with shock. "So we won't be leaving them here again, will we?" said Herbert, with what he considered an avuncular smile. "No, Mr. Dewsbury," said Mrs. Astrakhan, her voice reduced. "I see no one's taken the landlords to task over the loose carpet in my absence. Everyone leaves it for Muggins here to sort out." "But Mr. Dewsbury," said Mrs. Astrakhan. "Yes?" She prodded him cautiously on the arm to check that he was really there. "You're meant to be dead," she said. "I know," he said. "It's all very inconvenient." "But that lad's up in Crown Court today for killing you." "Today?" said Herbert. Then after Mark and Graham there was Trevor, or was it Stephen? It didn't end happily with him. Apparently he's become celibate and he's thinking of joining an order of monks. I've been pretty much celibate myself since then, not for want of trying. "Hold this," said Cloverleaf, and placed a long strand of copper wire in each of Neris's hands. "I always thought you and Dave, you know." Neris shook her head. "I never really considered him as a sexual being, more like a Labrador, really." She made a noise to herself. "I was never particularly nice to him. I abused his friendship all the time and only realised he was a good friend when I lost him." "And Blenda? What about her?" "I thought some very uncharitable thoughts about her. I imagined bad things happening to her. I've imagined that about a lot of people. My daydreams haven't been nice things. I've not been a very nice person at all, have I?" "No," agreed Cloverleaf, turning off the switch beside a nearby power socket and plugging in the lamp plug. "I'm rude to you and Ben," said Neris, "and my work colleagues. And I've driven away pretty much every friend I've ever had. I don't even love my own family. And I was never the niece Molly deserved to have. I'm a horrible person." "And do you wish you had been a better person?" "Of course I do," said Neris, eyes glistening wetly. "Are you sorry for all those bad things you've done?" She nodded, sending a tear running down the side of her nose. "Then we're ready," said Cloverleaf. "Once you're in heaven, you've got to find one of the unattended gates and open it up and find a way of pulling me through." "How exactly am I meant to do that?" "I trust you to think of something." "And how will I get there? Some sort of magic spell?" "Not quite." He flicked the switch on the plug socket. Neris's hands involuntarily convulsed, gripping the lengths of copper wire tighter. Her eyes went wide, her teeth slammed together, and a strange rasping sound emerged from her tightened throat. Clovenhoof shuffled out of the way as her legs spasmed and kicked. He watched her the entire time, and when he judged the job to be done, turned the plug socket off again. Neris crumpled up like a doll, upper body slumping down over her legs, her arms tucked untidily beneath her. Clovenhoof moved closer and felt for a pulse. On the floor, Pittspawn made a wordless mewling sound and pointed weakly at Neris's body. Clovenhoof frowned at him. "Of course," he said. "Your lamp. Did you mind me using it? Was it valuable?" Pittspawn shook his head and began to cry. "Okay," said Spartacus, leaning against the wall outside the Newsmarket paper shop. "Let's go over it one more time." He unwrapped the cube of bubblegum, popped it into his mouth, and wafted the wrapper in front of his pet hand's forefinger, which seemed to act as the creature's nose. "We'll both go in the shop. I'll distract the shopkeeper with some chitter-chatter, and you grab as many of these as you can. Got it?" The forefinger waggled happily. "Good," said Spartacus, and threw the wrapper on the floor.
pick that up.
Spartacus looked up to see a dishevelled and harassed-looking man striding up the street.
I said pick that up,
said the man, stopping, red in the face and very much out of breath. The old guy had a scruffy rip in the top of his jumper and had his right forearm tucked under his left armpit, as though he had hurt his hand. "What?" said Spartacus, encircling the hand with his arm, hiding it.
That wrapper,
Said the man irritably.
you're littering.
That wrapper? I didn't drop it.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
I just saw you do it.
Spat the man, regaining his breath, but now red in the face for an entirely different reason.
No, you didn't.
Said Spartacus.
Because I didn't drop it. You're all right, mate.
Mate, I am not your mate, sunshine.
I'm not your sunshine either. I'm Spartacus.
No, I'm Spartacus, muttered an old creature, stepping past them to get into the paper shop.
Young man, said the red-faced busybody, I'm your elder and veteran. You should show a bit more respect.
You're a window licker, that's what you are.
Said Spartacus.
What?
Is your minibus around here somewhere, waiting to take you back to the home?
I have never known such rudeness.
Really?
Spartacus felt a thrill of pride.
I'm only rooming up, to be honest.
Pick that up now or else,
Shrieked the man.
What else, what?
Spartacus turned to shout into the shop.
Ow! Don't hurt me, mister!
The weirdo took a step away and scowled at Spartacus.
I don't have time for this,
He said,
Okay.
but when I see a police officer, not that there are any on the beat these days, always doing bloody admin, they reckon.
With that, the man stomped off in the direction of the town centre, waving frantically at a passing taxi. Spartacus carefully opened his arm to reveal his pet hand.
You all right?
The hand ran an appreciative knuckle against Spartacus's arm in response. Spartacus looked along the path to where the angry man was striding away, talking about political correctness gone mad to no one in particular.
You ought to be glad you don't belong to someone like that,
Said Spartacus. The hand pressed itself against him in full agreement. The queue moved forward a couple of feet, and Neris shuffled forward with it. The ground beneath her feet was like hard, packed sand. The sky above was a very pale blue, and the summer light that warmed her skin seemed to be coming from nowhere in particular. The queue crept forward a little more. To her left and right were row upon row of white tents, and even though she couldn't see beyond the third or fourth row, the sound of voices, activity, and music from both sides suggested that she was walking through a makeshift canvas city. The tents billowed softly, more like bedsheets drying on a clothes line than any practical camping tent. She recalled then an afternoon from her distant childhood, making a den with her sister from an old bedsheet and their mother's clothes horse. Neris laughed at the memory and only then realised that she was meant to be in Pitspawn's bedroom. Had been telling Clovenhoof all the regrettable sins of her life, had thoughtlessly held onto those pieces of wire when... Oh. Up ahead, at an unguessable distance, was a wall of white stone. It ran up into the sky, story upon impossible story, until it became one with the pale sky. It ran equally left and right, over the flat landscape, until it was lost in the haze. An angel came walking down the line. It was obviously an angel. It was wearing a white robe, had a huge pair of wings sprouting from its back, and a golden halo of sourceless light surrounded its head. The fact that the angel was carrying a huge grill-fronted stage amplifier in its hands did throw her at first, but this oddity seemed to be answered by the arrival of a man. The big bear of a man wore a long, scraggly beard, sunglasses, and a red bandana around his forehead. He waved a fat hand at the angel. "Why, mate, you're going the wrong way with that. You need to take it through there for the Robert Johnson and John Lee Hooker set. Ask Red Dog Campbell where to put it. Do not try to rig it up yourself." "Yes, Mr. Roadkill," said the angel, and departed down a row of tents. "Excuse me," said Neris, as the roadie was about to depart. "What is it, love?" "Are we—" She pointed to the wall ahead of them. "About half a mile from the first gate, not long to go now, that's if you get in." "If?" The roadie shrugged. "Don't sweat it. By the way, you should come to the festival when it kicks off. Jimmy and Janice are going to be doing a jamming session with Fats Waller and Thelonious Monk. It's going to be awesome." "I'll be sure to check it out." Roadkill pointed at her and clicked his tongue. "Dig in the dress, love," he said, and went off in the same direction as the angel. Neris looked down at her clothes. She was no longer wearing the top, trousers and cardigan she had been wearing at Pittsburgh's, but a baby doll dress and black tights. She ran her hands down her sides, and at once realised that she had also lost several pounds in weight. She looked at her hands, the now taut and blemish-free skin. It was as if Catherine's 18th birthday, she whispered. These were the clothes she had worn to that party all those years ago. She had looked at herself in the mirror just before heading off to the party and thinking, knowing, that this was as good as it was ever going to get, even though the evening had ended with a most unfortunate threesome. For those few golden hours she had loved and been in love with who she was. You don't need to cue, Nerys. The dark-haired woman in a short white dress and plimsolls took hold of her hand and pulled her from the shuffling ranks. Don't I? Said Nerys. No, said the woman, giving her a cheeky grin. I've come to fetch you. In the labyrinth of corridors and rooms beneath Birmingham Crown Court, Ben was relieved to see the familiar face of Mr. Devereux, his barrister. Mr. Devereux shook his hand. Very enough, Mr. Kitchen. Ben nodded glumly. Nothing to worry about today, said the barrister. This isn't the trial. You'll only need to stand there and answer some basic questions. Name, address, etc. I understand, said Ben. A young man came up behind Mr. Devereux and, standing on tiptoe, whispered something in the barrister's ear. Ben couldn't hear what was said, but saw the man's eyes widen. The barrister was silent for a while. Tell me, Mr. Kitchen, he said, have you heard of the concept of habeas corpus? The woman in white led Nerys onward at a brisk pace, overtaking the wide, slow queue of people waiting to get to the gate. Are you sure we're allowed to do this? Said Nerys. I have very specific views about queue jumping. I know you do, said the woman in white. There was this time at Disneyland Paris. Europeans have no notion of how to queue. No notion of how to queue. It's what makes us British, said the woman. Exactly, said Nerys, and then wondered if the woman was making fun of her. Up ahead was a tall pair of gates, wrought from a brilliant white material and crisscrossed with intricate filigree. The pearly gates, said Nerys. 1 of 12, said the woman. Nearer to the gates, wooden barriers divided the queue into channels that herded and corralled those hoping to get into heaven. At the gate itself was a checkpoint and a turnstile, which seemed thoroughly modern. The angels at the gate allowed some people through, but a significant number were herded away through a covered walkway that disappeared into the city of tents. Herbert said the entry requirements were being tightened, said Nerys. They've turned it into a bureaucratic nightmare, said a blonde woman, stepping in beside them. Nerys looked at her, frowning, and then realised why she recognised her. You're the vicar of St. Michael's. Was Evelyn Steed. Nerys, said Nerys. I'm sorry you died. Ditto, said Evelyn. I thought you did a lovely job with Bridie's funeral, even if Jeremy did his best to ruin it. Quite, said the woman in white. They had slowed their pace as they approached the gate. They are turning people away on the flimsiest of excuses, said Evelyn. I saw them turn a farmer away for keeping 2 different breeds of cattle in the same field. That's a sin, said Nerys. If you look hard enough, you can find anything you like in Scripture. I hear they might turn on people with flat noses next. You have any on? The woman in white shushed them with a wave of her hand. We've got to time this perfectly. What are we doing? Whispered Nerys. Sneaking you in. We've just got to wait for Joan to distract him. They were maybe 50 yards from the gates, and up ahead at the checkpoint, a man with what appeared to be a computer tablet in his hand was deep in heated discussion with a teenager wearing heavy plate armour. Joan of Arc, said Nerys. Evelyn nodded. You'll like her. Beneath that armour is one hell of a party girl. A gaggle of hopeful entrants into heaven had clustered around Joan and Peter, joining their voices to the argument that was going on. They approached the barriers to the left of the gate. The nearest angel casually looked their way. Nerys smiled automatically. He's going to stop us, said Evelyn out of the corner of her mouth. Just keep walking, said the woman in white. Suddenly, Joan of Arc pointed off to the right. Oh my goodness, she shouted. A rampaging elephant! Angels and humans turned to look. The crowd around the gate swelled and shifted. There were shouts and cries as people alternately hurried to get away or get a better view. Evelyn pushed Nerys under the barrier. The woman in white popped over it nimbly. They walked on briskly past the turned backs of angels into the open gate. Behind them, the man with the tablet PC shouted for order. Nerys did not look back. They went through the gate and into a wide city boulevard lined with yellow-flowered acacias and throbbing with crowds. That went better than expected, said Evelyn with a relieved laugh. A hand came down heavily on Nerys' shoulder. She gasped. So pleased to meet you, Nerys, said Joan of Arc. Yes, and you, said Nerys. Nice armour. Joan gave an ambivalent tilt of her head. I'm thinking of changing my image, to be honest. It's not that practical or fashionable. Whereas you... Joan gestured at Nerys' party outfit. This old thing, said Nerys. And that mask and stockings thing you wore for the Devil Preacher concert. Said Nerys. Not sure if that kind of attire was suitable conversation material in heaven. Do you think it would suit me? Said Joan. The business of establishing the most obvious details of Ben's upcoming trial seemed to take an impossibly long time. Across court number 1 between defence and prosecution, court clerks and judge. Empty words went back and forth. Names and dates and addresses and legal formalities. Ben, in the dock, felt a desperate need to be somewhere else, and yet did not want to miss a word of what was being said, particularly after what Mr. Devereux had suggested to him less than an hour before. When it did come, Ben was so wrapped up in nerves and distracted thoughts that he almost missed it. Mr. Devereux got to his feet. "I do have one matter that I wish to bring to your honour's attention," he said. The bewitched Judge Arbuthnot, looked meaningfully at the clock. "Make it quick." "It regards the body of the alleged deceased," said Mr. Devereux. "Alleged deceased?" said Judge Arbuthnot. "Quite, Your Honour. The source has informed me that the City Coroner's Office appear to have mislaid the body." Arbuthnot looked to the prosecution and the representatives from the Crown Prosecution Service. "Is this so?" "A clerical oversight," said the barrister for the prosecution. "You knew of this?" "They assure me that it will turn up." "Turn up? It's not a TV remote or a pen to be lost down the back of the settee." "Indeed, Your Honour," interjected Mr. Devereux. "A search has been made of the mortuary and the body of Herbert Dewsbury cannot be found." "I have never heard of such a thing," said Judge Arbuthnot. "And may I suggest, Your Honour," said Mr. Devereux lightly, "that without a body there cannot be a murder trial." The Disneyland metaphor seemed increasingly apt to Neris. The cobbled streets were spotless. The angelic staff were all smiles and helpful comments. The spires of beautiful white towers rose in the distance like an infinitely more tasteful version of the Magic Kingdom's castle. And yet, like the very worst theme parks, the place was overcrowded, noisy, and seemed unreal, ready to crack at the seams. Joan seemed to read her mind. Over 10 billion people crammed into a cube not big enough to contain them. We are not at saturation point yet, but it's not far off. "A lot of people sleep rough in the parks," said Evelyn. "Someone started up a free blankets program, but that was stopped by the KHH squads." "KHH," nodded Neris. "Keep heaven holy." "All overseen by the Doctrinal Diligence Ministry with the Archangel Michael as its figurehead." "One moral slip-up and you're out," said Joan. "I think I've met Michael," said Neris. "Several times. I suspect he might be a complete git." "The worst kind. He thinks he's doing the right thing. Now we've got to get you to the next gate so you can let your friend Clovenhoof in." "You want to help me?" "Of course," said the woman in white. "But he's the devil." "And he was an angel," said Evelyn. "The angel, in fact." "Evan has a problem," said Joan, "and I think we need his help to fix it." "How far away is the next gate?" said Neris. 500 miles along the wall." 500 miles? Can we fly?" "Don't be silly. We'll take the monorail." "Monorail, of course," said Neris. What theme park would be complete without its own monorail? "The monorail station," began Evelyn, but had the words knocked from her as Joan suddenly pushed the 3 women through an open doorway and into a gallery hung with illuminated manuscripts. Neris looked around. "What do we—" "Shush," said Joan, and looked out through the doorway. A quartet of figures, 2 angelic, 2 human, all wearing a purple sash, strode past. "KHH squad," said Joan. "Are they looking for us?" said Neris. "If not already, they will be," said Joan. "Particularly when they find out we've got these." She raised a pair of large keys in her hand. "Are they St. Peter's keys?" said Evelyn. "Huh? I picked his pocket when his back was turned." She slipped them back beneath her breastplate. And that's not easy to do while wearing gauntlets, I can tell you. Jar Jar Buffman stared at Mr. Devereux over steepled fingers. "Are you trying to suggest that Mr. Dewsbury, the alleged deceased, is not, in fact, dead?" "I don't think I would be quite so presumptuous," Mr. Devereux replied. "I think that to make such comments would be upsetting to the deceased's family." The judge raised his eyes to the public gallery, looking for a grieving wife, or at least some misty-eyed friends, but found none. "And it would be time-wasting flim-flammery of the highest order," he added. "I present these facts to you with an open mind, Your Honour," said Mr. Devereux. "We are all in agreement, are we not, that a man has died, and that that man is Herbert Dewsbury?" "Of course we are, Your Honour," said the barrister for the prosecution. "Except," said Mr. Devereux. Judge Arbuthnot cleared his throat. "Except what, counsel?" "There have been some issues with the forensic evidence also." The judge glared at him. "Do tell, Mr. Devereux. Speak plainly, omit nothing, and above all, do be quick about it. This is my court, not yours, so stop playing to it." Mr. Devereux consulted his notes. A number of samples taken from the scene of the crime have gone missing. To be played and omitting nothing, the West Midlands Police Forensic Service have no blood, tissue samples, or other genetic material belonging to Mr. Dewsbury. Another clerical error? Said Judge Arbuthnot. The barrister for the prosecution shrugged. They have the bags, beakers, or whatever it's stored in, said Mr. Devereux, but they are empty. How is this possible? I do not know, Your Honour, but may I submit to you that while the coroner's office and police force put their house in order, it would be illegal to keep a man imprisoned for a crime that may never have happened. Heaven's monorail was silent, fast, efficient and clean, and bore no relation to any British form of public transport Neris had ridden on. It was, however, crowded, and most people had to travel standing up, making it very much like the best of British transportation. Despite making stops every few minutes, it had apparently covered most of the 500 miles to the next gate in less than half an hour. The elevated monorail presented an excellent viewpoint of the celestial city. Leaning over a seated couple who were conversing in what appeared to be Latin, Neris watched the vast cityscape roll past. She was no expert on architecture, but Neris could see that the city was an unplanned mishmash of building styles. Red brick apartment blocks and mansions of stone stood beside long wooden halls and rude earthen huts. Among the stout temples and soaring cathedrals were white wooden churches and squat stone chapels. Domes, ziggurats, minarets, towers and spires, any of which might have ranked among the wonders of the mortal world, were commonplace. It's not as green as I'd expected, said Neris. Those Jehovah's Witness leaflets painted a false picture. There's no room for green spaces, said Evelyn. Joan consulted the route map on the carriage wall for the umpteenth time. Speaking of which, she said, tapping the stop labelled Blessed Animal Sanctuary, we can get off at the next stop. About time, said Evelyn, stretching as much as she could in the crowded carriage. It might not be soon enough, said the woman in white. Neris followed her gaze along the carriage to the furthest door. Neris saw the purple sashes. But are they specifically looking for us, said Neris. Let's just act casual, wing it. It's not as simple as that, said Joan. The Keep Heaven Holy squad were working their way down the carriage, speaking to every person in turn. What is everyone showing them, said Neris.
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm fixing to get back on 49 from that gravid exit. It's telling me to go left. So does that just veer back around to 49, or do I need to go right and go through Bella Vista?
No. Go west.
So just turn left on 49, and then there's the next exit that takes you down to Jane?
Oh, to Jane. Yeah, should be.
It's saying, I think we have his old address in here, because he lives on Nolver something road, and this is taking me to that Oak Ridge.
I would just just stay on the highways and go over there to Bella Vista, then go north through Jane.
Okay, so just get on 49 like I'm going to Joplin, and then turn on the Jane exit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
That's why I wasn't sure if I needed to go ahead and go back to through Bella Vista. That's the only way I didn't know this other exit would take me there.
I'm pretty sure there's a Jane exit.
It's saying to get to Pineville, Missouri, and that's where he lives, in Pineville, Missouri, right?
Is he actually in Pineville or Jane?
I don't know. I don't have his new address. I'll just have to try to find.
Yeah, I would just get over there to 71 and just go that way.
I already went the other way.
Oh, well, just first chance you get to 71, I'd take it. Okay.
I'll probably be going all the way jumping here before I can turn around.
Try not to do that, man. Be glad you're not getting off on 62 right now.
Is there a wreck or something?
No, there's a Razorback game starting in an hour or so.
Oh. I definitely want to try to avoid that. How long do they last?
About 3.5 hours. And I don't think it actually starts to maybe 2 or 3.
Okay, well good. Then I'll be coming back through whenever it's playing.
Right.
Okay. See what my map says here. 6 miles, I turn on 90. So 90 will take me over there.
Yeah, that'll take you over to 71.
Okay. I guess maybe this was a closer, you think you want backtrack.
Yeah. You're getting off there at like Knoll exit, I guess.
So the Knoll is the only way I know. So to get on 90. Well, no, actually, it's not. He's on 90. Right?
No, he's on that road. I don't know if it's 90 or not. I remember just turning off that road there by Jane and going those like that back way.
Yeah, I may have to call him. That's just past the Walmart, and then it's veer off there. And
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was 90, but it may not be.
It may not be. That 90 may be taking you to his old address.
Well, I need to go past his old address. I need to go past his old house.
No, you don't.
Oh, you don't?
No, that's over there on Double E.
I thought we went right by his old house.
No.
I really don't know where he lives.
Go to Jane. Go to the Walmart in Jane. Go up there and make that little veer, and it's on that road right there.
Just stay on that road.
If nothing else, go to Walmart there at Jane. Call him, have him direct you.
Yeah, I may have to. I don't remember what road to turn on, what highway.
That'd be the easiest way. 'Cause I'm almost positive he's not on 90, and I think that 90's going to take you over there to that that EE, which is what he lived on last time.
Yeah, but I thought we went past his house last time to his new house.
I don't believe so. I don't know.
Anyway,
Call him.
I'll just type in Knobber Hill or Dauber Knob Road, and I'll know.
All right, do what you got. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye.
Person in time. What is everyone showing them? Said Neris. Were we meant to buy tickets? Evelyn produced a laminated card from her pocket. Neris peered at it. It had Evelyn's photo on it, a date of death, and a complicated paragraph of words that might have been an address. Residency permit? Read Neris. Joan and the woman in white had cards also. The KHH squad were coming closer. By unspoken agreement, the four women began moving along the carriage, away from the sashes. Neris apologised repeatedly as she squeezed through the press of bodies. So heaven is a totalitarian state, she said to Joan. Always was, said Joan. Just used to be a benign one. And God allows this. You know, access to the Imperium is restricted. The what? The Imperium. The seat of the Holy Throne, where God lives. They had reached the end of the carriage with no way to progress further. They positioned themselves at the door with the other three women arranged in front of Neris. I thought God was everywhere, said Neris. Yes, he is. And he's in the Imperium. Evelyn looked ahead along the track. Not far to the station, she said. Too far, whispered Joan. And then gave a cheesy grin to the sash-wearing man who was now standing before her. Permit, he said flatly. This is mine, said Joan loudly and thrust her card in his face. The man gave it a cursory glance and tried to pass it back to her. Do you think that picture does me justice? Said Joan. Your card, madam. The man pressed the card against Joan's breastplate and let it drop. He clicked his fingers for the others to pass theirs over. The three other KHH sashes had finished with the other passengers and now approached the women. The woman in white made a big show of searching herself for her permit. I've only been here 3 weeks, she said, grinning. I'm sure it's here somewhere. For your sake, it had better be, said an angel. 3 weeks, thought Neris. We're coming into the station, said Evelyn. Permits, said the angelic sash, and held out his hand to receive them. Here it is, said the woman in white, and held it up for inspection. Got mine here, said Evelyn, and waved it vaguely at them while she looked out of the window. Neris could feel the monorail slowing. Your card, madam, said a sash, and without looking, Neris knew he was talking to her. This is hers, said the woman in white, passing her own card over again. No, said the man, this is yours. There was a platform beside the door now, but the monorail had not yet stopped. Do you want to see my card again? Said Joan, and thrust it into one of the angels' faces. Madam, he said, looking past Joan at Neris, his sandy hair ablaze with light. Your permit, now. I'm over 600 years old, but I think I can still pass for 19, don't you think? Said Joan. The angel stretched an arm forward and gently but implacably swept Joan aside. Hey, she said, you can't push me around. As the monorail came to a halt, the angel gave the French martyr a contemptuous look. Why not? Because, said Joan, and rammed a gauntleted fist into his nose, flattening it against his face. The automatic doors shushed open, and Neris leapt out onto the platform, followed rapidly by her 3 friends, and shortly after by 4 KHH sashes, one of them clutching his smashed nose. Stop! Yelled one of the sashes. No! Yelled Joan.
Go!
And the 4 women ran. No, Your Honour, said Mr. Devereux, I am not offering an opinion on whether Mr. Dewsbury is dead or alive. What I can say is that the Crown Prosecution Service holds no evidence to suggest that any corpse was found in Mr. Kitchen's flat. With your permission, Your Honour, said the prosecution barrister, there is the photographic evidence. The scenes of crime officers took many photographs of the body. And have these photographs been mislaid as well? Asked Judge Arbuthnot, a little giddily. No, the prosecution assured him. I even have copies here with me. It does indeed, Your Honour, said Mr. Devereux. Photographs of what appears to be a human corpse. Appears? Said Judge Arbuthnot, his voice shooting up halfway through the word. Mr. Kitchen is a gifted model maker. My learned friend's photographs will no doubt feature the paints and model making materials that Mr. Kitchen has throughout his flat. Is this so? Said Judge Arbuthnot. And Ben, who had been watching the proceedings with an anxious detachment, realised that this question was addressed to him. Was the corpse in the trunk a model? Jeremy told me to make it as a model for Pittsburgh, Ben heard himself say. Please, Your Honour, said the prosecution barrister. Mr. Kitchen readily confessed to the murder without prompting. As might any man in Mr. Kitchen's fragile state of mind, said Mr. Devereux. Fragile, said Ben. At the base of the stairs leading down from the monorail station was a narrow street, a row of closed-up buildings and a wrought-iron gate leading into a park area. Neris grasped the gate, pushed, and then saw the padlock and chain. They're coming, yelled the woman in white. Neris read the wooden sign pinned to the gate. Sanctuary for blessed animals, closed for redevelopment. Ugh! Shouted Joe. Neris turned as an angel with a broken nose came swooping down on an 8-foot-long wingspan. Joan stepped forward and swung her broadsword upward, neatly clipping the angel's wing and sending it slamming face first into the bourne next to the gate. She turned and, continuing the same stroke, brought the sword down on the chain securing the gate. The chain shattered. They barreled through into the park and ran on towards the colossal wall that marked the city limits. As she ran, Neris realised that the body she had possessed as an 18-year-old, the body she now possessed, was far fitter than the one she had left behind on the floor of Pittsburgh's room. Sprinting through the parkland, past animal enclosures and pastures, was an almost enjoyable experience. An angel in a purple sash landed with a thump on the path ahead of them. He pointed a silver spear towards the women. Through here, said Joan, vaulted a fence to the side, sliced through a wire mesh fence and ran on through a herd of pure white horses. She slapped one on its hindquarters with the flat of her blade to scatter the herd. Joan's enjoying herself, said Neris, as they followed in the wake of the now stampeding horses. I don't think she gets out much, replied Evelyn. Over there, said the woman in white, pointing. Neris looked. Are those lions and lambs lying down together, she said. Nodded the woman in white. The lambs look nervous to you. Through here, cried Joan. Neris glimpsed a larger group of purple sashes off to the left, but was distracted by events over to the right, where the stampeding horses had crashed into an enclosure for large mammals. A great animal cry went up. You're not exactly being subtle, said Neris. Can't be helped, cried Joan, skirting a deep fish pond and joining a path that ran towards the city wall. A man in a brown robe with what appeared to be a giant grizzled wolf on a lead was hurrying towards them along the path. Neris couldn't be sure if he was hurrying to intercept them, or hurrying because the snarling beast on the lead was pretty much dragging him along. Trespassers! Vandals! He cried. The sanctuary is closed! The shadow of an angel passed over Neris. Joan ducked sideways and leapt into another enclosure. Neris leapt after her. Something squeaked and slipped beneath her feet. Not the rabbits! Cried the robed man. Have you no regard for your fellow creatures? Sorry, Frank, called Joan, kicking aside a fat white ball of fur. They scrambled up an embankment at the far side of the rabbit enclosure. In the distance, the lisping curator was berating someone else. There was a cry of, "My the rhinoceros!" and then an almighty bellow of animal, human, and angel voices. Evelyn pointed. "There's the gate." It was a gate very much like the one by which Neris had entered heaven, albeit closed and unattended. They put in a final sprint to the gate, and, with the sounds of animal confusion fading behind them, it seemed that they had left their pursuers far behind. But then, emerging from behind a row of trees, came a band of half a dozen KHH sashes, and at their head was a man Neris had glimpsed less than an hour before, although he hadn't been wearing such an expression of fury before. Joan skidded to a stop. "St. Peter," said the woman in white, almost running into the back of her. "Do you think he wants his keys back?" said Evelyn. "Mr. Kitchen has had a traumatic year," explained Mr. Devereux, "and has had a number of stressful encounters with the law." Ben felt the urge to ask his barrister what on earth he was on about, but since the man was apparently working for his benefit, he did his best to nod in mournful agreement. Mr. Devereux picked up a sheet of paper and read. "He was briefly detained following a police raid on a rock concert at the beginning of the year, and although no charges were brought, Your Honour, I believe the incident had a profound effect on him. Only a few months later, he was captured and tortured by a known bank robber in a case of mistaken identity. The police arrested him yet again, and once again he was released without charge." "Are you suggesting Mr. Kitchen is being persecuted by the police?" said Judge Arbuthnot. "I'm painting a picture, Your Honour." Mr. Devereux consulted his notes. "Then there was the nasty business of the house fire." "Is this relevant?" "Mere scenery, Your Honour. Mr. Kitchen has obviously been under a lot of pressure and has been caused a great deal of embarrassment of late. Shall I mention the woman's head?" "Woman's head?" "Found in his wardrobe by the police. Not a real head, of course, Your Honour. It was part of a, how shall I put it, a mannequin. A marital aid, if you will." Now genuinely traumatized and mortified by embarrassment, Ben looked away. He began to think that spending 25 years in prison might be preferable to hearing a Crown Court judge discuss the dismembered sex doll in his wardrobe. He looked aside at the public gallery, maybe a dozen faces, all entranced by the exchange going on between barrister and judge. At least, he noticed, none of his family were among them, although he was surprised and mildly disappointed to see neither Neris nor Clovenhove among them. He froze. Not all of the faces were turned to the barrister and judge. One particular pair of eyes was fixed on him, brows screwed up in an expression of malevolent hatred. Herbert Dewsbury silently shook an angry fist at him. "Herbert," said Ben. Herbert twitched. "Mr. Kitchen," said Judge Arbuthnot sternly, "I must ask that you remain silent unless questioned." Ben pointed uncertainly at Herbert. "Can you see him?" he asked the judge uncertainly. "Mr. Kitchen!" Ben looked at the gallery. "What are you doing here, Herbert?" "Mr. Kitchen, I will have you removed from the court." "Take him away," blurted Herbert. "Lock him up. Send him to the gallows." "Order!" cried Judge Arbuthnot. "He did it," replied Herbert, pointing furiously. "He killed me." "Order! I was there. I saw everything." The judge pounded his table with his fist. "What is going on here?" he demanded. Mr. Devereux paused a moment, his lips frozen on the cusp of forming words. "Your Honour," he said, finding his tongue, "I believe it is the murder victim." St. Peter shook his head in patronizing disapproval. "I have no idea what you hope to achieve, Joan," he said, "but it stops here." Joan passed her sword from one hand to the other and then back again. "Just give up," said Peter. "You are one woman against all of us." said Evelyn loudly. "Sorry," said Peter. "You have your trendy vicar, tennis girl, and what?" He waved a hand at Neris. "A go-go dancer?" Neris was in a mind to object to the accusation, but was distracted by the realization that the woman in white was indeed dressed for a tennis match, albeit one from 50-odd years ago. It stirred some vague memory within her, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "I'm almost glad you've chosen to rebel in this way," Peter said to Joan. "You are nothing but a rabble-rouser, a troublemaker. This act of treason gives me the justification to have you removed from the Celestial City." "You do not rule this city," said Joan between clenched teeth. Peter raised his eyebrows. "You give me back my keys, and we'll see about that." Joan tightened her grip on the blade, and then abruptly let it drop. "Oh my goodness!" she shouted, pointing. "A rampaging elephant!" "Please," said Peter wearily. "Am I going to fall for—" His words were lost in a thunder of feet and tusks as a blessed grey mountain of African elephant led a stampeding menagerie through the Keep Heaven Holy Squad. "Now!" yelled Joan, and led the women forward, through the dust clouds and lumbering tail end of the stampede. She plucked the keys from beneath her breastplate and tossed them to Nerys. Nerys caught them and ran forward. Joan spun on her toes to defend the rear. "Oh, my poor creatures," came a plaintive cry from behind. "What have they done? Peter, are you all right?" There was a growl and the sound of violence. "Bravo, Wolf! No, leave! Put him down!" Pittsburgh had pushed himself into the corner of his room, wedging himself into the corner between two walls. His conscious mind had resurfaced from the shock of discovering that his resurrection spell had worked, and now fervently wished it could sink back into the depths of delirium. Not only had he successfully brought someone back from the dead, but he was now in a room with a man who claimed to be Satan and the woman he had murdered. After killing the woman, Clovenhoof/Satan, whoever he was, had become deeply bored. He spent several minutes rearranging the corpse. First of all, he laid it out, arms crossed over the chest. Bored with that, he stuck one of the woman's fingers up her own nose, and then two. This amused him only momentarily. He then sat her upright and tried to compose her into the pose of Rodin's Thinker. The floppy corpse was quite uncooperative in this endeavour, and he settled for sitting her on the bed next to him and holding her head upright with his hand. "Pittspawn," he said. Said Pittspawn. "Do you think a spot of ventriloquism would be vulgar and tasteless?" Pittspawn couldn't find an appropriate response. What he wanted was for the dead woman to vanish, taking the insane Clovenhoof with him. As though in response to this wish, a mote of light appeared in the centre of the room, and expanded rapidly to become a large, glittering tear in midair. Through the soft-edged portal, Pittspawn could see a bright and beautiful sky, white stonework, and a trio of women gazing through at him.
Is that heaven?
He managed to say. "About time," said Clovenhoof, cast the corpse aside and leapt headfirst through the hole. The portal shimmered and then vanished in a flash of light. Pittspawn blinked. Clovenhoof was gone, and, he noticed, the woman's body too. Pittspawn whimpered, struggling to control his own body, thrust his hands together, and tried to remember the first words of the Lord's Prayer. Clovenhoof landed on something soft and not at all unpleasant. Coughing away the dust that seemed to be enveloping him, he put his hands down to raise himself up. He encountered more soft pleasantness. "Excuse me," said the young woman in white beneath him. "Oh, hello," he said, removing his hands and getting to his knees. "Fancy seeing you here." Nerys hooked a hand under his elbow and lifted him up. "You know her?" she said. The woman in tennis whites gave a pair of them an admonishing look. "You tried to sell me on eBay." Nerys stared. "Molly?" Molly rolled her eyes and smiled. "Took you long enough," she said. Chapter 12, in which Clovenhoof settles an old score, meets his maker, and greets his new neighbour. Clovenhoof dusted himself down and raised his eyes to the city in front of him. "Bloody hell," he said. "This place has changed. I remember when it was nothing but gleaming spires of silver and glass and 100 million idiots singing his eternal praises. What's all this?" He waved his hand to take in the parkland, the grass, the looping monorail, the hodgepodge of buildings. "It's bloody people, isn't it? Cluttering things up, making things messy. Whereas you are well known for bringing stability and order," said the French girl in knight's armour. "It's all I've ever wanted," said Clovenhoof, with such profound sincerity that he wasn't even sure himself whether he was being sarcastic or not. "Reverend!" he shouted gleefully, recognising the blonde woman. "Still think you've got no friends who care about you?" smiled Evelyn. Clovenhoof looked at Nerys. Nerys and Molly were locked in a tight embrace, Nerys's fingers clutching at Molly's back, tears in her eyes. Clovenhoof wondered if he was in for an unexpected display of incestuous girl-on-girl action, but sadly doubted it. "Now I have friends," he said, and then turned to face the woozy and staggering assemblage of angels and blessed dead who, it appeared, had just been trampled by a herd of wild beasts. "Oh, and enemies." "Well, St. Peter," said Joan. "He's gone." "Peter," said Clovenhoof. "Gone? Fled like a coward? Abandoning his friends? Really? That's not like him at all. No, wait, silly me, it is." The angels and humans with purple sashes rearranged their robes and readied their weapons. Clovenhoof grinned. His infernal power, his one-time angelic power, wasn't a form of energy. It was something that formed his very being, gave him reality and presence. He felt it returning to him now, making him feel larger and stronger than he had felt in ages. Once an angel, always an angel, he whispered to himself. He looked down at himself, his eyes particularly dwelling on the brown corduroy trousers that not so very long ago seemed like a wise fashion decision. He could click his fingers and throw off this body and become the angel Lucifer, the bringer of light once more. He could magic away these clothes and become a towering goat demon, all hairy balls and horns. Neither seemed quite right. Clovenhoof clicked his fingers. Better, he said, and strode to meet Heaven's forces in red velvet trousers, cravat and a quilted smoking jacket. A sash-wearing man came running at him with a spear. Bakili, he greeted the man, like to poke children with sharp sticks. Clovenhoof stuck out an arm, which caught the man under his neck, sending him cartwheeling 1st feet through the air. Another man tried to catch him unawares with a sword. Ernest, said Clovenhoof, caught the blade between the palms of his hands, twisted it out of Ernest's grip, and knocked him out with the sword hilt. My, some very inventive sexual fantasies involving sandpaper and superglue. Dirty boy. An angel with what appeared to be a broken nose and a shredded wig came to Clovenhoof. Look in my heart, demon, you'll find only love there. I know, said Clovenhoof, you and Feruziel, up in the clerestory when you think no one's looking. The angel looked sheepishly aside at one of the other angels. Clovenhoof used the distraction to plant a powerful punch on his chin and lay him out on the ground. Gian Paolo Bellafron, cried Clovenhoof, and leapt into the group of men and angels, lashing out joyously with fists, hooves, horns, and an endless list of individuals' transgressions. I was an awful niece, said Nerys, rubbing her eyes. Is that so? Said Molly. How many nieces do I have? Nerys thought. 4. And how many of them cooked for me, cleaned for me, escorted me to every bloody whist drive I wanted to go to? Yeah, but... She turned away to see Clovenhoof emerge, beaming like a happy fool from amongst the still and scattered bodies of the Keep Heaven Holy Squad. I don't think I did any of it out of love, said Nerys. Molly took hold of Nerys' hand. What we do, and what we intend to do. Families. She squeezed Nerys' hand. It's all relative. Okay, ladies, said Clovenhoof, clapping his hands together. I've come here for some answers. Who's going to help me get them? It's Mackle's committee that kicked you out of hell, said Joan. And started all this Keep Heaven Holy nonsense, said Evelyn. That was Herbert's idea, said Nerys. He's just a pawn, said Clovenhoof. I always thought Michael was a brainless doofus, but I guess he's the game player here. The power behind this throne, said Joan, and then frowned. Michael has been very cagey about talking about this throne of late. The throne, said Nerys. Where God sits, said Evelyn. I thought you said he was in the Imperial something or other. The Imperium, said Joan. On the throne, in the throne room, in the Imperium. Yes, said Clovenhoof grimly. The other guy and I haven't spoken in ages. Maybe it's time for a little chat. So where's this Imperium place? Asked Nerys. Clovenhoof shook his head at her. Nerys, God isn't in just one place. God is everywhere. He drew a rectangle in the air with his finger, and a doorway appeared. Layers of curtains in the richest of colours were draped from the hands of gilded cherubs. Chandeliers were suspended from a frescoed ceiling, and the walls were lined with pleated silk and jewel colours. I don't want to be rude, said Nerys, but I always imagined God would have better taste than this. It's like the castle of Gilles de Rais, said Joan. Reminds me of Brighton Pavilion, said Molly. Oh, we went on that coach trip for the day, didn't we? Said Nerys. Far too much queuing, said Molly. And those seagulls. Clovenhoof growled in his throat. Do you think the Imperium really looks like this? He said irritably. Do you think this is actually a physical place? That we are actually walking along a corridor? We're not, said Nerys. Humans, he said. I could learn to hate them all over again. Now, said Evelyn, patting his arm. You're doing really well. Don't spoil it now. They passed through a Gothic archway, hung with swags of heavy tasseled damask, and into a large hall. The walls were hung with panels of crushed velvet with quilted gold accents. It was uncannily like Clovenhoof's outfit. The Archangel Michael stood in the centre of the room, his Italian suit now sacrificed for the more traditional robes, angelic wings, and golden lance. Clovenhoof involuntarily touched his side, remembering what the tip of that lance had felt like, what it had done to him. Behind Michael, hovering in tiered rows that stretched up to the high ceiling, were rank upon rank of angels. Oh, it's Michael, said Nerys. Have I met him? Said Molly. Possibly. He's Jeremy's I'm definitely not gay friend. He's got lovely hair. You ought to see his nails. Keeps them perfectly. Not another step, said Michael loudly, cutting across the room. Clovenhoof clip-clopped forward an inch on the marble floor. Oh, what? He said. Michael pouted at him. Are you serious for once, Jeremy? Clovenhoof wrinkled his nose. You don't want me to be serious, Michael. Me serious is me angry. Very, very angry. Michael lifted himself up on his tiptoes and floated up into the air. I don't care how angry you are, he said. I don't care about your petty grievances. You should not be here. You had me fired. You got yourself fired. You organised it, arranged it. You teased me out like a winkle from its shell and cast me down to earth. And then, you tried to make me think I was human. Michael shrugged. So, no one cares what happens to you. You are the fallen one, the angel of the bottomless pit. You are the great dragon. I threw you down once, and I will throw you down again. That was an unfair fight, said Clovenhoof, wagging a finger at the angel.
It wasn't a fair fight,
said Michael in a high-pitched, mocking voice.
I had the sun in my eyes. I couldn't see. You had all the best soldiers.
Michael shook his head and his halo shone fiercely. Change the record, Jeremy. We fought, I won, you lost. Come down here and say that, shouted Clovenhoof. Michael's lips curled in the faintest of smiles. He looked round at the angelic host about him to share his amusement. You want me to do that? He said to Clovenhoof. Absolutely. I want to be beaten and humiliated again. I won't. Michael slowly drifted down. I was going to let you return to Earth and your sordid little suburban life. But you would rather take the pain, be thrown down into another pit of torment, one which you will never leave. Bring it on, said Clovenhoof. Michael's bare feet touched the ground and he walked slowly towards Clovenhoof, like a big cat. He stopped a few feet from Clovenhoof. Last chance, he said with a triumphant twinkle in his eye. Do you really want to do this? Yes, said Clovenhoof, and then, oh, just one question, Michael. Yes. Clovenhoof smiled. Do you honestly think that was the sun in my eyes? Michael frowned, and Clovenhoof head-butted him in the face. Michael staggered back. The light that blinded me, said Clovenhoof as he advanced on Michael. That brilliance, that glory, you think that was the sun? Michael swung at him awkwardly with his lance. Clovenhoof ducked and stamped a hoof down on Michael's foot. Michael fell to one knee. You think that you threw me down, said Clovenhoof. You conceited, idiotic fool. He snatched Michael's lance from his hand. Michael resisted, but Clovenhoof kneed him in the mouth and sent him flying back. Clovenhoof snapped the lance in two and threw the pieces aside. There was only one power that could defeat me, he said, addressing the host above him. And I can't see that power here. Michael was crawling on the floor, apparently trying to pick up some of his teeth. Clovenhoof twisted a handful of cloth at the neck of his gown and yanked him upwards. Michael tried to say something, but it was weak and muffled by blood and the lack of teeth. Clovenhoof kicked him viciously in the ribs to silence him. My friends and I are going to see the throne, he told the host. If anyone has an issue with that, I'm right here. The angels stayed exactly where they were. In fact, Clovenhoof thought that some nearer the ground were slowly distancing themselves from him. Good. He looked back at Nerys, Evelyn, Molly and Joe. Come on, girls. He led the way, dragging Michael face down with him and leaving a fine trail of blood and teeth in his wake. They passed beneath the angels, through a tall archway, and into a grand, high-vaulted corridor with double doors at its end. It's like that bit in Wizard of Oz, said Molly as they walked. Where they go to see the wizard in the Emerald City, agreed Nerys. Yeah, said Evelyn. But if this wizard turns out to be a man behind a curtain, I'm going to be seriously put out. Joan can be the Tin Man, said Molly. I have no idea what you're on about, said Joan. Jeremy can be the Cowardly Lion, said Nerys. Cowardly, said Molly. Well, he's hairy enough. The Brainless Scarecrow, said Evelyn, pointing at the limp form of Michael. Good call. That just leaves Dorothy, said Molly. But I'm the youngest, said Nerys. I played Dorothy in a school play, argued Evelyn. What about me, said Molly. You can be my Auntie M, said Nerys. Excuse me, said Molly, pretending to be offended. Clovenhoof stopped at the double doors and turned. Ladies, he said sternly, we are about to go through these doors and step into the presence of the Almighty himself. Your mortal eyes are about to look upon his heavenly throne, the most spectacular and transforming sight in all creation. guide each of them in turn. I somehow think it inappropriate for you to spend these last few moments arguing over which of you is most like Judy Garland. Sorry, Jeremy, said Nerys. Sorry, said Molly. Point taken, said Evelyn contritely. Right, said Jeremy, placing his hands on the doors. Now, behold. He gave a push and flung the great doors wide open. The room beyond was an enormous white cube of a hall. At the far end, on top of a dais with more than 100 steps, was a stone seat with a back as high and as intricately carved as any church spire. And sat on the throne was no one. Oh, shit, said Cloverleaf. Wow, said Nerys in dutiful appreciation. And, where is God? This is wrong, said Cloverleaf and ran forward, still dragging Michael along with him. He abandoned the battered archangel at the top of the steps and scrambled up as fast as he could. Is everything all right? Nerys shouted after him. Very, very wrong, Cloverleaf muttered to himself as he climbed. At the top, there was someone waiting for him, leaning against the arm of the throne. Weren't expecting this, were you? Said St. Peter. For some reason, the divine apostle's robes were ripped along the hem, and there were what appeared to be bloody teeth marks in his lower leg. What have you done? Said Cloverleaf. Not me, said Peter. It's what he's done. Cloverleaf stared at him blankly. God has gone, said Peter. He is no longer here. But why? Peter shrugged. You want me to second-guess the motives of the ineffable Lord? What can I say? He moves in mysterious ways, and he moved out something like 300 years ago. Cloverleaf stepped back, stunned. So, who's been running heaven in all that time? Peter tapped his own chest modestly. Who do you think? I thought Michael. He gestured down the steps to where the archangel was slowly picking himself up off the floor. The four women stood beside him, gazing upward at the throne. Michael? Peter scoffed. He's a complete doofus. Are you familiar with Dante's Paradiso? Italian poetry, sneered Cloverleaf. Can't get enough of it.
Paradise Lost.
Dante Alighieri compared heaven to a rose, with the faithful dead as the petals and the angels as bees, buzzing back and forth, labouring out of love for him. Poetic twaddle, but he was right about one thing. They are like bees. And with no queen bee in the hive, they're nothing but powerful morons. They're very good at following orders even when they don't realise that's what they're doing. I can't believe this has happened. Believe it, said Peter, standing upright and pacing around the throne. We've struggled on for 300 years, keeping his absence a secret to avoid panic. The dead keep coming and heaven stays the same. I recognised the population problem decades before Joan of Arc publicly raised it. Joan wasn't in full possession of the facts. Without him, without a divine contradiction of divine scripture, heaven cannot expand. We needed a solution, and now we're putting it into place. Randomly casting out heaven's residents into limbo? Wrong, said Peter, mildly annoyed. Wrong on 2 counts. Firstly, our Keep Heaven Holy program is not random. It targets those who fail to demonstrate the moral rectitude that heaven demands. This celestial city will be the abode of the best, the most righteous, the most morally upstanding. As decided by you, as dictated by Scripture, Lucifer. You're also wrong about sending them out into limbo. Those camps of asylum seekers outside our gates will not be tolerated for long. Those people will be relocated soon enough. To hell, Cloverleaf nodded. Pack 'em in, stack 'em high. Hell is more amorphous than heaven, Peter agreed. Its dimensions are more malleable. We'll make room. You'll damn millions, billions even, just to get a bit more breathing space, a little more Lebensraum. Lucifer, please don't cheapen this conversation with tacky metaphor. Hell does not have to be a terrible place. We can provide the displaced with a tolerable, almost pleasant existence. It will require significant reorganization, but it can be done. And that's why you wanted me out of the way, said Cloverleaf. Peter made a seesaw motion with his hand. Oh, partly. The main reason, and it is unfortunate that it's come to pass, is that I wanted to avoid this exact situation. Cloverleaf gave him a puzzled look. Peter sighed. An empty throne. And you. Oh, I see. You think I might try to take it for myself. As job moves go, it's a natural progression. Cloverleaf took a step towards the throne. Peter moved sideways to stand in the way. I had hoped that being on Earth you would be out of the way, eternally oblivious to the situation, said Peter, tutting at himself. Yeah, that's not really worked out for you, has it?
It just means I have to put other plans into motion a little sooner than expected.
With that, Peter sat down on the throne. Clovenhoof did a double take. What are you doing? Peter ran his hands along the arms of the throne, trying it on for size.
I had planned to steer the committee toward appointing me to this position, but since you forced my hand...
You're taking over the throne? Said Clovenhoof, astounded.
I've had centuries of experience standing in for him.
So, you were promoting yourself to what, God? Peter smiled.
Blessed am I, Simon, son of Jonah. I am Peter, the rock on which the church is built, and the powers of hell will not prevail against me. To me is given the keys to the kingdom of heaven, and whatever I bind in heaven shall be bound on earth, and whatever I loose in heaven shall be loosed on earth.
Clovenhoof recognised the mangled quotation. You think that just because you were Pope, that makes you the ideal candidate for the job?
It is a matter of dogma that anything a Pope says ex cathedra from the throne is true.
I don't think it meant this throne.
It does now,
said Peter. And a crackle of light ran along the throne where he touched it, and a distant boom echoed around the high ceiling. Peter giggled and stared at his hands. The power they now contained. He caught Clovenhoof's eye.
Sorry, he said and coughed. Should be a bit more solemn, dignified.
Regal, said Clovenhoof derisively.
Indeed.
Peter placed his arms firmly back on the throne.
And now, Lucifer, you will bow before me.
I will not, said Clovenhoof.
Bow before me,
Peter commanded, and as the light fizzed through the stone and the room echoed to deep rumblings, Clovenhoof found his knees and waist bending of their own accord. He fought it, and with a monumental effort was able to hold it in check.
You rebelled eons ago for refusing to bow down to man, his greatest creation.
He was making a mistake, spat Clovenhoof through clenched teeth as he battled against the forces bearing down on him. You're just proving me fucking right.
He should have forced you to comply. Now, bow!
It was as though a great weight had slammed down on him. Clovenhoof dropped to his hands and knees, coughing.
He wanted me to rebel,
gasped Clovenhoof.
Really?
No, he wanted me to have the freedom to rebel. He wanted to see what I would do. He wanted to see the choices I would make. He coughed again, and as a thought struck him, the cough became a laugh. Damn it, the fool.
Who? Said Peter. Me?
You, me, him. A tarot card.
What are you babbling about?
The fool with the sun at his back and the rose in his hand. The rose of heaven.
You really aren't making sense.
You told me God had gone and I almost believed you.
Oh, but he has.
Why? Clovenhoof looked up. Because you can't see him? He found himself to be grinning. Well, I think he would have liked your keep heaven holy idea. What was it? To ensure heaven is only for those who demonstrate moral rectitude? And how would God test that if he's looking over your shoulder all the time? He had to give you the freedom to do wrong, to see if you are truly worthy of heaven. That's what he's been doing for the last 300 years.
But he's not here,
insisted Peter. Do you think he would let heaven slip from his hand for a single moment? Do you think he ever left?
You lie, Lucifer.
Maybe. But I tell you what, you were right to fear this situation, the throne and me.
Why?
Because even if he had gone away, there would be one thing that would bring him racing back. One thing he would not be willing to tolerate. Clovenhoof leant forward and placed a hand on the throne. He wouldn't like that at all, said Clovenhoof. Light exploded from behind the throne. A supernova that blasted the walls and ceiling and came rebounding back in amplified glory. A long way off, Clovenhoof could hear Nerys swearing. The light of heavenly wonder washed over the throne and cascaded down the stairs. The throne itself began to glow. Clues in the name, said Clovenhoof, finding he was able to get to his feet once more. Bringer of light, that's me. The throne had turned a radiant retina burning white. Peter, transfixed, seemingly unable to lift his arms or body, stared in horror at the seat he had taken and wailed. Screaming, burning, he sank into the enveloping light. Clovenhoof backed to the edge of the dais, forced to turn his head away. Down below him, Michael attempted to hide his eyes from the glare. Above Peter's screams and the roar of God's splendour, Clovenhoof just managed to hear Michael plead, "Lord, I was only doing what I thought was right." "Doofus," grinned Clovenhoof, and gave the pitiful archangel the finger. On the blazing throne, Peter's cry reached a crescendo in both pitch and volume, and was then abruptly halted by an all-engulfing thunderclap. an explosion that pitched Clovenhoof off the dais completely and sent him rolling down the steps, bouncing and cursing all the way. He landed heavily on his side and stumbled to his feet, cradling a bashed elbow. Michael had vanished. So had Nerys, Molly, Evelyn and Joan. Atop the dais, the throne was buried at the heart of a light greater than that of the sun. "Good to see you again," Clovenhoof called out, shielding his eyes with his hand. "You're looking well. You've lost weight?" The light shimmered and span. Ineffable truths swam in its depths. "Humans, eh?" said Clovenhoof. "I told you there'd be trouble. Look what it's led to." He tried to discern answers in the blinding radiance. "So, this is the bit where you put everything right," he went on. "Deus ex machina. Cues in the name and all that." He waited for a response. "Do I have to click my heels together 3 times and say there's no place like home?" he suggested. Something boiled and flared. A new brightness. A question. PC Matthew Pearson put the polystyrene cup of vending machine coffee down on the table in front of Mr. Dewsbury and sat down opposite him. "Well, you'll be pleased to hear that there won't be any charges brought against you, sir. Against me? Perverting the course of justice? But no charges." The one-handed man stared at him in desperation. "But what about my flat? What about my hand?" PC Pearson tried a sympathetic smile. "You have been out of the country for nearly 2 years. He looked at the documents that the passport service had faxed through to him. "And obviously what happened in France is a little outside our jurisdiction. But I... Tears welled in the man's eyes. "Now, do you have somewhere to stay?" asked PC Pearson. "I know the number of a nice B&B. He did.
Excuse me. You wouldn't happen to know where 415 Cedar Street is, would you?
The place was crowded, and Ben had to weave.
No, not right off, buddy, I don't. 415 Cedar Street.
200's that way, 500's that way. It should be right here, but there's no houses on this block.
Put it in Google?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, buddy, I don't know. I don't really know these roads too much.
Me neither. I may have to call them and find out. Thanks. This one.
Hello.
Hello, my name is David. I believe I talked to you about your husband's CPAP machine.
Yes.
Well, I'm having an issue finding your house.
Okay, where are you at?
Well, I was on Cedar Street, and I followed it all the way to the end where there's looks like some duplexes.
Oh, honey, you're in the wrong area. We're actually in Kibler.
Oh, because I have Cedar Street, Van Buren, and this is where my map brought me.
Yeah, it's South Cedar Avenue.
South Cedar Avenue in Van Buren?
And it is a Van Buren address, but we actually live in Kibler.
Okay, because they have... Is it still the 415?
Yeah, 415 South Cedar Avenue.
Okay, then I'm over here, so as soon as I make it there, we'll be ready.
All right, thank you, dear.
Thank you. All right.
No one would recognize him, ask him awkward questions, or try to start something with him. He got to the bar and found that the barman, Lennox, had already poured him a pint of cider and black.
"On the house," said Lennox. "I think you deserve it."
"Thank you," said Ben, mildly uncomfortable with the generous gesture.
"So it turned out to be a model corpse all along."
Ben smiled politely. "I did try to tell them. It's amazing that it took Herbert returning from France to show his face in court to convince them I'm not a murderer. My neighbour, Mrs. Astrakhan, was apparently so traumatised by the event that she's run off to her sisters in Shropshire, vowing never to return." Ben paused. Yes, it did seem amazing, implausible, even impossible. The whole business seemed incredible, but that was the truth of the matter. Perhaps he would stick to miniature models from now on.
"Now the point is free," said Lennox. "But if you'll do me a favour..."
"Sure." Lennox pointed across the room to a chair by the window.
"Your friend there has been sleeping off the booze all evening. Can you see that she gets home safely?"
Ben looked, saw, and then walked over. Neris was slumped in a chair. A trio of wine glasses stood on the table in front of her. He sat down across from her and poked her on the shoulder until she stirred. "Probably not the best place to sleep," he said. Neris looked at him blearily. "Ben?" He spread his arms. "Ta-da! Sprung from jail by the slow-moving cogs of justice." She sat upright and touched her fingertips to her cheeks. They were wet. "Crying in my sleep," she said. "I had the strangest dream." "A sad dream?" said Ben. "No." She gazed at the table, trying and failing to remember. "Not at all." Dave came through from the hotel bedroom to the balcony overlooking the sea. "You'll get cold," he said, wrapping his arms around Glenda's shoulders from behind. She leaned back against him. "I'm fine," she said, and then, "I'm very happy." Dave looked at the far-off light in the darkness, wondering if it was a boat. "Back to grimy Sutton tomorrow," he said. She shrugged. "A nice, full English and a leisurely drive. It'll be nice." She chuckled to herself. "Might skip the black pudding. Still can't face the stuff." "Do you think about him a lot?" said Dave. She tilted her head back and pecked him on the cheek. "Nope. Maybe we'll just skip breakfast and have a nice long lie-in." "Sounds good. Peace and quiet and a long lie-in." She turned to face him, staying within his embrace. "I didn't say it was going to be a quiet lie-in." Clovenhoof went up to the bar. "Lambrini," said Lennox. "The same," said Clovenhoof. "How's your grandma?" Lennox laughed. "False alarm. She'll bury us all yet." Clovenhoof saw Ben and Neris by the window. "And the usual for those two reprobates?" "No problem, boss." Lennox put the drinks on a tray, and Clovenhoof was surprised to discover he actually had the money in his pocket to pay for them. When the barman passed him his change, Clovenhoof pointed to his head. "The horns? Can you still—" Lennox grinned. "Still there. Still ugly." Clovenhoof carried the drinks across to his friends. "At last he appears," said Ben, gladly taking his next drink. "Where have you been?" "Here and there," said Clovenhoof. "Mostly there." "And how are you?" "Fine," said Neris. "Why?" No lasting effects from the electric shock.
The electric shock?
The pit spawns.
Who?
Nothing, said Clovenhoof, sitting down. Nothing. Neris stared at the palm of her hands, and then prodded at one as though expecting to see something. It was a dream. What was? Said Clovenhoof innocently. Neris looked at him for the longest time. Nothing, she said, and reached for the wine. Darren Pottersmore, formerly known as Pitspawn, sat upright in bed, reading from his mum's copy of the King James Bible. The naked bulb hanging in the middle of the room filled the room with stark, unloving light. The room had been stripped almost bare. Darren had boxed and bagged up his entire collection of occult books. He had torn down his posters and pentagram. He had binned the statues, jewellery and candles. Even the satanic chair covers his mum had knitted for him had been removed and binned. The only reminder of his lamentable time as a Satanist was the black paint on his walls. Darren, hours from ever finding sleep, had already made plans to go out the following morning and buy some tins of cleansing white emulsion, and maybe some crucifixes. They tottered home drunkenly, arm in arm. On one side of Clovenhoof, Neris was explaining the importance of female empowerment, and how women through the ages had expressed that through clothing. On the other side of him, Ben laboured under the false impression that his friends were interested in his opinion on the effectiveness of the Greeks as a fighting force. Take Joan of Arc, said Neris. Take her where? Said Clovenhoof. She wasn't Greek, said Ben. Tiny slip of a thing, said Neris. But put her in a suit of armour and the English were quaking in their boots. No women allowed in the army, said Ben. Weren't allowed out of the house, in fact. And here's our house, said Clovenhoof, fumbling in his pocket for his keys. All I'm saying is that this... She poked at her breasts, although she might have been aiming for her spangly low-cut top. This is my armour, see? Clovenhoof turned the key and fell in. Rubbish armour, burbled Ben. Doesn't cover anything. I was being metaphysical, she said, struggling to get her foot on the bottom step of the stairs. Ben put his hands on her shoulders and pushed her upstairs ahead of him. Clovenhoof lay on the floor and briefly debated spending the night there. Ultimately deciding against it, he climbed to his feet and leaned against the door of flat 1A, which promptly swung open, spilling him into Mrs. Astrakhan's living room. The lights were on, but he dimly recalled Ben saying that Mrs. Astrakhan had gone, left forever. "Hello!" he called in a drunken sing-song voice. There was a sound from further within the flat, the movement of furniture. Clovenhoof navigated his way round Mrs. Astrakhan's three-piece suite and into the master bedroom. There was an old-fashioned boxy suitcase open on the bed. The Archangel Michael, wearing a modest linen suit, was unpacking pants and transferring them to a chest of drawers. "You're not Mrs. Astrakhan," said Clovenhoof. Michael gave him a stony look of miserable self-pity. There was something diminished about him, less magnificent and more human. "Don't utter a word," warned Michael. Clovenhoof looked round. "You? Here? I go where he sends me." Michael sniffed, returning to his unpacking. "But here? Permanently? I don't want to talk about it." Clovenhoof nodded, and then, without warning, the laughter burst from within him. "Jeremy? Michael?" snorted Clovenhoof, doubling up in hysterics. "Neighbour? Not by choice." Clovenhoof howled. "Have you no sympathy?" whined the earthbound angel. Clovenhoof shook his head and collapsed into a fit of giggles. St. Peter found himself sitting in another seat. It wasn't a throne, but it was a tall chair and positioned at the head of a long table in a dim, redly lit room. There was a smell in the air, something faint and not quite identifiable, but certainly not very pleasant. The chairs along the length of the table were filled with, well, not people, but individuals. Peter was surprised to see he recognized most of them. Azazel looked at him with penetrating eyes, a needle-sharp quill poised in his hand. Berith had the hindquarters of some small animal stuffed in his huge mouth. He gave Peter a friendly wave. Directly to Peter's left, the demon Belphegor sat in his puttering steam-powered wheelchair. To his right, the fallen angel Mulciber presented Peter with a stack of parchment over 2 feet in height. "What's this?" said Peter.
"We have a very long agenda to get through today, your lordship."
Peter stared at Mulciber blankly. The former angel gave the former saint a not unkindly smile.
They say it's better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven, eh?
Peter tentatively reached for the first sheet of parchment and began to read. This has been Clovenhove, written by Hyder Goody and Ian Grant, narrated by Matthew Lloyd Davis. Copyright 2012 by Hyder Goody and Ian Grant. Production copyright 2019 by Hyder Goody and Ian Grant.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Clovenhove, written by Hyder Goody and Ian Grant.
Hey, no.
Narrated by Matthew Lloyd Davis. Prologue.
We're a little disappointed,
said St. Peter.
Let's take...
Alabama has beaten Arkansas 15 straight years. This is...
We welcome you back inside the stadium as we near kickoff between the Razorbacks and Alabama. The Razorback band is on the field as we speak. And Quinn, as we look out across, we are on the west side. As we look out to the east side, there aren't many empty seats. I don't know if this is going to be the biggest crowd we've had before in this stadium, but it's going to be awfully close.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can tell with the tailgating that was going on in the parking lots. I mean, it's been absolutely amazing. Everybody's having a great time. It's more people I've seen, and now when you look at this stadium, well, you can tell the fans are here and ready to go.
I found some of Sam Pittman's comments interesting a little bit earlier on Bryce Young. Do you make him a pocket passer? Do you force him to throw on the run? He said, we want to collapse the pocket through the middle, force him to the defensive ends. That's when you don't want him to get outside the defensive ends, but you want to force him into those guys who are rushing on the edge.
Well, he's very comfortable in the pocket. I mean, he's a guy that has great feet. He has great vision. Anytime he's actually disrupted, he still keeps his eyes down the field, so he does a nice job of doing that. Arkansas is definitely going to have to collapse the pocket from the inside, so that's going to be Terry Hampton, Isaiah Nichols. Those guys are going to have to do some things to push him out to Drew Sanders and Jordan Dominic and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be a critical thing for Arkansas to make sure that that happens, because Bryce Young is a guy that can make you pay.
We expect Arkansas to challenge Alabama's secondary. I guess we have to expect Bryce Young to try to do the same thing to ours.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt. There's going to be some balls down the field. I mean, both secondaries better get ready. And so it's really going to come down to who can back up and who can have a great pass rush. A couple of years previously, you would always be concerned about Arkansas's pass rush, but now you lead the country in sacks. I think that's really good for this Arkansas team. But then also, KJ's got to push the ball down the field because Texas really put them in a bad spot with the deep ball.
Jaden Hazelwood's really emerging as one of the leaders on this offense, leading receiver now with 18 receptions. We saw Keytron Jackson score a weekend ago. It's not just Landers, Thompson, and maybe Trey Knox. They're developing a stable of weapons.
I think they are. I mean, this is a group that is very solid all the way across the board. KJ is continuing trying to find a way to get them the football. The passing game has not been as explosive as you like, but this could be a great day for it to happen.
Got to force some turnovers. Arkansas's not forced one in 2 weeks. Can't win today without it.
Yeah, you got to force some turnovers, and you can't give it up. And normally, Chuck, I would say in this game we have to play our best game. But I don't believe that. I believe that you just come out out and do what you need to do. Tackle well, don't give up turnovers, and boy, you got a chance to win this football game.
The Bands form the Block A. They're in the north end zone. The Razorbacks play on Saturday, and the Hogs and Bam are coming up. Kickoff next after this for the Arkansas Heart Hospital.
Look, you already know eating right and staying active make a big difference, but weight loss surgery could get you back in the game. Check out the Bariatric and Metabolic Institute at Encore Medical Center in Saline County, part of the Arkansas Heart Hospital team. Their bariatric experts can help you lose the extra weight, get off medications, manage diabetes, and more. Visit arheart.com/BMI now for details. That's arheart.com/BMI for weight loss surgery. Your ticket to better health.
Great game days start with calling the Hogs. And with powerful towing and payload, the 2023 Ford F-150 truck answers the call. No wonder F-Series are America's best-selling trucks 45 years straight. The Arkansas Razorbacks and F-150. Greatness starts here. Visit your Arkansas Ford dealer or buyfordnow.com. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
What does better mean to you? Maybe it's better services, better support, better ways to build a life or buy a home or run a business. First Security is your partner for it all, with resources and solutions that make a difference for you and others. That's because First Security takes care of customers while building communities. Better for you, better for Arkansas, better for all. First Security. Think better. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm here with the shooter, Pat Bradley, for Saracen Casino Resort.
There's Vegas, and then there's Vegas, Arkansas style. Experience all the fun and games of 2,000 slots, 45 pickle games, poker, and world-class dining. Right here at Arkansas's favorite place to win, Saracen Casino.
Just like your shooting, Pat, Saracen is so cool.
You know what they say, if you can actually do it, it ain't bragging.
Join us at Saracen Casino Resort, only 40 minutes from Little Rock.
Gambling problem? Call 800-522-4700.
Time now for the keys to the game, brought to you by Harps. At Harps, they greet you with a smile. They ask if they can help you, and they let you know you're welcome in their store. Harps is hometown fresh.
Well, Chuck, offensively, we know Arkansas is a run-heavy team, and this is an offense that's built to go the long haul. 12 plays for 80 yards, 13 plays for 75 yards. Arkansas is going to have to do that, but this team is also built to go be extremely explosive, and today needs to be one of those explosive days. I mean, you're going to need chunk plays with drives ending in touchdowns. That one play, that two-play drive, where you don't have to try to go the long haul against Alabama's defense because they are very, very tough to do. Texas showed that you can throw the football deep against them, and Arkansas is going to have to take advantage of that as well. Defensively, Arkansas leads the country in sacks, so applying pressure to Bryce Young is key. He's very good in the pocket, very cool. Arkansas is going to have to find ways to make him uncomfortable, and if they can do that 5 or 6 times, Chuck, in critical situations, that either leads to a turnover or field third down conversion, that's going to help this Arkansas defense get off the field.
The Razorbacks are making their way through the A onto Frank Broyles Field. Alabama has come in from across the way. Nick Saban has brought a team to Fayetteville 8 times prior to today, Quinn. 5 of those times have been ranked number 1. But only number 2 this time, but they've still got the same aura they've always had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one team that is really intimidated the entire SEC. I mean, they try to beat you right before, they try to beat you before you even step on the field. I think this Arkansas football team, the way they played versus Alabama last year, is in a good spot and a good mindset.
Captains on the field, beginning to meet at midfield. KJ Jefferson, Dalton Wagner, Simeon Blair, Bumper Poole. Let's go down to the field and join Gino Grovey. Pardon me, Gino Bell. Pardon me, Gino Bell for our coin toss. Thank you, Gino.
This side is heads with the SEC logo. This side is tails with each team on the flag in the conference, okay? University of Alabama, you are the visiting team. What is your choice? Heads is the call. Heads is the call. It's tails. University of Arkansas, you have one to toss. You want to defer your option to the second half. You know the ball. Which one would you like to do? All right, move your choose your bets that way.
All right, well, there you have it. Our referee today is Scott Walker. The Razorbacks win the toss. They defer their option to the third quarter. When that's an interesting choice. We're going to see Bryce Young and company right off the bat, but if the Razorbacks can get this thing to halftime and see right in the middle of it, they're going to get the football first.
Well, I think it's an interesting choice because, one, I mean, Bryce Young in Alabama, you know that they're probably going to score some points. And so putting your defense out on the field right off the bat with the pressure they can apply, if you can go a 3 and out or force them to punt the football to you, that's only going to give your offense a whole lot of energy. So I like the call right there and put this defense out on the field first.
All right, let's go down to the field, check in with Gino Bell for our first Walmart sideline report. Gino.
What an amazing atmosphere for the matchup between two top 25 teams, Arkansas and Alabama, here in Razorback Stadium. Now, I will tell you, the fans are definitely in the house and ready to show their love. They are lit here on the side. This week, offensively, they worked on ball security and also worked on the red zone play this week in practice. I spoke with one of the defensive coaches and they told me that the guys had a great week of practice working on technique, tackling, and they are locked in. We expect the guys to come out and play hard, play fast, and with a lot of energy. One key to the game today is there's a swirling breeze here on the field. We'll see if it makes a difference for either team.
All right, Gino, thank you. Our first half kickoff brought to you by Arkansas Blue Cross Blue Shield. Discover the compassion of the cross, trusted for more than 70 years. The security of a shield, accepted by 90% of doctors and specialists, and the power of a card that opens doors in all 50 states. Arkansas Blue Cross, live fearless. The Razorbacks in the cardinal red tops, cardinal red helmets, white pants, double stripe down the side. Alabama, all white, with the exception of the crimson helmets. The Razorbacks will kick away from the Broyle Center toward the south end to begin the ball game. Jake Bates set to kick it away. Jameer Gibbs, transfer from Georgia Tech. Back deep for Alabama. When we are ready to get this football game underway, Bates approaches the football end over end. This one's going to sail out of the end zone, and Bama will start 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. It's an Alabama offense that averages 48.5 points per ball game. They've rushed for 235. They throw for 282 per contest. 8 rushing touchdowns, 14 passing touchdowns. They've lost 2 fumbles, they've thrown 3 picks, and they've allowed 4 sacks. Bryce Young's completed 68% of his passes, 13 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's rushed for a pair of scores as well. Their top running back is Jameer Gibbs, a transfer from Georgia Tech. Gibbs has rushed for 172 yards, averages nearly 7 yards per pop. Here we go. 1st and 10, Bama at their own 25-yard line. Young hands to Gibbs, bounces over to the right side. He'll get about 3 after the 28-yard line. Simeon Blair came up to make the tackle. Arkansas challenging Alabama's offensive line. It's the Razorbacks that will begin with Landon Jackson on one edge, Zach Williams on the other. 3-man line. Isaiah Nichols is up front. Poole and Sanders, the linebackers. They start with 6 defensive backs. 2nd down and 7. Bama at their own 28-yard line. Young in the gun with Gibbs at his left hip. Off play action. Young to throw. Looking downfield. Throwing deep. Got a man on a corner route complete inside the Razorback 40. Down near the 35-yard line is Kobe Prentice. The stop was made by Simeon Blair. They're going to give him the 31 of Arkansas. So that's a 41-yard gain.
Yeah, they go doubles to the right side and run the inside receiver on the corner route. The outside receiver stopped, and Bryce Young delivered the football.
Bama's right up on the football. Razorback defense going with 3 down linemen. They give it to Gibbs, hit at the line of scrimmage, bounces away outside. Stiff arms a defender at the 26. He'll get down to the 24-yard line. Kareem Johnson finally made the tackle, but when they had Gibbs at the line of scrimmage and he was able to get away before Johnson brought him down.
Yeah, you're right. Drew Sanders had him and Jaden Johnson had him in the backfield. He was able to spin away and then pick up some positive yardage in a situation where he should have lost yardage.
2nd down and about 3. Football at the Razorback 24-yard line. Jace McClellan's checked in at tailback. McClellan's a junior out of Aledo, Texas. He's rushed for a couple of touchdowns already. Young may be changing the play. The play clock's down under 10. just underway. Bama with a 41-yard pass play has put itself in plus territory. They bring the tight end in motion, quick out, right side, complete inside the 20. That's a first down. Out of bounds right away after a 5-yard gain is Trayshawn Holden. Dwight McLaughlin defending. Not much you could do there. First down of the 19.
You're right about that, Chuck. There's not much you can do about that. He's playing press coverage right there. He doesn't want to get beat over the top. The receiver just runs a stop route, and the ball was delivered on time.
Ball's on the right hash. Twin receivers to the left. A single man to the far side. Young directs traffic on first down from the 19. Hawks creeping up a little bit. Young calls for the ball. Play action. Going to throw over the middle. Pass is intercepted. Intercepted by McLaughlin down at the 1-yard line. It was tipped. Third pick for the LSU transfer. The Razorback defense comes through. What a play by McLaughlin, Quinn.
Well, that's a nice play. I mean, to be able to be trailing the wide receiver right there. They tried to do a little RPO and find a slant route across the middle. McLaughlin did a nice job. I thought when he let the football go, there was a lot of trash right there. He let it go, but McLaughlin came up with a one-handed interception that allowed the Arkansas Razorbacks to get the football.
Just the third pick Young's thrown this year. KJ Jefferson leads the Razorback offense on the field. Hogs average 33.5 per game. They've scored 9 rushing touchdowns, 8 through the air. They've lost 4 fumbles. They've thrown 1 pick. They've allowed 6 sacks. Hogs averaging 244 rushing yards per game, 235 through the air. KJ's completed 69% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's rushed for 4 scores. Rocket Sanders, the Hogs' leading rusher, 508 yards, 6 yards per tote. 3 rushing touchdowns, 1 through the air. Hogs start the first possession in the shadow of their own goalpost. First down at their own 1. They're going to sneak it with KJ, and they push the pile all the way out to the 5-yard line. That's about as good as you could hope for with a sneak, and it's second down and 6.
Well, offensively, what you try to do when you're backed up on your end zone, you're just trying to get breathing room. Your first mindset is to find a way to get to the 10-yard line, so if you have to punt, your punter has the maximum length to kick the football.
Second down and 6. Hogs at their own 5. An early pick keeps Bama out of the end zone. Jefferson going to give it to Sanders. Makes a man miss across the 10. He's got a first down to the 15 to the 16-yard line. Rocket for 11, and the Hogs move the sticks.
That's a nice job on the right side of that offensive line. I'm telling you, Dalton Wagner, Bo Limmer, those guys are really eating over there. They've done it all season long, and Rocket Sanders did a nice job of cutting and finding yardage.
First down, Razorbacks at their own 16-yard line. Luke Jones, Brady Latham, Ricky Stromberg, Bo Limmer, Dalton Wagner along the offensive line. They bring Hazelwood in motion. KJ in the gun, going to throw a little quick hitch, right side. Keytron Jackson complete across the 20, has some blockers, and they'll run him out of bounds up to the 24. They get 8 yards on first down, and it's second and 2.
Well, that's a nice job by Kendall Browse. I mean, just getting this offense off its goal line and calling some plays that are very comfortable that are providing yardage.
Today's game brought to you in part by Bud Light. This season, Bud Light is for the fans. Second down and 2, 11:30 to play in the opening quarter. No score. Alabama got deep into Razorback territory, but the Hogs picked it off at the 1. Now Jefferson's going to give it to Sanders. A lot of room up to the 30-yard line. That's a first down, 6 yards. He was trying to get outside to the right, Quinn. He would have had a lot of room there. DeMarco Helms made the stop for Alabama, but the Hogs have moved it from the 1 out to the 30. First and 10. Opening quarter. Razorbacks on their first possession of the day. Sanders again, right side, not as much this time. He'll get 2 out to the 33. Second down and 8. Byron Young made the tackle for the Crimson Tide.
Well, here's the thing, Chuck, that when you look at this football game, and you watched a lot of Alabama-Arkansas games, and Alabama's been very dominant from a defensive standpoint. It feels like this offensive line is comparable to that defensive line. That's why Arkansas has been able to run the football so effectively so far.
Latham's making his 28th straight start. Stromberg is 17th. Limmer is 12th. This is the 44th career game for Dalton Wagner. Second down. KJ out of the gun. Going to run a little bubble left side. Flags down. They tackle Hazelwood in the backfield. We'll see what the laundry's about. It's a 4-yard loss. Kool-Aid McKinstry came up and blew that play up. We'll see what the penalty's about. Stops the clock at the 10:25 mark.
Illegal formation. Offense. More than 4 players in the offensive backfield. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
The dead ball foul. So
that actually was probably a good.
Yeah, that's it. Well, hang on.
Holding is declined.
Okay, all right. Now they're going to say it's declined, and it'll be 3rd down and 11 for the Razorbacks. The Hogs this year on 3rd down are converting at a 47% clip. Alabama, just for the record, the opponents 11 of 59 through the first 4 games, 19%. Sanders is in the backfield, but it's 3rd down and 11 for the Razorbacks. 10:05 to play in a scoreless first quarter. Blitz is on the way. Jefferson flushed, rolling right, still looking, going to fire to the sidelines, overthrows Landers out near the 40-yard line. KJ was flushed, and the Razorbacks are going to have to punt it away.
Yeah, right there. They're trying to show an unbalanced line look right there with Luke Jones lining up, the left tackle lining up on the right side, and then he motions over, just really trying to give them something to think about. But the Bama pressure was able to get to KJ and force him to throw it away.
Kool-Aid McKinstry back deep for Alabama. He averages over 17 yards per return. Max Fletcher's the Razorback punter, freshman out of Melbourne, Australia. He's averaged a little over 37 yards per punt. Need a good one here. 9:58 to play in the opening quarter. The punt is away. It's a nice punt, wobbling, not real deep. It's going to hit at the 32, take an Arkansas roll, and it'll go out of bounds right around the 30. In fact, they're going to mark it. That's a kind spot for Alabama. They say it went out of the 35-yard line. So that's a 36-yard punt, no return. Timeout. 9:50 to play in the opening quarter. No score. Now this for West Rock Coffee.
In Arkansas, Saturdays in the fall belong to the Razorbacks. We cheer them on for their determination, hard work, and fearlessness no matter the competition. Those are some of the same characteristics that have helped Arkansas's own West Rock Coffee Company become the largest provider of coffee, tea, flavors, extracts, and ingredients to some of the most recognized brands in the world. Born in Arkansas and served around the world, we are West Rock Coffee. Learn more about West Rock Coffee, the official coffee of the Razorbacks, at westrockcoffee.com.
Hey, this is Justin Moore for Petty Jean Meats. Did you know that Petty Jean Meats has been providing the best quality smoked meat for over 90 years? Petty Jean Meats is a 4th-generation Arkansas-owned and operated company by the same family, continuing the tradition. Like smoked bacon and ham smoked over real hickory wood. Just pick up a package and give it a try. You'll taste the difference. I did. Petty Jean Meats is the official ham and bacon of the Arkansas Razorbacks. Go Hogs!
Don't go anywhere. Arkansas football continues next on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
Let's go, football fans. This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady, Larry Fitzgerald, and me, Jim Gray.
We've got to approach the week with the championship attitude that no matter what we face and no matter who plays, we're going to have to go out there and find a way to win the game. It's not going to be easy. It's a huge test. It's a night game, and it's going to be a challenge. And that's what we should want, and that's what we should expect from one of the best teams in the league that we're going to face.
Download Let's Go right now on the SXM app or wherever you get your podcasts. Let's go, baby.
Let's go. USAA is proudly celebrating 100 years of serving the military community. It was a group of soldiers who launched USAA in 1922 by joining together to insure each other's vehicles when no one else would. Since then, USAA has grown to more than 13 million members strong. And through it all, one thing has remained. USAA is still serving the military community and their families. Find out more at usaa.com/100.
No score in the opening quarter. 9:50 to play after the punt by Fletcher. Alabama has it 1st and 10 at their own 35. Hogs forced a turnover the first go-round for the Crimson Tide. They shift the tight end Christian Latu in motion to the right side. They're going to keep it on their ground with Jahmyr Gibbs. He's got some room out across the 40, right side. They'll bring it down out at the 44-yard line. That's a 9-yard gain. Nothing real simple there, Quinn. Just a lot of good lead blocking.
Yeah, and Gibbs is a good running back for Alabama. I mean, he's a guy that's come in and run the football extremely well. Well, you got to watch him as well as in the passing game. He has 17 catches for 187 yards. He's been very effective out of the backfield.
They'll line him up wide. He's their leading receiver. Pistol formation here for Bama. It's 2nd down and 1. Young off play action, rolling, looking, flush, rolling to his right. Drew Sanders is after it. Young fires to the sidelines, and it's in and out of the hands of his intended receiver. He had a man open down at the 40-yard line. That was Ja'Cory Brooks. But Brooks could not find the handle, and it's third down in the yard.
Yeah, they had Drew Sanders was coming in and hot pursuit of Bryce Young right there and forced him to get outside, and Brooks could not come up with that catch. It was a nice throw. We should have called it, but that's a break for Arkansas.
4 down linemen for the Razorbacks. Jordan Dominic's on the field. He leads the team with 4.5 sacks. McClellan's a running back, bad snap, balls on the ground, picked up by the back, and I think McClellan's going to get the first down anyway. He picked it up alertly in the backfield when Young lost the ball. He needed a yard, he got 2, and that's a first down for Alabama out at the 46.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, Bryce Young took his eyes off the football, and it was a heads-up play by McClellan, the running back, to scoop up the ball and then pick up the first down.
No score, 8:47 to play in the opening quarter. Bama moving from our right to left toward the Boyle Center. First down at their own 46. Young's in the gun, going to set up a bubble screen, and he overthrows his intended receiver out at the 45-yard line. That was Kobe Prentice. That was the intended receiver. And it's second down and 10.
Well, Bill O'Brien, the offensive coordinator for Alabama, he's going to do a lot of that. He likes to bring motion across the formation and then try to throw a bubble screen on the outside to the guy in motion. What that's going to do is force the inside guy to try to make a play. And Bryce Young is going to read that guy to decide if I'm going to throw it to the inside guy or to the bubble.
2 backs flank Young. Both McClellan and Gibbs are on the field. Hawks going to a 3-down lineman. Young calls for the ball, going to give it to the tailback straight ahead. Gibbs has room out near midfield into Razorback territory. 8 yards straight ahead. It'll bring up second down. Kari Johnson made the stop. Chris Paul coming onto the field for the Razorbacks. It's going to be third down and 3 for the Crimson Tide. Alabama converted on third down a moment ago. 4 down linemen now for the Razorbacks. They bring Sanders up and have him right on the edge. Third down and 3 for the Crimson Tide from the Razorback 47-yard line. Twin receivers split into the open side. That's closest to us. Ball's on the right hash. Crowds into it. McClellan set up to the left hip of his quarterback. Young's going to throw, quick slant, complete, and behind everybody's Prentice. He's going to go all the way for a touchdown. 47 yards, quick slant. When Prentice caught it, Quinn, there was nobody in front of him on the goal line, and Alabama strikes first.
Well, the thing about it, anytime you try to disguise a coverage, you're trying to make Bryce Young think that maybe it's not zone or maybe it's man, one of those types of things. It was man all the way, but Slusher was playing off of Prentice too far. The quick slant right on the inside was very good because everybody was blitzing. Bryce Young delivered the football, and Prentice was able to get to the end zone.
Alabama goes 65 yards in 6 plays after the punt. Will Reichard is on to attempt the extra point. Snap is down, the kick is up, it's good, and Alabama is on top 7-0. 7:41 to play in the opening quarter. Now this for Visit Hot Springs.
It's time for a road trip to Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas, home to the legendary thermal waters giving Hot Springs its name. This unique mountain town features historic bathhouses, hiking trails, biking trails, a 4-story treehouse, roller coasters, a casino, horse races, bathtub races, an interactive science museum, fishing, boating, parades, a bustling downtown, and a peaceful vista overlooking it all. Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's time for a road trip. For more info, visit hotsprings.org.
Hi, I'm college football star Isaiah Nichols here for Bath Makeover of Arkansas. I recently learned about the new Shaq walk-in tub, and I couldn't believe how large it was. For a big guy like me, it makes all the difference.
Thanks, Isaiah. Bath Makeover of Arkansas is proud to offer the Shaq Walk-In Bathtub, the largest single-seat walk-in tub in the world. Perfect for athletes and larger, taller body frames. Check out the Shaq Walk-In Tub at bathmakeoverar.com. That's bathmakeoverar.com.
Whatever you want to be, it helps to be well. An active, healthy lifestyle is key. We offer tips and support to quit smoking and address health conditions like diabetes and high blood pressure. It's never too late to make decisions to help you be healthier and to be the best version of you can be. Call 833-283-WELL. Be you. Be well. This ad brought to you by your Master Tobacco Settlement dollars at work.
Fans, the Battle Line Trophy is looking really good here in Arkansas, and we need to keep it that way. Make plans to be in Columbia on Black Friday, November 25th, to watch our Razorbacks take on the Mizzou Tigers in the 9th game of the Battle Line Rivalry Series, presented by Shelter Insurance. Shelter proudly supports our student athletes with their ongoing support of Razorback athletics. Find a Shelter agent near you at shelterinsurance.com.
7:41 to play in the opening quarter. Alabama strikes. 65 yards, 6 plays, 7-0 Crimson Tide. It's being brought to you in part today by Harps. At Harps, they greet you with a smile. They ask if they can help you, and they let you know you're welcome in their store. Harps is hometown fresh. Will Reichard set to kick it away from Crimson Tide. Now, Alabama, by design, does not have as many touchbacks as some of their opponents. Reichard's kicked it off 29 times, 18 have gone for touchbacks. Their coverage unit's very good, and they don't mind making you return one. A.J. Green's back deep to receive. Reichard's going to drive this one, though, over A.J.'s head. Into, out of the end zone. Hogs will start at their own 25. Let's go down to the sidelines, check in with Gino Bell for a Walmart sideline report. Gino.
During that last break, I was able to listen to Coach Kennedy, who's the offensive line coach, tell his offensive line that y'all doing a great job at getting movement. They are doing a great job at getting movement. They just need to continue that block for the running backs. We've got some great movement. We need to continue to block up front and create holes for the running backs.
Time to counter punch too, Quinn.
Yeah, you got to do that right now. I mean, it's one of those things where Alabama has had mind control over your program for a long time. You need to respond to give the fans something to cheer about.
Razorbacks first down. Jefferson's going to bring it right side. Rocket Sanders stiff arms a man, trying to cut back at the numbers. Not a lot of room. He'll get 3 after the 28. It'll bring up 2nd down and 7.
Well, I'm encouraged by this offensive line and what they've done in the first possession and now this possession as well. They've been able to do some things. That time they didn't win every battle, but that was a good positive yard.
2nd down and 7. KJ again gives it to Rocket left side, room at the 30. Anderson's got him. They try to strip the ball out, but he gets out to the 33-yard line. That's a 5-yard gain. 3rd down and 2.
Young just said, you know what, nobody's coming to me. I'm going to get to the end zone. And, boy, that's discouraging right now.
At Summit Utilities, they're honored to provide safe, reliable natural gas service to families and businesses throughout the natural state. They're proud to serve Arkansas and proud to support Razorback Nation. To learn more, visit summitutilities.com. Will Reichard's extra point attempt is up and good. And with 2:35 to go, Alabama making a bid to take the wind out of the sails of this Razorback crowd. Quinn, we've seen this before. Alabama's just got a way of coming in and wrecking your plans. Now, last year, the Hogs fell behind to these guys in Tuscaloosa, a couple of scores, and then they were able to come back and make it a ball game.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. I mean, that's got to be your mindset. I mean, defensively and offensively, this offense has got to find a way to come back and score some points right now. So we'll see what happens with that. I think that this team right now is trying to go the long haul. We talked about it in the keys to the game, that you're going to have to find a way to stretch the football field and take advantage of some shots. I expect some shots from Kendall Browse on this drive.
Hey, whatever better means to you, you're going to find more of it at First Security Bank. As Arkansas's community bank, First Security is all about taking care of customers and making life better right here in Arkansas. So more people can buy a home, run a business, and a whole lot more. Check them out today at fsbank.com. First Security Bank better. Let's go down to Gino for a minute again for a Walmart sideline report. Gino, you said something a minute ago about how Alabama's offensive line's getting that push on first down. It's amazing how the team that wins first down is often the team that ends up winning the ball game.
You're exactly right. If you're able to get them behind the sticks, now it makes it tough on 2nd and 3rd. But Alabama has been getting 3rd and very manageable. And so that's one of the important keys, is to be able to get on and off the field, win first down, and get them in 3rd and long. And so here on the sideline, I mean, it's very loud, very crunk, but also the offensive line was huddled up a minute ago, and they know what they need to do coming out on the field here for this next possession.
That was a 7-play, 80-yard drive for Alabama. It took 3:05. When we say it a lot, we've already said it. Boy, you better answer against these guys.
Well, you need to answer. And, you know, this football team last week played against Texas A&M. They were up 14-0. And had an opportunity to really put A&M away. this is one of those things where you've got to say, hey, let's go back and get a score. Let's slow down and relax, because if you let Alabama snowball you, they'll do it. But let's find a way to get points on the board right now. That's the most critical thing that this Arkansas offense can do right now.
Will Reichard set to kick it away. Hey, your Arkansas Ford dealers are proud sponsors of today's game. That's where you'll find the Ford F-150. It's the only truck tough enough to be called the official truck of your Razorbacks. Drive one at your local Arkansas Ford dealer or learn more at buyfordnow.com. A.J. Green back deep to receive for the Razorbacks. Harper Cole, the up man, across the way at the 7-yard line. Reichard kicking toward the Broyles Center for Alabama. This first one is a touchback. This one is going to be returnable, but Green will call a fair catch. A.J. will call a fair catch, which means Arkansas will have it. 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why you would ever return a kick. I mean, you're going to get the ball at 25. I mean, most times defenses or kick coverage teams are going to smother you before that. I would call a fair catch every time unless I had Joe Adams back there.
Hey, Joe was inducted into the Hall of Honor a couple of Fridays ago. He looks like he could still help us.
His suit game is strong, too.
It is. A.J. Green's checked in at tailback, sophomore out of Tulsa. He's rushed for a touchdown this year. Trey Knox initially set up in the backfield. Now they'll shift him to the right side. 1st down, Razorbacks at their own 25. K.J. Jefferson wanting to throw. Now he'll run it. He's got some blockers. 1st down at the 35. They trip him up, and he gets out there the 38-yard line. 13 yards. Jalen Moody, Alabama's leading tackler, tripped him up, but that's a big gain and a 1st down.
Well, you can tell right there, KJ was looking for a shot, but he had Trey Knox coming underneath from the tight end position. Didn't see what he liked, just pulled it down and was able to pick up big yards.
1st down, Razorbacks at their own 38-yard line. Jefferson this time gives it to Green. There's not a lot there. Bama stacks him up. He'll get a yard, and that's about it. The 2nd down for the Razorbacks. 2 minutes to play in the opening quarter. Henry Toa made the tackle. It's 2nd down and 9.
Well, that's one of those plays, Chuck, where you're going to see KJ pull it pretty soon. I mean, he was doing his own read right there. Had an opportunity to pull it. Had he pulled it, he would still be running probably, but that's one of those things where he's got to make the right read at the right time.
Ball's on the left hash. 1:40 to play in the
features that are easy on your
inside the 40 to the Bama 39. Ball came out at the end. Bama says they've got it, and I think they do. Wow, the ball came out at the end, and Alabama, at least the ruling on the field is fumble, and the Crimson Tide get the ball back.
They're going to look at this.
They're going to look at it.
Yeah.
He just announced, Scott Walker just said the ruling on the field fumble.
They need to see what
they're going to look at that one again. The Razorback offense has not left the field. I think the replay may show that the ground calls the fumble, Quinn.
No, I think it's out.
Do you? They're taking a look right now. If it's out, Bama gets it. If it doesn't, the Hogs do again. The ball on the field is Bama's football. Now the Razorback defense is
well, you just let the football go, and I think that's going to be a fumble, unfortunately.
It's been brought to you in part today by Highland Dairy. Highland Dairy is proud to have been sponsoring Razorback sports for over 60 years. Here's the call from Scott Walker.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. 1st down, Alabama.
Well, that one didn't work out the way the Razorbacks had hoped. 12:14 to play. Hawks forced to take away early. Dwight McLaughlin with an interception. Razorbacks lose the fumble there. Each side with a giveaway. Bama with a 14-0 lead there. 12:14 to play in the 2nd quarter, and now they've got it 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line.
Well, the tough thing about that, Chuck, is your offense is moving the football in a critical situation, and now you give it back to an Alabama offense that's been hot.
Bryce Young went 1st down, gives it to his tailback, Jace McClellan, starts left, cuts back right, he'll get 2 yards out to the 42. Drew Sanders right there to make the tackle. Sanders signed with Alabama, recruited by Alabama and Oklahoma, among others, out of Denton, Texas, 5-star recruit. Tied for the national lead with 5.5 sacks coming into the game today. 2nd down and 9 for the Crimson Tide. They're at their own 41-yard line, just outside their own 41. Well, it's the tailback. He gets the ball right side, hit at the line of scrimmage. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that'll be it. And again, it's Drew Sanders. They can't block it. The defensive line's doing a nice job, Quinn, of holding things up and allowing those linebackers to move.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job against the run. Alabama comes in averaging 235 yards a game rushing the football. Today, they only had 45 yards, and Arkansas's defense has done a nice job.
3rd and 8. Bama failed to convert a moment ago, but they're still 4 of 5 on the afternoon. And 3rd and 7 a moment ago, couldn't convert. 3rd and 8 now. They're at their own 42-yard line. Ball's creeping up. Young is in the gun. McClellan's the running back, but it's a passing down. Here comes the blitz over the middle. Incomplete. In and out of the hands of Krishawn Holden. And man, he got drilled. He got drilled by Kyrie Johnson. Bryce Young got his receiver hurt right there. He's shaken up out on the field, and Arkansas is going to get the football back.
Well, that's the second time he's done his receiver like that. I told you the last time he did it, he's going to go back and talk to Bryce and say, man, you can't hang me out like that. He did it again. And Johnson just really took advantage of it.
Heisman Trophy or not, Krishawn Holden's not going to be real happy with his quarterback right now. He is shaken up. They're tending to him right in the middle of the Razorback at midfield. More importantly, Arkansas is going to get the ball back.
He ain't above a cussing joke, even if you won a Heisman. I'm telling you, one of the receivers look at me like I was crazy, and that's that's 2 times where, the first one I'm gonna let it pass. The second time, and now he got me hurt, and so we really got to talk about it.
First punt for Alabama, James Burdick. He's like our player Max Fletcher from Australia. Burdick, 11 punts, a 42.8-yard average. Bryce Stevens, back deep for the Razorbacks. Redshirt freshman out of Oklahoma City. Run one back this year. A nice punt. Fair catch call for it. Stevens is going to make it out near his own 9-yard line. That's a nice punt. 50 yards, no return. It'll be the Hogs ball when we come back. 10:47 to play in the half. 14-0 Alabama. Now this from Oaklawn Racing Casino.
Experience a new level of luxury at Oaklawn Racing Casino Resort located in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Sample delectable items from the new menus in both the Oak Room and Bar and the Bugler. Purchase tickets for Cheap Trick on September 17th and Lauren Morgan on September 23rd at Oaklawn.com. Live racing begins December 9th. Watch the races from the grandstand or one of Oaklawn's hotel trackside rounds. Arkansas's only casino resort looks forward to elevating your entertainment experience. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. Visit Oaklawn.com for more information.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim.
We're on the air. Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Razorback fans, you can earn a degree from the University of Arkansas no matter where you live. Study online, pay in-state tuition, advance your career, or start a new one. Whatever you're in it for, we're in it for you. Apply now. Apply now. Go to online.uark.edu. Find a program that's right for you at the University of Arkansas online. Go to online.uark.edu. Go Hogs.
The new lotto game from the Arkansas Scholarship Lottery is creating new traditions for our players, like Steve from Jonesboro.
The key to my lotto numbers is my high school jersey. It still fits. So I'm rocking 5 every draw night, and maybe 25, my career high. Then whatever looks good, but I always play the 5.
Your numbers, your game. Play Lotto every Wednesday and Saturday for your chance to match 6 and get rich. Only $2 per play. Call or text 1-800-522-4700 for Problem Gambling Helpline.
Bryce Young's gone into the injury tent over on the Alabama sideline. Drew Sanders tripped him up near the Arkansas sideline a moment ago on a sack. And we get down to Gino for a Walmart sideline before. Gino, he's looked a little groggy since. I think you heard him talk.
Yeah, I believe he did, but Arkansas has done a great job of disguising the defense
side. They get him behind the line of scrimmage, slinging to the ground back at the 5. They're going to lose 4 yards on the play. Dallas Turner came in for his defensive end spot. Nobody blocked him, and KJ didn't have a chance.
Well, they were trying to block him. They were trying to pull the center. Ricky Stromberg was a guy who has that athletic ability to get to the outside. But Dallas Turner won that battle because they would get KJ on the ground.
Second down. Nearly 14 for the Razorbacks at their own 5-yard line. They keep Johnson in at tailback. Ball's in the left hash. Twin receivers to the right, and a single man into the boundary from Jefferson. Johnson gets the ball right side, out over the 10, spins away from the tackler, gets out to the 11-yard line. That's 6. But they're going to need more than that on third down. 3rd and 7 upcoming. 9:55 to play in the second quarter. 14-0 Alabama.
Well, this is a big down for Arkansas. I mean, just to keep the football and not give Alabama a short field. Arkansas has been 1 of 4 on third down so far today. This could be a big conversion for them.
Big play here. Jake Wilson's checked in at wide receiver. They bring Johnson in motion out of the backfield. They're going to go empty for KJ. Here comes the rush. Quick slant in and out of the hands of Wilson. They brought James in. That was a catchable ball. I think he heard some footsteps, and it's 4th down.
I mean, the play right there, I mean, Kendall Browse does a nice job of motioning Dominique Johnson to the outside. What that did is force the quarterback to move to the outside and let Wilson be wide open, nobody over him. And they tried to convert right there, but the inside of the guys, Alabama's defense was able to get big plays.
Boy, you better get a good punt away here. Max Fletcher's going to get the snap in his own end zone. McKinstry standing in his own 40. 14-0 Alabama. 9:32 to play in the second quarter. Fletcher gets the snap, the punts away. It's a nice one. High, turns over. McKinstry's going to field it at his own 38. He'll return left side, outside the numbers at midfield to the 40, to the Razorback 30. Cuts back inside the 20. Fall's finally going to ride it down to the 15-yard line. I keep looking for flags. I didn't see any. That's going to be a 51-yard punt and a 55-yard return. They're going to mark him down at the Arkansas 17-yard line.
Yeah, those are those non-offensive plays we talked about. And I tell you what, Alabama's winning the special teams battle right now.
So here come the Crimson Tide. First down at their own, at the Razorback 17-yard line. Jaden Milroe is checked in at quarterback. Young still on the sideline. Hurt his arm apparently. Milroe's a redshirt freshman out of Katy, Texas. First down at the Razorback 17-yard line. Out of the pistol, it gives it to Gibbs, left side, slips the tackle at the 15, gets down to the 10, and that's where the Razorbacks look to rally him after a 7-yard gain. Eric Gregory ran him down. 9 minutes to play in the half, 14-0 Bama. Arkansas's had a takeaway down at the goal line today, and man, they could use another one here. Second down at 3. Milroe is taken over for Young. In the gun, gives it to his tailback again. Gibbs works his way left side, inside the 5, down to the 3-yard line. He gets 7.